record, you reckon? Yes, it is. She's inside 2 minutes. Clay's in front of Jenica at this stage. Liz Clay's going to have a huge run. What a comeback. McSwain's going to win. McSwain wins. Stewie's done it. The king of King Island.
A very good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Perth for day 2 action of the Australian Open and Under-20 Championships. Another glorious day here in the West. My name is Travis Jenkins and sitting alongside me, 2-time Olympian, 2-time silver medalist at the Commonwealth Games in the long jump, it's Dave Colbert. A very good afternoon.
Travis, good afternoon. Good morning if you're in the eastern states, and we've got another cracking day. Beautiful weather ahead of the weekend where they are predicting some rain, but I'm going to treat that like Bali, where they say it's going to rain, but it only rains for 30 seconds and then it's sunny. So let's have our fingers crossed for that. But at the moment it's 29 degrees here, as you can see, in Perth, and right on midday. So it's been a warm morning, and the breeze is fluctuating a little. It's a little headwind in the front straight. We saw the under-20 200 metre heats earlier, and most of those races had headwinds. Slight between 0.9 and 1.5 metre headwinds, but of course that is expected to turn around a little later in the afternoon. So good conditions for what's going to be a great day of field and track.
There's a lot to look forward to on day 2 action. We saw Gauck Olivia Dodd set the scene on day 1, and today we turn our attention to heats of the Open men's and women's 100 metres. That'll be terrific. We've got heptathlon, decathlon in the closing stages of their competitions. And of course, we've got the qualification in the long jump with Liam Adcock, 8:33 here in Perth, Dave. That should be something to look forward to this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a big field, of course. Mason McGroder, the youngster who got a medal at the World Under-20 Championships last year and jumped last weekend. In fact, he had a big week last week. He ran the 100, the 200 and the long jump in his age group, so he's still eligible for the Under-18. So looking forward to that. Women's and men's 800 metre heats also, the women's in particular. The women's 1500 and 800 are the 2 events where we've got more qualifiers than spots. So in terms of getting preliminary selection at the very least, 3 in both of those and a few others still to come. So that will be interesting. And as we're kicking off with the women's heptathlon, which is continuing. This is the under-20 women having their first event. The seniors have finished their long jump for the morning, but the under-20 athletes continuing. And Charlie Inkster, Victorian, currently in 12th spot in the long jump here, 4:54 best so far. And we talked about the breeze, and so they've got a little tailwind. You can see it's starting to fluctuate quite a lot. So we check out the standings in that event. Live results, so Leah Croker, South Australia, ahead of Monique Williams and Isabella Wing. They were the top 3 from yesterday, so they're maintaining their standings as they head into this final day. I bumped into Brie Rizzo in the hotel this morning, and she was umming and ahhing about whether she runs flat out. She watched, obviously, the Gout extravaganza last night and the heats, etc., and it's a question mark for all of them. Kennedy and co in the men's. There's a party in Sultana, Browning. Do you run flat out in the heat if the conditions are good at 5 o'clock? Breen mentioned that her main goal this week is to win the title. She didn't have a great final last year in Adelaide in the final. She went in as probably the favourite. Didn't have a great race and missed the podium. So her number 1 goal is to win the title, but I think if you get out here and you're standing behind the blocks and you've only got 1 race today, there's a preliminary round for those that 1060 and above and whatever it is in the women. And then do you come, I would be. I think you've got to make the most of the conditions if they're here. It'll be a little cooler. We saw that last night with the men's and women's under-20 finals where it does cool down only a fraction, but the conditions aren't quite as, it's rolled gold, A grade, world class at 5 o'clock, and at 7:30 it's just a little cooler. So that's a question mark. We'll find out a little later.
I think the breeze will turn around a little bit later this afternoon. The southwester is on its way in, so it's not expected to be too big either. I thought that yesterday was just amazing, wasn't it?
No, there's question marks all over the world about that, what happened with that. Some suggesting conspiracy theories. They were the heptathlon results that we just saw there, so Amelia Search is leading the way. She had a good long jump, 6 metres 30. So she has reversed the position over Tori West from overnight. Tori jumped 6.03. And Mia Skerry, she had a good long jump as well, 6.30. So she is currently in 3rd spot. So they're moving to the javelin. So the open heptathletes in javelin, under 20s, just completing their long jump before they move to the javelin. And then they've got the event that they all look forward to, the 800. They're just licking their chops about that. They've been waiting, can't wait for a good 2-lap pain and suffering.
The cool down is done. Sophie Dunn from the ACT has arrived here at the javelin, sitting in 8th overall. Has had pretty good competition. 6th in the long jump. It's her best placed event so far, 5 metres 54. The 8th overall, as Dave mentioned, Amelia Search. She was really impressive in the high jump yesterday. 6.30 in the long jump. It's a big move up the leaderboard for the young Queenslander.
Well, that's what I look for in the multi-events. You know, how close are they to what would be a good performance if they're an individual athlete? And if you look at what Search has done here, 13.30 in the hurdles, that's an excellent hurdles run. 170 in the high jump's pretty solid for the heptathletes. The West jump 176. The shot put for the heptathletes is always going to be one that you don't compare to, and the same in the men in the decathlon. Throws are difficult. You get some outliers, and West is a good example of that when it comes to the javelin. She's a very good javelin thrower, so we'll keep an eye on her when it comes to this. She can launch it close to 50 metres. The long jump, you often get the heptathletes. You know, Jane Fleming was a very good example of this. Glenys Nunn the same, that very strong in the long jump. So 6.30 is a pretty solid long jump, and that's what Search and Skerry have been able to produce today. Back at the under 20, so Croker 5.68 approaching that 6 metre mark. Strong long jumping.
Bella Wing, we can see second in the long jump competition. Really impressive high jump as well. She's the winner of the high jump, 1 metre 67. So 6th in the shot put overall. Seeing second here in this under 20 long jump pentathlon.
It's interesting always to watch the technique too of the heptathletes. The long jump's a really good example of this. It doesn't matter what you do once you take off, so long as you get your legs out when you land. And we saw that at the World Indoor Championships with some very simple techniques in the long jump, but the stride jumps are very effective. It's the way that most young kids learn to jump. And then comes the hang, which is very rarely used these days, the single leg hitch kick, and then the double hitch, which I've never really understood. Most athletes that use it just wiggle their legs around a couple of times before they land and spend more time worrying about it rather than just the simple hitch kick. But stride jump, simple but effective.
It can sometimes be a bit deceiving too, as the spectator, Dave. Remember, you've probably gone back and watched the Perth Track Classic with Liam Adcock's 8.33. It didn't look fantastic off the boards, but 8.33 personal best, and it just was a little bit deceptive, wasn't it?
Yeah, we'll come back to that because it's spent a lot of time watching him with my son Bailey, who's a jumper as well, looking at different techniques, and there's a whole different ways you can get things done. And Tentoglu floats in and pops off. Fabrice, when he jumped 8.79, he's got his personal trampoline, but we have to take a break before we get to our first steeplechase, so we'll pick up some of that conversation a little later. It's a beautiful day here in Perth on the second day of the Open and Under 20s Australian Athletics Championships, powered by Chemist Warehouse.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium. Great to have your company on this Friday afternoon. Dave Colbert and Travis Jenkins taking you through the early action on day 2 as we continue in the heptathlon, the long jump competition into round 3.
Isabella Holland, Victoria, so 4th best in the long jump so far at 5:40.
Hip number 5 is Joseph Lethling. Hip number 6 is Maliki.
She's actually pushed up the standings. She arrived in the long jump in 6th position. She's actually moved up to 5th place overall with good long jump, 5 metres 40, bring her 4th overall in this long jump. So she's pushed up her position with a good showing here as we take our first look at our steeplechasers, who will be setting sail for gold, silver and bronze in the under-20 men's 3,000 metre steeplechase.
Big field here too, 16 starters.
It's the under-20 men's 3,000 metre steeplechase final.
Men to watch include Jacob Gardner, the Tasmanian, 9.19 this year. Joseph Lethlean, the Queensland under-20 champion at 9.15. Clay Keesby, hip number 6 from New South Wales, won the ACT and the New South Wales under-20 titles. And Drake Heffernan, who was behind the Queenslander Lethlean at the under-20 champs in Queensland. And then Pereira, William Pereira of Victoria, who's in hip number 14. He won the silver medal at the under-18 championships, Travis, which you watched and saw, but it's a pretty open affair here.
Yeah, it's good to see Pereira sticking around to contest this. He's running 3 from the left of screen, the second of the Tasmanians, who have got a good showing here with Jacob Gardner. He was the Victorian champ, and the Tasmanian champ has arrived here with a 9.24 personal best to his name. He's been really improving throughout the year. They're chasing the championship record of 8.55 set back in 2008.
Who holds it?
Richard Everest.
Okay.
South Australian.
I love watching, I love going back. There's nothing better than getting out a little athletics state championship record books and say, where are they now? And most of them, of course, no longer doing athletics as you go through them, but there's some celebrated names as you look through those championship and junior records. 2 Queenslanders have gone to the front here in this big field. They did need to set themselves out. It was only a short sprint to the first jump and a couple of issues at the first water jump. 7 and a bit laps, and with the water jump on the outside here, it's a pretty fast start to the first water jump. And we've got 4 that have started to separate themselves as they come down at the end of the first lap.
So these 4 competitors led out by Joseph Lethlean of Queenslander, and that's closely followed by Gardner. Not too far behind is Jacob Gardner. And a big hello to Richard Everest, if he's tuning in just to see if his record's going to be broken this afternoon. I wonder if he does tune in each year just to check on proceedings. Then we've got the second of the Queenslanders in Patrick Heffernan, who's an interesting athlete. He was quite impressive in the 5,000 metres yesterday, Dave. He finished 6th overall in that 5,000 metres. He's probably more suited to this steeplechase. He came in highly credentialed here, and he set up the race really nicely. And on the back of that pack is Macleay Kesby of New South Wales. So these 4 athletes, they're coming down to the water jump, which a couple of different techniques. Often you'll see the step and then the leap over the water. Not too many go for the complete hurdle of the water. That can end in disaster.
I think it's only the crazy Kenyans that do that, really. Some of the men that their hurdling technique is agricultural, but gets the job done. Love the sort of hop over where they just tuck the leg underneath, but these 4 have started to clear out. This is an interesting event, the steeplechase, men's and women's, and you read back through the Australian record lists and in the Open and in the under-20, and it's an event that I think we underperform at the international level, and it's really interesting And that's with no disrespect to those that have gone before, but Shawnee Crichton still holds the record in the open events. Yusuf Habdi had a great go at the steeplechase. Marty Denton, etc. Donovan McFarlane, Jen Cars started off as the steeplechaser. But interestingly, there's a new push in the development program, a little bit more money coming from the government and the Australian Athletics Pathway program. They're focusing on 3 events: the women's triple jump, men's 400 metre hurdles, and the steeplechases for men and women. And like we see in the 100, big fish in a small pond. You can be look at me, I can run 10.3. Be a long jumper, or be a high hurdler, or be a triple jumper, or a long jumper. So the 400 hurdles is an entry point to the Olympic Games and World Championships for our athletes. And we've got good athletes doing that, but we've had a lot of good 400 metre runners that could have contemplated the hurdles. And the same thing applies here. You've got to be able to hurdle, which not every distance athlete's got the flexibility to be able to leap over the barriers. But my view is that it's an event that qualification for a World Championships and Olympics is a little easier than it is, certainly, than the 5,000 or the 1,500. And so it's an open event. So it's encouraging to see a big field here in the under-20 events of young athletes who might see that there's an opportunity for them, and some of those athletes that might contemplate being a 5,000 just track runner can look at the steeplechase as an option if you want to compete for Australia at the highest level.
So here's our lead group of 4. Joseph Lethlean, the Queenslander, leading the way on the Queensland Championships. He's 7th in that 5,000 metres yesterday that we spoke of. Quite interesting, actually. His PB, 9:15, and Jacob Gardner is 9:24. So Lethlean coming in with a slightly faster personal best. So it's going to be quite interesting just to see who cracks first and starts to just accelerate and make a move. We know on paper they're pretty close in times. Gardner, he's been here before, just missed the podium in the National Championships last year. And here's the danger for mine, and that's Heffernan, who's just deciding now to make a move. He's bringing along Gardner for the ride, and these 2 men with 3 laps remaining just start to push towards the finish line.
Well, that's a good move from Padraig Heffernan. He and Lethlean have had the good battles in Queensland. They were 1st and 2nd in the Queensland Under-20 Championships. Lethlean got the win there. So they obviously know each other well, but just starting to drop off the back now is the taller Joseph Lethlean. So it's the 2 in front, Gardner and Heffernan. I've got a sheet that says that Gardner's run 9:19.18, but certainly this season he's a 9:24, so whether that was before Christmas or from last season. He was 4th in the Under-20 Championships last year, Gardner, so competing with another opportunity here, and they both look pretty strong, but they've burnt off Lethlean, so they can now start to contemplate a little what they do with 2 laps to go. And again, Heffernan's just put in a little injection of pace. I like the way he's doing it.
Yeah, it was decisive and confident move from the Queenslander. Gardner now just finds a little bit of room on the inside. He had a bit of an opening there, just had a little look, and it was just enough for him to have a cheeky look through, and he now has made his move with 800 metres remaining. Jacob Gardner leads the way. Gold, silver and bronze once again up for grabs. Heffernan trying to stick tough, and this is where it is hard, isn't it? You just want to stay on the heels, not lose connection, just so you can make that final push through the last 500 or 600 metres.
Yeah, it's a long way to go too, so this is a strong move from Jacob Gardner, the Tasmanian, who, you're right, the run up the inside was bold and was a bit cheeky, and the battle for the bronze isn't over either, because Lethlean is about, well, it's a big gap, isn't it? It's almost 50 metres behind Heffernan. Is closing with Keesby of New South Wales about 15 metres behind, so that's the battle for 3rd and 4th. You might see, there he is, you can just see him at the top of the screen coming into view, Lethlean, and then Keesby behind him as our 2 leaders clear the water jump for the second last time. He's full of running though, the leader. He's not going backwards, that's for sure, with a lap to go.
He's enjoying these warm conditions, about 31 degrees on track, and it'll be a welcome sound for our leader. He receives the belt, Jacob Gardner, and it's quick too. He's looking to try and push this last lap. He's going to be on and around 9 minutes. The clock just ticking over to 7:57 now. So with the speed he's showing down the back straight, this is going to be definitely right up there with his best 2 or 3 performers, no doubt about that. Our man in second, Heffernan, still holding it strong. Bronze still tightening up a little bit, Dave, because our man from New South Wales, Kesby, will just get a little bit of a sniff of a medal here if he can just pick the pace up a little.
Yeah, Lachlan's had a couple of big looks like over his shoulder. He's going to need a neck massage. He'll have neck crank from looking sideways. I'm not sure he's going to get there. He's had another look as they go down the back straight. But Gardner, this has been impressive. Final water jump, clear this successfully. You can see he's got tight legs as he comes in, as he goes past a couple of lap runners, but he's got a big margin over Padraig Heffernan, and that was a decisive move with a little over 2 laps to go, and this is going to be a great win for the Tasmanian.
Here he is. We can take a good look at our Australian champion. He negotiates the last steeple with ease and class, and he's full of running as he comes down to win the national title in a tick over 9:01. That's a huge personal best, just outside the championship record of 8:55. But congratulations to Jacob Gardner. He is our Australian champion. Here's our silver medalist crossing through, Padraig Heffernan. Congratulations. He too under his personal best, around that 9:14.15. And the second of our Queenslanders, Joseph Lachlan. He's hung on, he's battled strongly. That's a well-deserved bronze at 9:28. And charging towards 4th position is McLeod Kesby of New South Wales. Well done to him, as we have a pretty tight finish for 5th position. Victorian, too strong, just getting ahead of Vincent Churches of Queensland. Here comes AJ Merry, the Victorian, and the young Pereira of Tasmania completes his journey over the steeple. And the water jump is looking pretty comfortable and nice for a few of our athletes. It's pretty warm. Just a nice way to cool the toes off here on a hot day. Matthew Holditch from Victoria finishing off.
That's a great run from Jacob Gardner. Smashed his personal best. 9:01.33 is the confirmed time here. So close to 20 seconds off his personal best. Heffernan's raced to a personal best as well of 9:12.23. Lachlan at 9:27.80. And Keesby has also set a new personal best of 9:35.41. So rewriting their books in warm conditions. The breeze, not too bad, but it's certainly not ideal conditions for steeplechasing. But that's tremendous results from these young athletes in the men's under-20 Australian Championship in the 3,000 steeple.
Yeah, just looking at the windstock in front of us, Dave. It's looking rather limp.
Flaccid.
Might be just a short time away before that sea breeze comes in. Still the north-northeasterly at the moment.
It has turned around though a fraction, doesn't it? Looks like there might be a slight, which won't please the decathletes in the pole vault that are setting up into it. So they might be caught in between the wind change here. Hopefully it stays a little benign like it is, and nothing worse than pole vaulting into a headwind, that's for sure.
Byron Martin, the West Australian, completes his national championships. It's a great effort by all of our competitors just to make it to the nationals. All our athletes coming through their state championships and having to perform at a high level to achieve the qualification standards to reach the national championship. So all the competitors who do make it out on track and on the field, it's a great achievement, and we love watching you develop and seeing how you perform. We are well and truly underway on day 2. I hope you are enjoying the action so far. It's great to have your company. Dave Colbert and Travis Jenkins with you. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in just a moment.
cannot explain. Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Could you become walking on a train?
Some beautiful pictures there from Western Australia. Big thank you to the West Australian government. Walking on a dream is their theme, and with some of those shots we have just seen, it is an absolute dream. Western Australia, you can head up north to the Ningaloo coast. You can walk backwards with your flippers on straight into the ocean to see the Ningaloo Coral Coast. Turquoise Bay, Drift Loop, sensational. Got Margaret River down in the southwest, and Rottnest Island, just a short ferry ride from the Perth metro area. So much to see and do here in WA, including the National Championships in athletics.
Correct. I should know all of those things off by heart because I do the tennis here every year at the United Cup, and we have the vignettes, the tourism vignettes, and so the Ningaloo Reef, that's where they have the big whale sharks, isn't it? With the enormous things that look like. Fortunately, they don't eat people. But they're huge, fantastic,
majestic. You can catch a charter boat to head out into the deep ocean, dive in. Now is the time to do it. The season is now for the next couple of months up there from Exmouth. Short flight, couple of hours. Absolutely beautiful.
Very good. So we've got the steeple chase for women under 20 about to get underway there out on the track, but the decathletes in the pole vault completing their warm-up. We're actually going together, so they've combined the men's under 20 and the senior men pole vault. So big field, and that will be a slow burner for some time as Joel Templin leads in the men's ahead of Benjamin Goose and Christian Painter in the seniors, and Adam Struger, the Frenchman, leads the under 20 ahead of Lachlan Purdy and Asher Andrews. But here's another big field in the women's steeplechase under 20.
So once again, gold, silver and bronze up for grabs. Jessie Fotheringham, probably the standout athlete here. You can see her there on cue. Beautiful pictures here from the 7+ team. Wearing hip number 10 is Jessie Fotheringham today, winner of the under 20 and Open New South Wales titles. And she improved. She had a week between races there. She went from a 10 minutes 12 to a 10:09. So she's got some pretty good racing behind her here, which should set her up for a good race here, Dave.
Yeah, another big field too, 16 starters. Shacklecloth of Victoria is the under 20 champion for Victoria. Gemma Wilson, the under 20 champion of Queensland. Williams was 4th in the Victorian Open Championship. She starts in hip number 15. So as we saw with the men's, there'll be a bit of a stampede here as they get to the first hurdle.
And we can see hip number 16 there. That is Abby Reid, who has come off the under 18 National Championship 2K steeple gold. So she too will be one to watch as this race unfolds. Tavia Williams as well, one to watch for everyone at home. She wears hip number 15. But we can already see our leader, Jessie Fotheringham, has arrived here in the West. She's been really impressive over in New South Wales, and there's been no hesitation for her to move straight to the front, stick to her race plan, get a bit of clean air, and she will lead the way just ahead of Tavia Williams, the Victorian. And then a little bit further back, we have a group of athletes who will just negotiate the water jump for the first time of asking, including Orla Shackloth, the Victorian. So we're underway, and probably the favourite. She started well.
Yeah, she has. She's been a positive move from the gun. Jessica Smith, the Tasmanian, currently in 3rd spot. So they've just closed the gap on Tavia Williams, the Victorian. So Tasmania will be buoyed by the win of her teammate Jacob Gardner in the men's under 20. It's been a strong opening lap from Fotheringham, and the rest of them just settling down a fraction. Williams, who I think made the decision that the pace was a bit severe out in front, so let Fotheringham go about her business and has settled into her own pace. She's in 2nd ahead of Smith, the Tasmanian.
So let's go through the order as they came through with 6 laps remaining. It is Fotheringham leading the way, Williams 2nd. Then we have Jess Smith Orla Shackcloth, Nicola Chamberlain, Abby Reid, who we talked about pre-race, Jacqueline Koluski, and Alana Roberts as well, as they're in Indian file. Now, Dave, the championship record here, interesting one. It's 10.06.87. Fotheringham's personal best, 10.09. So could be on watch. Rosa Flanagan, the New Zealander from 2014.
Yeah, well, that's had over a decade, so that's due for expiry. They're made to be broken records, so 10 years, 11 years is enough.
And New Zealander as well,
Oh,
too. So
controversial.
So we'll have to talk to the Doctor of Athletics about how that one's snuck through.
Well, it's a meet record.
It is a meet record, yes.
So meet records are open to anyone who's performing, so that's fair enough, even though you've got a set against the Kiwis. That's okay.
So a little move here for the silver medal. We can see now Tavia Williams and Jess Smith having a nice little battle there, closely followed by Shackcloth in fourth, and then Chamberlain from Western Australia about to be joined by a couple of athletes. So you can just see the style there of our leader. She just continues to hurdle. Some of the female competitors will elect us to go for the 1 foot on the steeple as they negotiate the steeple. But that's the difference there between gold and silver. So Williams, who has a PB of 10.53 this year. She was fourth of the Vic Champs in the Open Women's competition, Williams. She's lowered her personal best by about a minute this season, so she's arriving here in good form. But there's our leader. Still plenty of spring off that steeple there into the water.
Yeah, that was nice technique too, and you've got to spot your jump and make sure you take off in the right spot. Helps when you're not surrounded by other athletes, but particularly when it comes to the steeple, you want to minimise the energy reduction when you hit the landing area. Nice and tall, long legs which help over. She clears them pretty effortlessly though, so she's a nice mover on the flat and then able to clear the barriers without too much issue as well. So that's the perfect combination. 4 laps to go.
So we'll get a nice view here of her technique. Yeah, it's just stepping over that really beautifully. And we can see Jess Smith, the Tasmanian, has charged into the silver position, just ahead of Williams of Victoria. And then in fourth position, Shackcloth still working really hard. And then Jacqueline Koluski in the yellow singlet, sitting in about fifth, just trying to stick tough. So that gap between gold and silver remains relatively unchanged at the moment. It's been a nice run from Jess Smith. She has been able just to hold that little gap at the moment and opened up a little lead. There she is on screen. You can see she just accelerates into the steeple there, Dave. Just gets the one little foot on top. But that little bit of acceleration just gives her that momentum over. And again, another fine display from Fotheringham at the water jump. Here's silver so far. Jess Smith, the Tasmanian. A couple of years ago, she won the steeplechase title as an under 17-year-old Jess Smith. So she's been missing from the steeple over the last year or two, but has shown plenty of promise in the junior ranks, winning that under 17 title a couple of years ago.
We just saw a good example of what happens if you don't quite get the step right off the steeple with Williams compared to Smith and Fotheringham, who cleared the water jump and were able to run on, landing in the shallow part of the upslope, but Williams just missed her step and two-footed, a little bit deeper, cruels all forward momentum. And so that gap is now a significant one between second and third. You can see Smith on the right-hand screen, and there just coming in is Williams in third spot.
And Abby Reid, the young Victorian, has also moved up. She's now into fourth position, the 2K steeple champion from the under 18 age group. So well done to Abby Reid. She's decided to stick around in Perth and enjoy the fruits of Western Australia have to offer. She currently is in fourth position at the moment. But there's our leader, still looking strong. Just over 2 laps remaining in her quest for gold. We're going to Just have another look here at the water jump, and again, just a beautiful exit from the water jump. You don't want to get too high here, Dave, otherwise you can get into the deeper part of the pit there, and that can be a soggy run for the rest of the race.
You can see Smith's eyes are open, and so she charges across. I like the fact that the athletes can do 2 junior events. Hasn't always been the case that you can do an underage event and then come in to do the under-20s. They haven't always been in the same location at the same time, so that helps. But I'm not a proponent, as we come down with a couple to go here, I'm not a proponent of athletes competing too far up their age group. If you're a 14 or 15-year-old, unless you're Leah O'Brien, of course, who's made the national final last year at under 16s, but it's a long career, and you've got to be careful to manage that. And competing, we saw it with Gout. He's running the under 20 hundreds, and he's staying in his age group, and I don't mind it. It's he's a world-class sprinter now, so it's going to be more and more difficult for him to do that. But if you're a 13 or 14-year-old, you don't compete in the under 20s. You just stay in your own age group. But the under 18 to under 20, 2 opportunities if you're flying from the eastern states all the way over to Perth, and you get another opportunity to compete. More challenging here because you've got an extra kilometre from the under 18, 2,000 up to the 3,000. So it's a good introduction, but no, I don't mind it. And as we've seen with Abby Reid, who's in this field, the Victorian who won that under 18 championship, she's stayed on and competing in both.
And a lot of the memories too that you have from your athletics career in those junior years, when you're running with your mates, when you get the wood over a mate or two, they're the stories that seem to last a lifetime. For Gout running with Cassiano, he's going to no doubt set some great memories.
Well, it's enticing to be a medal collector and try and win medals, but at the end of the day, if you've got career aspirations to be an Olympic athlete or a World Championship representative as a senior, what you do when you're 13, 14 and 15, not really that important in the grand scheme of things, as Fotheringham's going to come down to get the bell. Now, I know that's not the view that everyone shares, but certainly my view that you stick in your own age group, you run against athletes your own age, and you progress slowly and have a long and successful career rather than being a sparkler that burns out pretty quickly. Got an athlete that stopped here just outside bent over at the moment. She's on the inside, and it's one of the Victorians.
As we mentioned,
I
pretty
think
warm.
Lara Smith, hip number 14, just with the binoculars, just had an issue over that. It is Lara Smith. So
Seems okay. She's
yeah,
back up
she's
and
back
running
up and
now.
going. So that's okay. I don't think she hit the barrier and fell, but in fact she stopped again down the back straight. So the conditions over 30 degrees, a little severe. Jessie Fotheringham dealing with them pretty convincingly, though. It's been an impressive effort.
Sure has. She went straight to the lead at the gun and obviously had a pre-prepared race plan of setting her target times, and she's dominated this field. Jessie Fotheringham, 10.09 her PB. It's going to just tick past, but no doubt she will be our champ. She has one steeple remaining, and then she'll be able to celebrate and enjoy the moment here in front of this big crowd in WA. She will be our Australian champion for 2025 in the under-20 steeple. It's Jessie Fotheringham saluting for gold here in the West. Well done to Jessie. 10:40.41 the time for Jessie Fotheringham. Here's our silver, Jess Smith from Tasmania. She made a nice move to secure that silver medal with about 2 or 3 laps remaining. And a big finish here for our bronze medalist in Williams from Victoria. Here's 4th place in Abby Reid. She's backed up after the under-18 juniors. That's a good experience for her. We look forward to watching her progression over the next few years as the rest of our competitors enjoy the final moments of their race. Although Shackcloth, the Victorian, is done, as is Jacqueline Koluski. But our winner, Dave, enjoys a well-deserved rest.
Well, she had a big season, so she's won the under-20 and Open Championships in New South Wales, and now the Australian under-20 title here, and did it in impressive fashion. Time's not going to be approaching that personal best, but in these difficult conditions, I guess it shows how impressive the men were in the under 20 with those personal best left, right and centre, and the winner, Jacob Gardner, smashing his personal best by nearly 20 seconds. So impressive in the slightly oppressive conditions, but the top three, Fotheringham, Smith the Tasmanian and Williams of Victoria. So 10:40.40 is the official time for Fotheringham, 10:51.80 for Smith, and Williams 11:07.21. Reed's run a personal best, so she's had a good week, winning the under-18 title and then coming back here with 11:12.61 for personal best. And Shackcloth, the Victorian, has also set a new PB at 11:26.45. So reminder, you can download the Roster Athletics app and you can see all of these results as we see them. If you've got family members, training squad partners, want to check out some previous results, want to send us a message saying we've got it wrong, personal best, I'll hand out Travis's email address shortly.
We're only human up here, Dave.
Well, I only make a mistake every 10 minutes or so, so that's my, you know, I like to set the bar low and clear it every day.
Oh, I've really enjoyed your 7 Olympic Games. I worked out.
It's crazy, really.
Career
winter. I've done 4 winters too, so
yes,
it's a bit silly.
I also went back and was just enjoying looking at your long jump results, as I mentioned yesterday. And
you must have far too much time on your hands, I have to say.
two Nigerians who beat you.
Yes, don't talk to me about it.
Still are the number 1 and 2 on the all-time Nigerian list.
Well,
so
Yusuf Ali jumped 8:39 to win. I jumped 8:20 in the first round. And there was a games record. It was Windies, 2.2. This is in Auckland, 1990. And I, 8:20 in the Commonwealth Games, first round. That's it. Rehearsing the national anthem. And Yusuf Ali charged in. There was a huge tailwind, and Gary Honey sitting next to me. And as the tent was blowing over on us, he said, if he hits the board here, you're stuffed. He hit the board and jumped 8:39. And then another Nigerian nearly beat me in the final round. Festus Igbenegini jumped 8:18. I nearly came third with 8:20 at the Commonwealth Games. I reckon I would have been unhappy about that.
Unbelievable.
Anyway, less about me, more about the steeplechaser. So we've enjoyed those two, haven't we? The under-20s in the men and the women, and 2 great young champions.
We'll let Dave cool down, and we'll be right back in just a moment to day 2 action of the 2025 Australian Open and Under-20 Championships. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to what you can see as a beautiful day here in Western Australia, Perth. The action on day 2 brought to you by Chemist Warehouse and the Western Australian Government. walking on a dream over here in the west. As we take a look around the grounds, we have pole vault action due to get underway shortly. This will take a while, this competition. Just for everyone at home, how it is working, we have 2 different heights of the bar. So it'll be combined open and under 20. The different starting heights determines where these athletes want to start. Probably one of the worst things that can happen at decathlon is a no height. Obviously, no points with a no height. So 2 different starting heights for the under 20s and the open. So we'll keep you across it as it unfolds. Just in the warm-up phase at the moment. It's going to be a long afternoon for our vaulters, Dave.
Yeah, they're going to be there for a while. You can see that still warming up at the... So 2 pits, sort of one after the other here. We were talking about this yesterday when this facility was designed. It was set up for pole vaulters, and there are pole vault pits and boxes everywhere across the Ds at both ends, and the idea was that you could jump in any conditions, which may or might not have helped all of our athletes. They've got a bit used to having a big tailwind and nothing else. There's the results of those steeplechases, with Fotheringham ahead of the Tasmanian Smith and Williams, the top 3 in the women's. Yeah, sometimes you can you just get too used to the big tailwind, and then when you go into a major stadium and there's no wind, you kind of think, well, where's my tailwind? So, but it is down the back straight, the triple jump yesterday, they had the 2 qualifying groups in a similar situation to this. So rather than next to each other with 2 pits, there are 2 pits, you know, attached down the whole straight. So one group running towards the other group, which is what we've got here with the opens back towards the finish line.
Back in the design phase, I think Paul Burgess was the lead consultant on the orientation of the runway. He just cleared 6 metres over at the old Perry Lake Stadium while this was being designed. And he said, make sure you put it right in front of the grandstand as well. I want everyone to see me as I fly over.
Well, I like that.
And that is fantastic for our spectators here in the West. They get to enjoy front row seats to the pole vault action, as you can see there. And with Curtis Marshall on show a little bit later this afternoon on his home runway, he will no doubt enjoy the competition. As we take a look at the under 20 decathlon standees coming into the second last event on their program, Lachlan Kennedy leads the way. And the Frenchman, Asher Andrews. Frenchman's been very impressive with the sprint events, hasn't he, Dave?
Well, he has 1080. He was the fastest in the 100, and then 684 in the long jump, which may have been a little flat about, given the 1080. He ran the fastest hurdles of 14:49. Ahead of Purdy, 15:02. We go down the list of long group here.
In second place, representing Tasmania in a time of 10:51.80.
Kenzie Leith is a bit further down the standings than he would have hoped. The 4th place getter from last year. And then we turn the page and we just have a look. Very interesting. Look at that. Only 59 points separating gold from bronze. Painter, who had a really good shot put. Ben Goose, the youngster, just 21 years of age, the 2022 National Junior Champion, stepping up. He's having a great competition. Christian Painter, silver medalist from the 2023 National Championships. Champion from last year, Ash Maloney, not taking part in this year's competition. But Ben Goose, the youngster from Queensland, has got himself in a pretty good position.
And Painter's a good thrower, so he had a good discus at 42.08. Second best throw there. He'll be looking forward to the javelin as well. This is always a difficult assignment for the decathletes.
Yeah, so often you see, don't you, David, no height and a crushing blow to the overall score. Often it's good to see athletes continue on with the event after a situation like that.
Well, obviously things happen, but you shouldn't see a no height in the high jump or or the pole vault and the decathlon. But you know, it does happen. Start off conservatively and work your way through. A couple of relay events about to hit the track.
Under 20, 4 by 100 metre final.
Out running for Queensland?
Just had a look at the starting lineup. No, he's
That's
got the
disappointing.
feet up. He's got the feet up. A couple of 9.99s. That'd be nice to.
I tell you what, he's a bit soft, isn't he?
You want to run last, wouldn't you?
Well, we talked about this yesterday. We enjoyed the relays last night, but I've got a question mark on their placement in the program when you've got, the under 20 200s were held earlier today. We've got this is the men's and women's under 20 relays. So we've got the senior sprints on tonight. You've got to come back and run the 200 final for those that are through to it. So it's a difficult assignment, and therefore no real surprise that we've only got 3. And I do question the placement of the relays. I know it's hard to get them together outside of that, but I'd love we've got the World Relay Championships now. We've got mixed relays at the Olympics and under 20s. We saw our women's 4x4 team get another medal at the World Indoor Championships after they had such a good run at the World under 20s last year, where they won a medal as well. And so, the relays are an important part of the field and track program, and I'd love to see if there's a way to have a national relays championship. Probably early in the season. Zatopek might be the best place for it if you can get state teams there, given that there's no, the ACT champs is a no because athletes have got individual aspirations there, and it's become a bit of a magnet for athletes early in the season to get off to a fast start. So I get that, but you'd love to see full state versus state in the 4x1, 4x4, and some mixed events at a national championships. That it deserves more than 3 teams in the final, that's for sure.
Yeah, well said, Dave.
Will I get the flick for having these controversial views, or have I got an agreement that I'm not allowed to have an opinion? Or if I don't come back tomorrow, you'll know. Anyway, I'm sure there's plenty of coaches and athletes that are watching and saying, yep, I don't disagree with that.
Well, the West Australian Relay Championships was one of the biggest events of the whole season, so it'd be great just to carry that through to a national level. Here we go, New South Wales the inside, WA in the middle, and Queensland out wide. So we're off and racing. WA just missing the start a little bit. It's allowed Queensland just to skip away. It's a good first leg from Sam Lition, and he'll change now, and he does nicely. New South Wales want to be part of the action too, and they're charging down the back straight. Western Australia with a bit of work to do in the bronze medal position, but it's the Queenslanders flying. New South Wales coming back into contention around the bend. West Australians in the bronze and looking to go through cleanly. Last change, all important. New South Wales are away and have got it. Queensland too. So we've got a head-to-head battle. It's New South Wales and Queensland. New South Wales through Michael Albuquerque going nicely. New South Wales fighting back, but Queensland too good. On the line, diving win. It's Queensland, New South Wales, WA.
Well, and that's why we want the relays, because that was a cracking race. So it was tremendous. Great run from the Queenslanders. Got off to a fantastic start. Sam Lydian on the opening leg, he burst from the blocks. But the 2 New South Wales runners in second and third, Ben Kelly and Brodie Folkes, put them back in the mix, and they changed the baton with the last change to come pretty even. Folke's not sure whether he's got up or not, but he got up off the ground after a spectacular dive. He definitely got there first. But that's why we want to see them. And you see the athletes in their state vests. It's an entertaining race. Queensland get the win.
New South Wales, Western Australia will take home a bronze. They've had a clean run through, which they'll be happy about to secure that bronze medal. We saw the West Australian men win the gold last night in the 4x100, which was a very exciting moment for Kyle Ennis, the self-declared captain of the team. So a nice run there from Michael Albuquerque, who anchors the team home for the under 20 gold, and it's all smiles for the Queenslanders. We're pretty happy with their work. New South Wales, well, they fought back nicely, as you said there, Dave. Second and third legs were fantastic. They'll come back and regroup for next year, no doubt, New South Welshmen. So still just warming up here with the pole vaulters before we get it underway underway on our next track event. 30 degrees, and Dave was right actually. The sea breeze has now just started to come in. We can see the windsocks are pointing down behind the main straight here, so a little bit of a tailwind now, so the pole vaulters will be jumping into that slight headwind.
It's taken them a while to get organised, hasn't it? It was due to start at 12:40, but with the big fields in both of them and giving them the right time to make sure they warm up, which of course is crucial in the pole vault. You've got to make sure that everyone gets the opportunity to at least have a couple of run-ups as we look at the under-20 pentathlon. So this is after the long jump as they go into the javelin, or is it after the javelin? Anyway, it's Croker ahead of Wing and Williams.
So this is actually leading into the jav, Dave, yeah. So we have 2 events remaining, and Layla Crocker leads the way. She's got a little bit for now, 300 points. Isabella Wing, who finished 2nd overall in the long jump. In silver, Monique Williams, the Queenslander, only 32 points behind in 2 events remaining. So she too right up in the chance for a big medal here. We saw it in the under-17 women's heptathlon in the juniors. A change in the leaderboard going in following the last event. The medals weren't decided until the 800 metres, so it's not over until it's over in this heptathlon final. So athletes just warming up on screen there, getting ready for their javelin throw in the under-20 women's heptathlon. Athletes and heptathletes will round out both of their competitions this evening with an 800 and 1500 metres respectively. Heptathlon, talking to Kylie Wheeler, who number 2, 3, I think 3 on the all-time list in the heptathlon. She used to always talk about the high jump and the javelin being the 2 events where the event can be won or lost. Big points with the high jump, small increments, so a big lift can take you up and over. She was very good in both those faculties, and it did lead her to number 3 on that all-time list, Dave.
Yeah, behind Ernestine Kearns and of course Jane Fleming, the Australian record holder, Jane Jamison. Tori West is 6.245, so never said it got us last year. She chased the spot in the Olympic Games all around the globe. She's having a good day, so she won the javelin with 47.19, and that's a good throw from Tori West. So just have a look to see what, so 47.36 in her PB heptathlon score, so just short of that. So she's tracking well at 5.281 ahead of the 800 still to come. So she's leading ahead of Amelia Search and then Mia Skerry, whose javelin was a little down today, 30.42 to Skerry. So she that'll keep her in 3rd spot. So she's capable of a little more than that, mid-30s in the javelin. So it's still West ahead of Search and Skerry. So they've completed their 6th event and just have the 800 to go. Women under 20 4x1 on the track.
Western Australia will run from lane 2. New South Wales in 3. Victoria 4, and Queensland will round out this field in 5. Out for Evelyn John Jimmy, running number 2 for the West Australians, had a terrific under 20 final, snuck in for a national medal, bronze. I think we might need another Dave Colbert inquiry though on roster. There's a Canadian listed in the New South Wales team, Dave.
Oh, that's controversial. We'll put that down as a mistake. Or maybe they've just drafted somebody in so that they've had to walk around the warm-up track with a megaphone saying, anyone want to run? What was that competition, the team competition where their shot put around the hurdles? European Championships team competition, I think, went viral.
So away we go, Western Australia in lane 2, then it's New South Wales, Victoria, and Queensland. Not much separating the teams early, if anything, perhaps just the Victorians with a slight edge. They will change first, but the New South Wales team are right in, and Team Western Australia through John Jimmy are back up in the hunt for a medal. So second change is fast. New South Wales were a bit slow away. Western Australia have been able to catch up. Victoria, Queensland, not out of the medals yet, but New South Wales making some nice ground through Jacinta Lamprette. They'll be first away into the final change. It's New South Wales leading. Team Victoria trying to battle on. Western Australia also up in the medals, but Queensland charging into silver. But New South Wales will win gold. Queensland the silver, Victoria the bronze, and Western Australia will finish fourth. So back-to-back victories in our under 24 by 100 metre relays for the New South Wales teams.
Another good run too. Good changes. Can't imagine they've had that much time to practice, but they got them right. And again, it's one of the things I love about the relays. Most of the young athletes have come up through their school system, and there's a lot of relays clubs as well. You mentioned that Western Australian Club Relay Championships, and a lot of states, the relays are still really strong. New South Wales have a great state relay championships. The Sydney University Athletics Club love it. Really strongly supported. Victoria not as strong as it used to be in the state club relay championships, but I think it's a really important part. New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria.
Yeah,
that's where we saw Kathy Freeman for the first time run a 400 at Olympic Park, and it was in the state championships. She was running for Ringwood, and she got the baton about 50 metres behind some poor predator that was out in the prey was out in front, and Freeman was the predator, and we watched it. She went down the back straight, and Catherine's gone out a bit hard here. She might, this might be, you know, she was a sprinter, 100 and 200 metre runner. Anyway, she did not slow down. She caught the prey by the 200 metre mark, and she kept on going and going and going. And we sat there and thought, I don't think Catherine is a 100 and 200 metre runner any longer. So that's what happens when you run a relay.
We got used to that in her career, didn't we, Dave? One of the great pieces of footage, her at the Stall Gift, where she was the back mark. And in terms of hunting down competitors, I think she gave about 50 metres to the furthest runner and was able just to storm over the top.
In the mud too, yep.
In the mud. An amazing run. She was just so good at chasing people down.
She loved to run, and that, you know, that she won twice at Stall in the 400. And one of those was in the Olympic year in 1996 on the way to Atlanta, so didn't bother her. Of course, next week, Central Park, we'll assemble there. Gout and Kennedy, Rizzo. Mia Gross is running the 400. Got a luxury mark of 8 metres. Can't believe her luck. So we're looking forward to all of that.
It's an exciting time in Australian athletics. Hope you are enjoying day 2 action. It's great to have your company. We'll be back in just a moment.
need to raise the bar,
Then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that.
we need to carry the weight of expectation,
Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Welcome back to the Chemist Warehouse Australian Open and Under-20 Athletics Championships. Glorious day as we look across the infield here at the WA Athletics Stadium. Sensational weather for our athletes to enjoy. Some good competition. So we've got two starting heights here, Dave, in the pole vault. We have 3 metres 20 at the far end, well, closest to the finish line, is the starting height for our pole vaulters.
That'll be the Darwin end, so 2:30. So Brandon Stark's about to come in, I reckon, at 2:30. This is the under-20. I love this in the pole vault. In the under-20s, you can see the techniques here are not out of the textbook, but it got the job done. And that's what mattered.
West Australian in the Canning District's colours. He's happy with himself too.
I would be too. He's got a clearance, and you talked about the no height. It's a difficult technical event, and you come in off the short run. You don't worry about Mondo Duplantis style pole vaulting. You just worry about what you can do, and that's a clearance. So you fight on, and the bar goes up to Mutaz Bashim's about to come in at 240.
Put your pole away. Here's our New Zealander, who's been pretty competitive throughout the last couple of days. He's at the 3 metres 20 starting height end, and didn't quite get the takeoff. We saw a broken pole in the under-18 decathlon a few days ago.
So I just looked at the start list here. Luke DeLewis, who we just saw, the Western Australian, he's in the open. So they've got a mix here. So the under-20s, and depending on what height you want to start at, what height you think you're going to jump at, you could have chosen either of those pools. So there's a bit of a mixture between the under-20s and the opens in those two pools there in the decathlon pole vault.
So competitors warming up for our next event on the track, the Para Under-20 200-metre final. So, a couple of athletes to look out for here in lane 3. Sam Lefebvre, who was the Under-20 gold medalist last year in Adelaide. Stopped the clock at 30.78 seconds. Young Samuel. So he'll go from lane 3. Maximus Papakonstantinou has been really good coming through the age groups. His first attempt at the under-20 age. Lane 6 as well. Queenslander Hayden White, bronze medalist from the 400 metres yesterday. He'll run in lane 6. Daniel O'Regan on his outside. Lachlan Woodfull in lane 8. Right of screen there is Papakonstantinou.
Then from New South Wales in lane number 5 is Maximus
Lefebvre in lane 3, second from the right, and then Dylan Morloy. He will run from lane 2 in the New South Wales colours. So mixed classification here. We've got a couple of T37 athletes and O'Regan T21 with the T36 in lane 8. Also with Dylan Malloy, T36 in lane number 2. So we're just about set here for the Para Under-20 200 metres. As we've mentioned throughout these championships, the times will be calculated as a percentage according to the rules of para athletics, and that highest percentage will be awarded the gold medal. And we're away from the inside. It's Malloy, Lafouve, Papakostantinu, Kellett, White, O'Regan and Woodfull. So the Queenslanders have started really nicely on the outside. And Hayden White, who was very impressive in the 400 metres. So White leads the way. Kellett trying to come out after him. And from New South Wales, Papakostantinu having a good run. But here's Hayden White. He's the first across the line with Kane Kellett second across the line. Papakostantinu, Lefebvre, Malloy, Woodfull and O'Regan rounding out the para under 20 200 metre final. But for Hayden White, bronze medalist in the 400 metres yesterday, he's started really nicely here and he'll be right up when the medals are decided for this 200 metres.
Yeah, good running from all of them. A little bit like the multi-events where you just got to concentrate on your own situation, your own lane, your own time, because the classification works out on percentage of the world record. So the wind has reappeared, plus 2.1. So 26.11 winning time for Hayden White ahead of Kellett, 26.98, and then Papakostantinu, 27.96 are the top three.
And Dave, I'm looking forward to this competition we can see warming up. That's the under 20 women's triple jump competition. They're due to get underway very shortly. It's going to be a really interesting competition. Isabel Lewis-and-Rowe in action there. Fayella Idris also has been good this year. Zoe Chester, some big performers. You see Lewis-and-Rowe just starting to prepare for her triple jump. I haven't seen her in the triple jump for a while. From my records, it looked like it had been 12 months or so, so I'm interested to see how she fares here.
Well, she concentrated on the high jump at the World Under 20 Championships last year. Successfully too.
Second attempt, 3 metres 20 for our New Zealand visitor, and that's a good clearance too. Up and over for Bowen. It's a nice attempt. Bit of daylight too between him and the bar. He's not happy with his pole though. The head's popped off.
The bung. That's a setback. Difficult to jump without them.
At least he's not boating. The last thing you want is your bung to fall out when you're boating day.
Well, almost as problematic as if it happens in the pole vault.
Here are the standings in the under 20 heptathlon. They're into the javelin now. And this is good from Croker. Continues to impress here at these championships. She leads the way in the javelin throw now too. So a really good showing. Here's Phillips from New South Wales.
Then in line number 4 from Victoria is Tom Roach. In line number 5 from Western Australia is Deacon Ayres. In line number 6 from
And then
Victoria
in the background you'll see our next event preparing on the track, the Para Under 20 final number B.
And from New South Wales in line number 8 is Zach Harding. It's the second
So Jordan
time
Rudd
for the under 20 men
running from
para
lane 6,
200 metres.
the 400 metre gold medalist from yesterday. And he's inside. Mr. PB's his very self. Deacon Ayres. He obtained that name because he had 3 years of personal best every time he stepped onto the track. He's about to go down the West Australian. You can see him there, centre of picture, just going down into his blocks. T37 competitor. Beckwith, Roach, Ayres, Rudd, Bailey and Harding. So we're away and racing in the second of the under 20 paras, and starting really fast is Jordan Rudd. We saw him in the 400 metres yesterday, finished beautifully, and he's kicked off his campaign in the 2 here really nicely. The South Australian in Bailey having a nice run, and on the inside Beckwith in the T12 classification is charging down this home straight. But look at our leader, Jordan Rudd from Victoria, first across the line. He does nicely. Beckwith in second. And then it is Bailey, Mr. PB, him very self, Deacon Ayres, next across the line. And then finishing off well is Zach Harding. And coming down is the Victorian, Tommy Roach. Tom Roach completes his 200 metres and he celebrates. Why wouldn't you? Fantastic running from Tom Roach of Victoria. That is the para under 20 200 metre final beat. We'll complete the calculations, but for the 400 metre champ, first across the line as well in the 200. He's had a good couple of days.
Good run. So the winning time for Hayden White in the first heat was 26.11. It had the wind of plus 2.1. That one was a 1.0. So just wait for the official time for Jordan Rudd, which is now slotted in at 24.88, so a personal best.
How about Mr. PBs?
Well, Beckrig's a personal best also. Darcy from South Australia, he was on the inside 25.42. Mr. PB has once again set a new personal best, 28.47. That's poor Deacon. You have set him up for a lifetime of aspiration, that's for sure.
What do we call him when he doesn't get a PB
Well,
day?
a disappointment.
He's
got a great record, that's for sure. Every time you've said it so far, he has done it. He's done it again. And there's the final results as well. So Furve Queensland gets it. It's the closest to the world record in his category, the T21, ahead of White and Rudd. So they'll be the three that stand on the podium here at the national titles.
So Sam's gone back-to-back with the 200 metre gold in the under-20s. He won it in Adelaide last year as well. So he's a name to look out for. Very impressive young Sam. And once again, he will claim the gold medal at a national championship. Great achievement. Well done to Sam and all his team. To the pole vault, 3 metres 30, the height of the bar. That's the South Australian Whitwell. About to have his first look at 3:30. Left-handed option, and he's clear. That is a nice jump from the South Australian. Confidence booster, first time of asking. You'll be able to sit back and watch the rest of the competition unfold. And Dave Colbert, Travis Jenkins will just do the same. We're going to have a short little break. We'll be back with plenty more in just a moment.
Talking to myself, will I see again? Is it real? Would you become walking on a dream?
Some beautiful pictures there from the centre of town here in Perth, Western Australia, as pole vault action continues. 3 metres 40, the height of the bar for Western. And Dave, I was talking to Mitch Dyer earlier, one of our commentators here at these championships, and he said he's almost afraid to go to bed at night. He doesn't want to go to sleep because when he wakes up in the morning, he's got 150 messages about what athletes are achieving around the world somewhere. And once again, overnight, we've seen the great Matt Denny perform in the discus.
Unbelievable performance. It's in that throwdown in Oklahoma where he broke the Australian record last week, and then he's turned up again today and thrown an enormous 74.25, just 10 centimetres off the world record. So they go to this particular, looks like a cow paddock in Oklahoma, and the Ramona, and the this time 74.25. His series was incredible. So he's now just 10 centimetres off the world record, which Miklos Alekna set there last year at 74.35, and he's now number 2 all time. So Jürgen Schultz just behind him, the big German, and Virgilius Alekna. 2 Aleknas in the top 4. It's a bit greedy from the family. 73.88. Gerd Kanter, the Estonian, and then Denny's other throw of 72.07 sits in that top 5 all time. But if you looked at his series as well, it's just extraordinary what he was able to achieve there. Opened up with a 71.03, then 73.46, that was a new Australian record, then 74.25, and then 72.93, 71.14 and 73.56. So all 6 throws over 70 metres, and that number 2 throw all time, and just 10 centimetres. Over 74 metres, 10 centimetres. It's a lot crazy.
And apparently, statistically, the average of all throws was the best series ever.
Yep.
By a discus thrower. So an amazing performance. And it's not all over yet either, Dave. That's only the warm-up. There's still another day of competition tomorrow. So they just keep throwing. It's a long competition. It's over a long
what
time.
they do is they just set up competition after competition after competition and wait for the wind to blow. So it's I think they camp there, and they I did see a celebratory can in the hand of the big man with his coach Dale Stevenson. So I think they sleep there, and then someone blows a whistle. It's like being in the army. They blow a whistle, the wind is going, and they all have to report to the throwing circle with clean shoes and ironed uniforms.
Unbelievable. Straight out of the sleeping bag and into the circle.
That's it. Correct. There's someone's appointed the night watchman, and the wind is up, so up you get.
Oh, what a competition, though, for Denny. He captured our imaginations last year at the National Championships in Adelaide. The great man, where he set his Australian record as well there.
He's had an incredible record of improving his personal best as he edged towards Ben Harradine, it was, who held the Australian record. But his performances in championships, he had a series of 4th. He won the Diamond League. He got on the podium in Paris, obviously. Was right in the mix for leading the big upset with the Jamaican winning the gold medal. No one saw that coming over Alekna and co. But then won the Diamond League final again. Season's best opener in Adelaide, and then improved in Melbourne. And he's it's what it does is, and I'm big on this, if you set the bar low, you'll clear it every day. If you just you don't congratulate fish for swimming. You congratulate people. That's Nina Kennedy is not able to compete here. She's another good example. She's trying to jump 5 metres and beyond and break the world record. Matt Denny said, "I want to break the world record." So he didn't say, "I want to throw 70 metres." He didn't want to say, "I want to throw, be in the top 10 all time." He wanted to break the world record. Now he's fallen short by 10 centimetres, and it's extraordinary that he's been able to add, almost 6 metres to his personal best. In the space of 2 competitions, he's added 4 metres to what he's done previously, but he set the bar high, and he said that's what I'm going to try and achieve.
Ready to go,
and that sort of approach is infectious. So it's a good lesson. If you want to stroll through life being gloriously successful, set the bar low, and you'll clear it every time. And you can go to bed at night saying you were a success, but have you actually achieved anything, Travis?
Well said, Dave. Go camping too.
in Throwtown, USA, where there's a handy little tasty discus circle. That's the lesson in life.
That's the lesson. Staying true to yourself and close to nature.
There is a downside to that, of course, and as we look at our women's para under-20 final, and Taya Blacksmith is back. She has a busy day yesterday, the long jump and then the 400 straight after each other for our Paralympic finalists. There is a downside to setting the bar high, that sometimes you go through life always being disappointed. So that's the downside.
True.
And I can tell you from experience that that's what's happening.
Great to have Dave Colbert's insights into athletics.
I'm not sure
and
they're
life.
insights. I'm not sure they're insights, but anyway.
So we're on to our next event, the Para Under-20 final. There will be just one final. Leah Blacksmith running in lane 3. Personal best 25.64. Just so impressive. The Paralympics over the 400 metres, setting the Australian record. And away we go, and Blacksmith has absolutely bounced out of the blocks. She's flying in the early stages, also going nicely. Alice Smillie, Kira Wright having a good run as well. But for Talea Blacksmith, she'll turn for home and has opened up a nice little lead. The West Australian, Maddie Kent, also having a good run. But for Blacksmith, she is away and striding strongly. She'll be looking to stop the clock. 25.64, her lifetime best, just outside it today. She achieves line honours. Well done, Alexis Bruce coming through, Abby Pete, as well as Kira Wright. And our wheelers flying down the home straight, Coco Espy, who finished with the bronze medal in the 400s, and Maddie Kent, a West Australian who loves her track and field, and she is wheeling nicely once again to cross the line in the 200 metres para under-20 final.
Was another good run from Talea Blacksmith. I love her technique and how relaxed she is. She's powerful. And Coach Jacinta Doyle's done a good job in continuing to refine that. She was a little raw as she burst onto the scene. She's still just 17 years of age, so last year in Paris she was a youngster. But there's been some improvement in her technique and the way she maintains her form to the line. We saw that yesterday in the 400. We've got some big things ahead for Talea Blacksmith. We talked about it yesterday that she had those qualifiers for the 400 for the Para World Championships in Delhi later in the year. 200 is not a World Para Athletics event, the World Championships in this category, the T20, so she'll have to focus on either 100 or the 400, but it's a good hit out, 26.18 ahead of Wright and Pete, and not only does she get the win in terms of first across the line, but she gets the gold on the baseline system at 95.53% of the world record, and that is a win that we want to see. Can we lock that in?
2.0. We'll get onto the Bureau of Meteorology for you, Dave.
That's it. We need to set the ceiling. That's as high as it can go.
They heard there was an inquiry from you yesterday.
Yeah.
With them.
I've written to the Premier. He said he was going to investigate this morning on radio, so I'm pleased about that.
A great lover of athletics is Roger Cook, the West Australian Premier, of course the proud sponsors of the championships here, not only for the juniors but also for the Open.
It's a good point that the government support around the country in various places, but the Western Australian government got behind the reintroduction of the Perth Track Classic this year. I think it's a really important stake in the ground in the lead up to 2032. It can be an important entry point for countries, training, etc. There's a lot of, it's an easy place to get to, Perth, from a lot of parts of the world. They can come in here and compete and train in fantastic training facilities, great beach, easy to get around. And Perth, Western Australian government have seen that, and not only supporting having the championships here, that was a few years ago, but this year to get the Perth Track Classic back on the schedule has been a huge win for Australian athletics, and I think we'll see that continue to grow. We saw the fast times and good performances here this year, and more athletes will want to come, particularly if it can rise up from it's a silver meet at the moment. It's good ranking points, but more of those events that can be held benefit not only our athletes but overseas athletes as well. So 3 cheers to the Western Australian government for supporting that event and this one.
The numbers were good too, Dave. Perth Track Classic, it was over 2,500 people were here in attendance, and for the athletics community here who have been starved of the big performers, it was really nice just to see them get behind the event.
So that's good, but I'm going to give you the example here of set the bar high.
Yes.
There should be 5,000 people coming to these meets.
Absolutely.
With the quality that you've got, because it's not just athletics fans now, it's sports fans, and we've seen that with Gout in Melbourne, but it's hard to go from not many to 2,500 to 5,000 to 10,000, but you know, I used to come to Perth, the old Perry Lakes, and they had that the Bicentenary Classic. Ben Johnson ran the 100, and there would have been 10,000 people at Perry Lake Stadium. So, you know, there's sports fans here in Western Australia like their sport, and they will come. You've got to have the right athletes, but it's a really good start. But I wouldn't be satisfied with 2.5. I'd want 5 or 7.5, and we've got beautiful banks of grass here, and it should be full when our best athletes come. And good start, but room to improve. Set the bar high, Travis.
Well, that was
Set the bar high.
Absolutely. My first introduction was seeing Linford Christie and Colin Jackson at the old Perry Lake Stadium. A few years after that, we had a huge crowd down at Perry Lakes that day. That was my first taste of.
But it takes a little while to, you know, it's hard to go from 0 to 100 kilometres an hour in one hit. And the Murray Plant meet in Melbourne has shown that, where it's gone from, as we. You know, pole vault has continued in the decathlon, 350, it's the height of the bar here. The first year of that event, there were less than 700 ticket sales the previous year, and it went to 6,000 and then 6,500, and this year with the Gout effect, it was a sellout of 10,000. And you know, next year they'll have to work out how they can squeeze 15,000 in, and that's a good problem to have.
Back to the action, we have a really interesting competition, the under-20 women's triple jump final. And Lily Hicks, with her first attempt about to go. Zoe Hooker leads the way.
11.96 is the best jump we've seen so far. It's good technique from Hicks. So given that we saw some tailwinds in the straight in the 200s then, our triple jumpers, because they've set that up a little earlier, have been going into the wind here. So what did Hooker? Minus 1.1 and minus 0.4. So that's a little upsetting for me as a jumper. Beautiful day, nice tailwind going in the wrong direction. Hopefully that wind just settles down a fraction for our youngsters here. I know it's not an easy thing to change, but I'd prefer the competition to be delayed 15 minutes and change ends if the wind looks like it's made a change.
Be like cricket. You just move the during the competition. Has it ever moved during a competition? Have you ever seen that?
No, never. Well, unless there's a malfunction, but not that I can recall. But you know, you kind of set up. We've got our you know, a lot of events on throughout the day. Difficult to change the direction of the bags and the pole vault, but kind of think you set up and make the decision as late as possible, because these young athletes have come here and watched every other athlete have a huge tailwind in most events. Hasn't always been the case in the sprints here. It's been a little fluky, hasn't it? It was headwinds this morning. Fortunately, it's not a 2-metre headwind. It's a little less than that. That jump of Hicks was 11.34, so season's best for her, minus 0.9.
So early stages into round 1 of the under-20 women's triple jump. Isabel Lewiston-Rowe still yet to get her campaign underway. There is plenty more happening here from the WA Athletics Stadium. It's great to have your company on a beautiful Friday afternoon. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. Great to have your company here. We're truly underway this afternoon. Some terrific action we've just seen from the Para 200s, and it's the field for the javelin throwers now on screen. This is our heptathlon javelin,
and in first place,
under 20s
26.18,
really nicely. That must be a good
That's
throw.
a good throw.
Blacksmith. Congratulations to our medalists in women's under 20 para 200 metre
Into the
championship.
final round of javelin action.
It's a difficult event for the heptathletes. The shot put and the javelin, the two throwing events for the women are really hard to, difficult to be everything to everyone. But technically, strength-wise, and this one is you often see the heptathletes and the javelin come off from very short run-ups.
This is Isabella Wing, Dave. She's had a good competition throughout in the medals at the moment.
So almost there, just collapsed on release. Arm was outstretched. You want to block that front foot and use all the power from the legs. A little bit like the discus with the planting that front foot down, but more so in the javelins when the boots have got the spikes at the front and the bottom. You stick that front foot in the ground and then leverage across that, drag the arm through. Looks like it was the last throw of the competition.
Yeah, they've finished up now. Yeah.
So what are we up? Have we got an update?
Yeah, so we do. And our leader continues to extend her lead. Layla Crocker, 41-31. She took out the javelin throw, so she extends her lead. She moves to 4,712. Isabella Wing, who we just saw, she will remain in silver by 11 points. So finishing fourth in the javelin. Monique Williams, who's just behind her, finished third. There you can see 35.91. That slight variation has meant that there's a bit of a change. Monique, well, she's hanging on to it by 11 points, Isabella Wing. Monique Williams, bronze at the moment.
It's good throwing, 41-31. So they'll have the 800 still to come. Didn't see the women open. They started their javelin before we came on air, but Tori West threw over 40 metres, so she's leading ahead of Amelia Search and Mia Skerry, who was fourth in the World Under 20 Championships in Lima. This man's in the right spot, Weston from Australia. Hope he's not from New Zealand, is he?
He's having a second look at 3 metres 50.
Fraser Weston is from South Australia.
South Australia.
Yep. So he's cleared 340, which is a personal best, and now it's 360. So he's having a good day. Some of the leading chances won't come in for a while here in the men's open. Joel Templin, Benjamin Goose and Christian Painter. Painter leading the competition. Led overnight, dropped down the standings after the hurdles. Not his best event for the big man from Victoria. Evergreen. Of course, our three top guys, Ash Maloney, Cedric Dubler, who's had, both of those guys have had injury problems, and decathlon Dan Galubovic not competing. Back to the triple jump. Lewis and Rowe has opened up with a 12.33, and this is the talking about the wind, minus 1.8. That starts to get a bit severe, doesn't it? Tushana Sri Nathalayan on the runway. This is her second attempt after a foul in the first round. So it's Lewis and Rowe who leads 12.33 from Zoe Chester at 12.05, and then Zoe Hooker at 11.96. They're the top three in the women's under 20 triple jump. Yeah, look, I know it's hard. I feel like I'm the union rep for the long triple jump and high pole vaulters, but it's the national championship, and you can see that pit at the other end where the wind is going, and it's got a cover on it. So rake it, open the board up, move the trestle table, and get on with it, rather than jumping into a 1.8. Particularly when you know that the wind is, it's just that tricky time of day, isn't it? When we arrived, it was going that way. There was another field event that was on, the heptathlons were going that way. to set up the pole vault, that's a lot harder to move. So I'm not suggesting that we move that one, but hopefully here the wind has dropped right down for Hooker. Zoe Hooker, who's currently in 3rd spot.
Daughter of the Australian record holder, Mel Dennis.
Yeah.
Watching on.
14 metres, 14.
04. 14.04. No doubt be pretty keen to see how Zoe, the West Australian champ, watches on. Started well, Dave. Currently sitting in bronze with 11.96. That's a nice start.
Well, the women's triple jump's another event where the Australian athletics are searching for talented athletes. It's a really difficult event, technically and physically, for young girls in particular. It's not that easy for young boys, but it's Stacey Tareema's doing a good job up in Queensland with the group. Andrew Murphy as well, New South Wales. Obviously the Western Australians have got a couple as well, so it's not an easy event. You can see the difference between the big hop, little step and big jump. Measuring out you look at Miller Rojas, wasn't able to defend her Olympic title after doing her Achilles tendon, but the way that the best triple jumpers are able to maintain their speed through the 3 phases and even out each one of them is most impressive indeed, not easy.
Now, Dave, I'm looking forward to this event. It's a big race, the Open 1500 metre final. Some great stories on the line here. So many athletes searching for that World Para Athletics qualification standing. Angus Hicksman is here. He has 6 qualifying times to his name. He's got not too much to worry about. Reece Langdon.
It's the Open Men's 1500 metre para final.
Competing here. With number 30, Angus Hicksman as well. Hip 12, Sam Harding from the ACT. He's enjoying his athletics. He's here just for a bit of a casual Friday afternoon run. And we're underway in the Para 1500 metre final. So many terrific stories here to talk you through. Some fantastic athletes on display here at the WA Athletics Stadium. It's going to be William Short, who starts off strongly. Daniel Malone wearing hip number 9 from Victoria. And then we have Sam Harding from the ACT, who's decided to move straight to the front. Sam Harding, it's his season opener today, and he's kicked things off nicely here at the start.
Because we had Reece Langdon yesterday setting a world record in the T38 1500 rate in the able-bodied race, 3:46.83. And the man to watch here will be Angus Hicksman, who's gone to the front here. And I love the fact that he's wearing the sponsored kit that the internationals are wearing for Nike. Joined their stable before the Paralympic Games. Great to see that for the 19-year-old from South Australia, now based in the ACTs, moved up there and training with Philo Saunders.
Dan Malone as well, wearing hip number 9 from Victoria. Looking to go under 4 minutes for the first time, you would hope. He has 4 qualifiers to his name for the World Para-Athletics Championship, so he's been in terrific shape, has Dan Malone, the Victorian. As we take a good look at the field, already a bit of space there, but the pace is on early.
Well, he's a bold runner. That's the way he likes to do it. And he burst onto the scene last year and had a great 2024 season. Went to the Paralympic Games, just missed a medal, finished in 4th spot. In the T38 category. Bronze medalist at the World Championships, Paras, over the 1500 in 2023. So continuing to improve, but he's got that distance running Kenyan style situation where you go to the front and you improve your position from there, as he should with his pedigree and times.
So down the back straight, our leaders run. Angus Hicksman leading the way. Lifetime best 3:49.10.
Malone's doing a good job here to go with him. Victorian. It's his personal best, so he's
4:01.
4:01,
so
yeah.
he'll be looking to get under 4 for that first time.
Well, he's setting it up well. He's got a great pacemaker in front of him if that's the case, if he's looking for a sub 4 minute time for the first time in his career, because he knows that Hinksman can do that and do that comfortably.
The national record for him is 3 minutes 56, set by Paul Mitchell, so he'll be looking to try and chase that down here. It's just ticking on to 2:56 now. So with a lap remaining, he's looking comfortable, isn't he, our leader, Angus Hinksman, such a beautiful, efficient runner. Malone in second. Then we have Ben Epplestein, who's moved up nicely. And then running his season opener, Sam Harding, has put his foot down too. The runners keep coming behind him. Lawrence Todd, who we saw really impressive in the 400 metres, is backing up today. Won gold in the 400 yesterday. He's wearing hip number 10. But there's our leader, Angus Hinksman. Continues to impress on the national stage. As you mentioned, Dave, that fourth at the Paralympics, so impressive. 3:49, his best. He's going to turn into the home straight here in WA. His coach, no doubt, pretty happy with how this has turned out for him. He's able to control the race early and he'll accelerate. He'll be first down to the line here, Angus Hinksman. He's done it in style and he stops the clock in about 4:04. Dan Malone, T20 from Victoria. Tight for third across the line. Will Short having a nice little battle with Sam Harding. Then next to come Lawrence Todd, Ben Epplestein, Kyle Bradley McIntosh from New South Wales, and then it was Asher Miller. Hip number 8, Aaron Houston, well done. He gets the job done with Leopold Reeve from Victoria, with a few athletes still just making their way around.
A lot of races within races there, so Hinksman went to the front at the start and he was well in command and did a great job. Malone was chasing that sub 4 minutes and just the pace was a little fierce. He did the right thing though. I think he laid it all on the line and followed Hinksman around, but did get tired. Jack Conroy from New South Wales coming down to the line. Will Short did a fantastic job to get up to third. He was a long way back at the bell. Made his move past the discus cage as they went down the back straight, but he made up a lot of ground to get up into third place across the line, and of course we'll wait for the calculations based on the percentages to determine the medalists. A couple of different categories here, T13, the T38s, the T20s.
Yeah, William Short's been really impressive, Dave. He'll be eligible to represent Australia in Delhi 25, Australian under 20 record holder. Continues to improve his lifetime best, which is terrific to see the young Victorian. Mikhail Susan, his coach.
So we're up to 360 in the decathlon pole vault on first attempts. Zoe Chester, second attempt in the women's under 20 triple jump. Got a new leader here, Rafalia Idris, 12:45 in round 2. Isabel Lewis-Monroe hasn't had her second attempt yet, so that is still to come. Chester in third. Hooker is currently in fourth place as we confirm those results from the 1500.
So confirmation, Angus Hinksman, gold medalist at the National Championships. Daniel Malone, we saw how impressive he was in that third lap to stick with Angus Hinksman. And William Short continues his run of good form. He will finish with a bronze medal, calculation of 90.91% over the page. Raina Keane, 70.8% for Raina of Western Australia. It's the men's Para Open 1500 metre final as we head back to the under 20 women's triple jump.
Emily Hatton from the Northern Territory. Emily started off with a foul. No surprise, she had a plus 1.6, so she found one of the few tailwinds that we've had here. follow all of this on Roster Athletics. I think we've got specific words here, but I'll just make it up if that's okay. You've thrown the bit of paper away. So I use this thing all the time. It's been the greatest invention if you're a field fan, because the live results come straight in from the event site. Certainly makes it easy for us. And on my screen here, I've got multiple tabs open. I watch the track events. You sit on the field here and it updates as they go. And so you download the Roster Athletics app from your app store, whether it's on Google or Apple, and then you select the Australian Championships, filter the day for today, and away you go. Pretty easy to use. And you'll see the women's triple jump being led now by Zoe Chester with the 12:48 that we just saw ahead of Idris of New South Wales, 12:45. And then Lewis and Rowe, who here she comes. I was about to say she can't be too far away. She's the final jumper in the order of the world under-20 high jump silver medalist. Very talented athlete. And she won't like the fact that she's in third spot here. So 12:33 is what she jumped, 12:48. Might have been a bit close to the front of the board from a long way back. But the red flag. So Chester minus 1.0, Idris Best minus 1.5, and Rowe 1.8. So it's a tough assignment for the ladies in the under-20 triple jump.
We're having a little look earlier, weren't we, Dave, at the championship record for that event. Brooke Stratton with her triple jump record of 13:34. Lewis on Rowe has a personal best of 13:13. So it was coming into our calculations as we prepared for the afternoon.
When was Brooks?
So Brooke Stratton, that was in 2012 in Sydney.
So she used to do both, the long and the triple. Of course, Bushcall now, and pregnant. Husband Nathan, they're expecting their first baby later in the year. But it's hard to, it's very rare that you can be both. There's been some examples, but not many of being both in the men and women. Will Clay and Mike Connolly, good examples in the men. A couple of examples in the women, but it's hard to do both. But Brooke was a very talented young athlete. Lots of bounce, obviously. Whether she was able to be a 15 metre plus or 14 high triple jumper rather than being the national record holder in the women's long jump at over 7 metres, a different question, but it's interesting that she still holds the record. She won't mind if that gets beaten today. Got a bit to go though. What did you say it was? 13:30 something?
13:34.
Okay, yeah, well 12:48 so far. I might go down and ask them to stop after 3 rounds and change ends, then they might have a chance.
I think security would be close behind you with the Doctor of Athletics as well. He'd be telling you that's not on.
Well, I do have my famous Field and Track T-shirt on today, which everyone wants to buy one, and I've got given it, so I need to go into production with the Field and Track T-shirt, where the track's got a big line through it and is in small font, and the field's in very big font.
You've invented that, I think, Dave.
Field and Track?
You have.
I should have copyrighted it. It's actually interesting that the head of competition at World Athletics, Pierce Callahan, sent me a program from the 1900s in Ireland, and it was the Irish Field and Track Championships. So I'm not sure I invented it, but at some point someone decided that track was more important than field. David, Michael Johnson doesn't even know that the field events exist at the moment, so that's a different story.
Opportunity for a field Grand Slam. Just looking back at Jonathan Edwards' history to see if he ever did a long jump.
Yeah, good.
Not one.
Okay. Really?
Not one. So just backed up week in, week out.
It's a very difficult event.
For triple jump.
Not everyone can do it.
That's right. Yes. He's just going to waste his time.
So Hooker here, 11.96 and 11.75. Nice on the approach. Compact. Good 3 phases, and again, keeps the coming off the shorter board, so that's okay. Doesn't matter what board you take off from, whatever is the most comfortable for you. They measure it from that to the mark in the pit. But I like those 3 phases. I like the run, compact, and then maintains the speed throughout the 3 phases of the jump. So will this improve on the 11.96 from the opening round? So it's still Zoe Chester who leads the Queenslander at 12:48. Finally, Idris of New South Wales, 12:45, and Isabel Lewis and Rowe from New South Wales, 12:33. They're the top three.
Fraser Weston with a second look at 3 metres 60. And a couple of times to get over 350, but he did it nicely. Second time of asking. And he gave it plenty of contact, but it stays on. And for Fraser Weston, it's a nice clearance. He'd be pretty happy there. He connected on the way up and the way down, but it stayed on. Fraser Weston clear at 3 metres 60. Valuable points for him in the senior open pole vault heptathlon. Still quite a few athletes to enter the competition.
You can find anything in World Athletics. I've just Googled best, long triple jump combinations, and there's a website, Best Combined Jumpers. It also includes the high jump. So as you look down, Christian Olsen jumped 2:28, jumped 7:71 and 17:83 in the men's triple jump, but he wasn't the best. Eric Volder of the US, 2:11, 8:74 and 17:24. So that's just showing off. If we look at the women, Catherine Abargwan, 1:93, 6:93 and 15:31. Olga Rybakova, Russian, 1:92, 6:85 and 15:25. Lebedeva, who was one of the Russians that we won't talk about that much, denied our own Bronwyn Thompson, Milan Athens. She 180, 7:33 and 5:36. So even Heike Dreschler was a 13:94 triple jumper. Carolina Kluft, the heptathlete, 1:95, 6:97 and 14:29. So talented athletes are talented athletes, full stop, aren't they, generally? But it's a difficult combination. And if you're throwing Lewis and Rowe, she needs to do the long jump, and she'll be starting to get into that mix. She's already got the high jump, triple jump combo going strongly. There's a stat for everything in athletics, isn't there? Days of the week, days of the year, lanes.
Wind.
Yep. Well, we've discovered that Gouts now run as a 17-year-old, only the equal fastest all time, the 100 with Arian Knighton at 9:99, any conditions. Done it twice within an hour and a half.
Incredible. So second attempt at 360 for Bowen. That's a better clearance too. Well done to our visitor from New Zealand. He remains in the competition with that attempt. Purdy from Queensland.
So he's been having that big battle with Vadim Struger of France in the men's under-20 competition. Chopping and changing the lead after yesterday's competition. Purdy after a good 400. Led after the opening day. Struger struck back after the hurdles. So 3 metres 60 goes sideways, but the bar stays on. So that's a clearance for Lachlan Purdy in the men's under-20 decathlon pole vault.
We're going to clear a quick commercial break. We've got 1500 metre action for the para women not too far away. Hope you are enjoying the coverage here on 7+. We'll be back shortly at the Chemist Warehouse Australian Open and Under-20 Athletics Championships. And welcome back to W Athletics Stadium for the afternoon of field and track.
Yeah, coming along well, Travis. Keep going.
So Joshy Reeve will wear hip number 1, Lachlan Woodfull 2, Kai Davenport 3, Zachary Barwell 4, and Dominic Baker. Where's Dominic Baker not taking his place here as we get underway in the para under 20 1500 metre final, and showing plenty of early dash is Kai Davenport of Victoria. Zachary Barwell, the ACT, will settle into his running. Then Joshy Reeve competes in the T1 classification. He's the only T1 athlete here in this race. He's had a terrific season once again. He holds the under 17 national record for his classification, and perhaps has a look at the 4:18.55, which is the under 20 record that he has been setting his mind to. Young Joshy Reeve, he's currently there sitting in 3rd place. Davenport has started really strongly, the young Victorian.
Run 2:11 this season for the 800. As we go back to Lachlan Woodfull, T36, which is the coordination impairment in all 4 limbs affected. He's run 2:44 for the 800 this year, so stepping up to the 1500 here. It's long distance for the CP athletes. But these two out in front running strongly. Kai Davenport, the Victorian, out in front.
So Davenport from Victoria leads the way from Zachary Barwell, both running with T20 classification. And then Joshy Reeve from Western Australia has moved into 3rd position. And then Lachlan Woodfull continues to run really well. He's over at the 200 metre mark. As we come down with 2 laps remaining for our leader, Kai Davenport of Victoria. Zachary Barwell, Joshy Reeve just starts to move a little bit more into the race. He does this with his running, Josh Reeve. He just starts off quite pedestrian, but as he gets underway, he just feels the rhythm, and he just starts to do a little bit faster strides and accelerates at the right time. And he's just a really tough runner too, Joshy Reeve. You can see him now. He's going to get up onto the shoulder of Zachary Barwell as we head down the back straight.
So Josh is the, as you mentioned, T1 classification, which is the hearing impaired. No classifications for those athletes at the Paralympics, and that continues to be a talking point for many. But he's having a good run here. Going to be a big effort to chase down the leader, Kai Davenport, the Victorian. So they come down 4:50 to go.
So Davenport from Victoria. Good to hear the welcome sound of the bell. Joshy Reeve just grinding away behind in 2nd. We'll be looking for a big last 400 metres. Zach Barwell gets to hear the bell as well as we set off for the final lap. And doing it nicely, the young Victorian, Josh Reeve, just has his sights set on our leader, and you can see that gap just slightly narrowing between 1st and 2nd. Of course, racing against the world record time for the classification, overall mixed classification race. Joshy Reeve, T1, as Dave mentioned, with 200 metres remaining. The Victorian, he's doing enough to hold on for line honours here.
Yeah, it's been a strong race because Reeve was starting to challenge. There was a big gap, so Davenport probably wouldn't have even felt the closeness that Reeve was closing that gap, but he's run a strong last 600 here for the Victorian, and he's going to take out a strong win.
So Davenport hits the line just a tick over 4:20. Josh Reeve will be right on his personal best as well. Well done to Josh Reeve. He just got better as the race went on. Zachary Barwell from the ACT, third across the line. And Lockie Woodfull will get right behind him here in WA. This crowd is building as the afternoon progresses. Our T36 competitor continues to make his way around the WA Athletics Stadium. There he is on screen.
He must have smashed his personal best, Reeve, if the 4:46 on the start sheet is the correct time, because he crossed the line well in front of that.
I think he's been around that 4:30 a few times, and definitely 4:25, that will be in and around his best time for sure. And for Woodfull, doing a good job. He's now just gathering a little bit of momentum with the finish line in his sight. Lockie Woodfull from New South Wales on full display here as he finishes with plenty of running. Well done to Lachlan Woodfull. Always a good sign when you can finish with plenty of speed.
Well, he finished with vigour, so that was impressive. Celebrate with a cup of water.
Good service too,
yeah,
Dave.
Brilliant.
Lockie Woodfull, he'll head underneath after completing the course. It's the high fives with Zach Barwell as we will wait for the official results of the under-20 para 1500 metre final.
So the officials do a great job. I went home on the officials' bus last night, and the music it was like a nightclub. They were up and about after gout. They feel the excitement when there's some great athletics going on, and the music was playing, and they all went to bed, so they're professionals. Early start tomorrow, so thought they might have been headed to somewhere in the city just to kick on a Thursday night, but no, they all
very disciplined.
Very disciplined. Straight up to bed, back out here again this morning. All of them volunteers. Many of them have given up at least a week off their annual leave to be here, like you have, Lockie. I keep calling you Lockie, sorry, Travis. Like you have, Travis, with the juniors and the seniors here. It's extraordinary.
And probably very similar to me, our officials love athletics.
Yeah.
They've come through the ranks as probably athletes like myself, and had kids who have performed at Little Athletics and they've stayed in the sport. Couldn't do it without them, that's for sure. They do a great job. And no doubt the music will be pumping once again tonight under the leadership of Ryan Rowe, I'm sure.
He wasn't on the bus. He was still here working. He doesn't ever go home.
No. We would have had the limousine.
Yep. I doubt it.
No.
So Devonport, Reeve and Barwell, and Devonport first across the line. As they finished, not much in it though, when you look at the two different classifications there, the T20 and the TO1 for the hearing impaired, 86.54 to 85.86.
So the action keeps rolling on in day two action, and we have the para 1500 metres for women ready to rock and roll. There's a few stories here that will be interesting to talk about as we get underway. So it'll be Annabelle Coleman with hit number 1, Maddie Heddy 2, Emily Archberger hit 3, Tamsin Colley wearing hip number 4, Georgia Pounding, who is wearing hip number 5, and we can see her there move straight into second place. She's the interesting one here, Dave. She has one qualifier to her name for the World Para Athletics Championships in New Delhi, which will be taking place in September. So she has one qualifier to her name. If she runs another one today, she will then become eligible to represent her country. So that time we'll be looking out for her is 5:04.50. She has a personal best of 4:55, so definitely capable. We'll watch the young Victorian as she makes her way around. She's sitting in second at the moment, behind Annabelle Coleman, who runs in the T20 classification. She's already has 9 qualifiers to her name, so she's booked her ticket. She's the under-20 record holder, the Australian record holder as well, and has been in terrific form once again this year. She leads the way.
Well, Coleman's personal best of 4:31.54 is a serious run, so the job for Georgia Pounding is to try and maintain as close a distance as possible as she hunts down that qualifying distance of the qualifying time of 5:04.50. There's a bit of a gap in terms of their personal best, so she won't be able to stick with her, and it's a wise decision to not go and follow her fellow Victorian all the way, as we see there Coleman out in front, Pounding in second, and back to the New South Wales pair of Colley and Scott.
So our leader doing it nicely at the moment, Annabelle Coleman. She is coached by Anthony Di Castella in Victoria. Has turned 21 this year, so very new to this sort of distance, new to the sport, doing really terrific things. There's Pounding on screen, so we're watching to see if she'll be able to push for that second qualifier, 5:04.5, the time we're looking out for, as our leader, Annabelle Coleman, makes her way down the back straight with under 2 laps remaining. Then we have Belinda Scott from New South Wales, 3rd overall. Tamsin Colley from New South Wales, wearing hip number 4, just coming through with 2 laps remaining. And Emily Aikberger from Tasmania as well. And we've got Maddie Hetty, the West Australian as well, competing in the T36 classification. Maddie Hetty, a familiar face for the West Australian crowd here. She's part of the Danny Kavan training team. She's first to training, last to leave. She loves her athletics, and she's improved tremendously this season, and she continues to make her way down the home straight. Maddie Hetty, terrific runner.
Loving all your Western Australian stories and insights of their homegrown athletes here. Learning something every time, and I'm learning that Annabelle Coleman is having a great race here. The pace judgment in these sorts of events, when you're not surrounded by other athletes, is super important. So gets the bell and running strongly. That's of course why the para-athletes love, particularly in Victoria, the Milers Club type athlete events where they are surrounded by other athletes. We saw Slington yesterday, Jared Clifford regularly running against the able-bodied men. To run your own race, as Pounding hits the bell as well as Coleman goes down the back straight, but to maintain the right pace, not to go too hard too early when you're running by yourself, as they're all doing here, is no easy task, and Coleman's putting on a real display here.
Got a nice style, doesn't she, Dave? Just a little bit of pop, that little bit of bounce that you like to see in the distance running. But what I love is her head just stays lovely and still. It's a sign of great core control and a great way to just leverage off that fixed spine with the arms and legs, and her style is on full display here. She's running beautifully. Annabelle Coleman, lifetime best of 4:31. That just ticks by on the clock now, but it won't matter because she has 9 qualifiers to her name. It'll be a name that we will see at the World Para-Athletics Championships in Delhi. She will represent Australia, and she's first across the line. Terrific running from Annabelle Coleman. It's well done. And now we are on clock watch. Georgia Pounding now at the top of the straight. It's going to be around that 5-minute mark. 5:04.5 was the time we were looking for. And it's just ticked over now for Georgia. So she has 1 qualifier to her name. She'll still search for the second as she finishes off her campaign over the 1,500 metres. 3rd across the line.
It was a strong run, wasn't it? But it's hard when you're there by yourself. And we saw why Coleman had the tremendous result in Paris last year, where she set a huge personal best and finished in 4th spot. And so she'll certainly be one to watch. As coming down to the line, Belinda Scott from New South Wales will finish in 3rd place. Madison Hetty still got 1 lap to go. Emily Eichberger from Tasmania heading towards the finish line as well.
Great finish from Emily. T20 classification. Tamsin Colley also finishing off really well. She'll be right on that 6-minute mark too. May have just dipped under. As Maddie Heady with 300 metres remaining. She's worked really hard on her technique, Dave. She's just wanted to try and increase her stride length. That's been her big focus with her coaching team, Danny Kavan, and just getting that stride length a little bit longer. She was overstriding a little bit, so she had to pull it back, but she's just really, with her disability, having to work with that, and her stride length is the big focus for her. But she's got beautiful arm swing, which has really helped her keep her balance and just keep her control. And she's just got this attitude of never say die. She's always there, completing her reps, doing all the work that her coaches ask of her. She loves her track and field.
Yeah, the coordination impairment classifications, it's each athlete's completely different on how that impairment impacts them, and particularly with the fatigue in the distance races. We saw it with James Turner, and the lactic acid build-up affects different athletes in different ways. The rhythm, as you can see, the strength, the ability to, we talked about the pop off the ground that what Coleman has that we don't have here. So it's all of those little nuances that you're just trying to maximise the physical capabilities of the body that you've got, and doing a great job here as she charges down towards the line.
Yeah, you can see the speed getting up. Should be happy with under 7:35 here, Maddie. That's a good run. Well done to Madison Heady. She's gone under that 7:35 mark. She's worked really hard. Still warm conditions, about 30 degrees. But well done to Maddie Heady. And we can see the Tasmanian Emily Eichberger just come over and congratulate Madison Heady on job well done.
Quick update on the triple jump. So we're into the 4th round now. So it's still Zoe Chester who leads. This is the under 20 women's with the second round 12:48. Finally, Idris of New South Wales 12:45. Isabel Lewison-Rowe 12:33. So she had 2 fouls, minus 2.3 on her third jump for Lewison-Rowe. Zoe Hooker from WA is in 4th spot at 11:96, and then the Victorian Tashana Sri Denathalalian at 11:87. They're the top 5. So into the 4th round as we look at the results from the women's para. So Colley gets there on the percentage of world record ahead of Coleman. High though, isn't it? It's 97.36 for the T36. So that's a great run ahead of Coleman and Pounding in the same classification. They're the top 3.
97.36%. That's terrific work from Tamsin Colley. Hope you're enjoying the action this afternoon. We still have plenty more to come from the WA Athletics Stadium. It's Dave Colbert and Travis Jenkins taking you through this afternoon. We'll be back in just a moment with a lot more.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in-store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Welcome back. Beautiful sight from the commentary position. Luis on row, looking to get one on the board here. Looks better, a bit cleaner here. Wait for the official to move into position, but it looked better there, Dave.
Good jump, so she's currently in third spot in the fourth round. So Zoe Hooker was a foul in round 4 here. Very consistent jumping from the Victorian to Sasha Sri Denathanalian. 11.87, 11.83 and 11.82, her best 3 jumps. Still waiting for this distance for Isabel Lewison-Rowe. She hunts down the leaders, Falia Idris. So 12.35, so that stays, it's an improvement, 2 centimetres on the 12.33 from the opening round, but doesn't improve the position, and you can see the standings there now. And that wind minus 1.6. Pretty consistent, isn't it?
Good competition, isn't it, Dave? Tight.
So 12.48, 12.45, 12.35, and then back to Zoe Hooker at 11.96. So a bit of a gap there. The top 3 seem to be clearing away. So fourth round, and Rafaela Idris is at the top of the runway. So she opened with a foul, then 12.45. And then 12.12. So the key here is you just want a consistent wind at this point. If the wind's going to be a headwind, then you know there's no point waiting for a tailwind if it doesn't exist, but you just want it to drop enough that you can get the run up right. Flag looks pretty still. A foul. That's the challenge. If the wind drops and all of a sudden you're not pushing against it, increases the chances of the foul, of course.
Dave, I often find the long jumpers a bit cagey during their competition. So often we see round 6, big booming jump of the competition, jump of the meet. It's a bit different in triple jump, isn't it? So technical, you just every single round you have to be putting your best foot forward.
Well, you've got to be precise on the board, so that doesn't change, but you know what can change, of course, is you don't have to start in the same spot, so you can take the run up back, and it's one of the things that World Athletics have been looking at. A lot of debate about the jumps and how they're presented, how the field events are presented full stop, but how the jumps are presented. And one of the things that they found in the long and triple jump is that the cone is the feature. It's out there for, I'm guessing the percentage, but over half the time of the competition is the cone on the side of the track that's stopping people from running. And so that's why they're trialling the wider takeoff board. They've trialled only 4 rounds, having a sudden death round in the Diamond League where the last round, the top 3, determine the winners, which I don't like. So a lot of those things are being trialled. Not sure we've got the final solution just yet. I'm looking forward to this, Travis, the open 400 hurdles, men's and women's, first round heats. So first of the open championships today aside from the decathletes. So looking forward to what we're about to see here.
Thomas Hunt, the reigning national champion, to run here in lane 7. He's an imposing figure, isn't he, Dave?
Yeah.
He's wearing the red. He's got a lovely stride length. He's lowered his best this year at the Sydney Track Classic, where he performed so beautifully to take that win in 49.88. He backed up a few weeks later to run 51.4 at the New South Wales Champs, but he's been consistent, hasn't he?
He has, and I'll be interested to see how he progresses here, because there's a good opportunity. They go down the back straight. Reasonable conditions for 400 hurdles, so there is a headwind as they go down the back straight. You'd probably prefer the tailwind there because you're tired anyway by the time you come into the straight. They will have the assistance of a tailwind on the way home, but 31 degrees, track is hot. We know the Mondo surface here is fast, so Jaden Crawford on the inside, the Tasmanian, but the one to watch is Thomas Hunt. The defending champion, Chen of Chinese Taipei, was the first across the line last year, but Hunt was the first Australian, so he is the defending champion.
Angus Proudfoot also to compete here. Will be running in lane 3, the bronze medalist, 4th overall last year.
51.83, his season's best.
So we're off and racing here in the 400 metre hurdles. This will be an exciting part of the afternoon. Getting underway beautifully was Crawford, and then the bronze medalist at the Australian titles last year in Angus Proudfoot is away and racing down the back straight. How's our defending champ going? Tom Hunt is going really well. He clobbers that one as he makes his way through the field. Blake Dobay of Queensland also going nicely, but our leaders out in front are doing it well. It's Thomas Hunt leading the way from New South Wales. Just popping up on his inside now is Blake Dobay of Queensland, and Angus Proudfoot currently sits in 3rd. He's got a bit of work to do in the home straight to secure that second automatic cue. But our leader, Thomas Hunt, he looks good, doesn't he? He negotiates the last really well, and he just turns it off, and he books his place into the final. He's through, along with Dobay. Proudfoot is 3rd, followed by Kenworthy, Groen, Crawford, and Fridez and Wartsky finishing it off.
Good running there. The 400 hurdles are difficult because you can't really take your foot off the gas until you get over the final hurdle. You can cut back potentially from 15 to 17 strides, but that's a risky thing to do in the final. So you've got to go hard the whole way. I was impressed with Blake Dobay, the Queenslander, coached by Paul DeBella. He's had a good season, 51.78. According to Tarby in our stats, he hasn't been beaten this year in starts in Melbourne and Queensland. So 7 races for 7 wins. So that's the first time he's been beaten, but he's been up against the national champion, so we'll excuse that. But he was good, and Proudfoot put himself into it as well. He took off down the back straight, went very fast and got a little tired with just the first 2 automatically qualifying from the 3 heats. So that was good running there, 51.38, 51.96 and 52.85 for the first 3. I liked it.
And he absolutely clobbered hurdle 5, Thomas Hunt, as well, just as he entered the turn at the 200. So he'll be able to reassess, definitely make up a bit more time for the final. But so far, Dobay, very impressive with his second.
So through 4 rounds in the under-20 triple jump, and it's still no improvement. So Zoe Chester still leading. Queenslander ahead of Falia Idris of New South Wales and Lewis and Rowe of New South Wales. The Victorian Trinathalian. This is her 5th attempt. No changes down the order. 6th is Lily Hicks, 7th Molly Fraser, and 8th is Audrey Sutton. In fact, I don't think we've had any changes of position since the second round. Wind is just dying down a fraction. We look at the start list for Heat 2 of the Men's Open 400. Josh Hook, the man to watch here, the second fastest in Australia.
We get to enjoy watching him over here in WA. He's actually just recently moved over to Victoria, so you're seeing a lot more of him over there next year, Dave. But he's been in great form. He finished 4th in the National Championships last year. He ran 51.52. That was a PB for him at the time. He's been able to lower it to 50.34 in that Sydney Track Classic, where he finished in behind Thomas Hunt. He'll be definitely looking to push up onto the podium this year. He was a bit disappointed he missed out last year. He's on away to coach Ebony Talbot. He's worked really hard to put himself into a good position. We can see him there, second from the outside in lane 7, Joshy Hook.
So that lifetime best of 50.34, that's the big time, of course, is sub 50. Again, you're just joining us. I was talking earlier today back at the hotel with Brie Rizzo about what do you do? Do you come out and run flat out in the good conditions? And she wants to be the national champion, hasn't got the title yet, but if the conditions are tasty this afternoon for the heats of the women's 100 and men's 100, do you go like Gout did yesterday, or at least for 40, and then 60, and then 80, and then he shut it down? Do you go flat out? There's a chance here for Hook. Does he go flat out and try and chase down the sub 50.
So away first time of asking from the inside. It's Scarman, Laurendet, Ali, Cusworth, Jeffrey, Josh Hook flying the West Australian flag. He's in the UWA colours, back on his home turf this afternoon, and he's started well. He's putting a little bit of pressure on Fraser Simmons, the Queenslander, on his outside, but he'll get to hurdle 5, probably just in front. Rowan Laurendet in lane 3 from New South Wales has also started well, as we see a little kick from Fraser Simons, the Queenslander. That just gives Josh Hook something to chase around this turn. He's had a good clean race so far. So Simons and Hook will head into the straight just in front, coming through Laurendat of New South Wales right up in contention too. So our leader from Queensland is Simons. He's striding well. He's looking really comfortable. Hook out after him now to finish second. He will, just ahead of Rowan Laurendat of New South Wales. Further back, Aaron Jeffrey and Sam Scarman. But for Fraser Simons, he had a bit of pressure early. He responded nicely and he secured that win.
That was a great race between the three of them, only the first two qualifying. So Simons has caused the boil over Hook, and Laurendet on the inside. Of course, the son of Jenny and Paul. Jenny, Australian representative, the 400 hurdles, finishing very strongly. Jenny represented Australia at the Olympic Games and two-time Commonwealth Games medalist. I think he might have almost got up there against Hook as well. I'll have to wait for those official times.
Yeah, indeed. Looking through the rankings, he's not featuring too prominently in our rankings here, Dave, is Fraser Simons. So
51.36 personal best and 52.05. So Hook did get there just. So Simons and Hook get the auto spots, and then Laurendet will have to wait to see how he fares, but 51.85 is pretty slick. So the third fastest in the first was Angus Proudfoot at 52.85. So he's currently in the number 1 spot of the 2 non-autos that will qualify. So you would imagine that the 51.85 will be okay.
The favourites so far getting the job done in these heat runs. It's important to position that couple just to not be in the hot seat.
So Idris
Congratulations to our medalists in the women's para.
currently in second. Foul for Lewis and Rowe in round 5. She'll start to get a little anxious, I think, going in as the favourite. Idris looking for 3 extra centimetres, and Chester, the Queenslander, looking to hang on to the lead. Has one jump to come from round 5 and then moving up into the final round. So we'll wait for the distance for Idris, 12.31. So that doesn't improve her position. So she'll have one more to go. So Chester, and then we're into the final round of the women's under 20 triple jump. This pole vault slowly burning away, 3 metres 80. It's got a long way to go. I always think for the family of athletes, Travis, that if your child's a multi-eventer at the Olympics, you get the best value. If you're a 100-metre runner and they come out, bang, 10 seconds, 11 seconds for the women. If you're out, you're out. That's it. 11 seconds of Olympic action. If your child's a multi-eventer, you see them for 2 days, for 15 hours.
Great value.
Magnificent value. The best value.
And they are very relaxed too. You see them walking around.
Yep.
They're really comfortable in the competition. Nana yesterday said there's a different outfit for every event. Great opportunity. Now looking forward to this third
heat. If only
heat.
I could pole vault. That would have was doing the wrong thing. Yes, third heat of the men's 400 hurdles open.
Third of our 50-point men in Connor Fry. So Hook and Hunt on paper are the 2 fast, but Connor Fry, the silver medalist at the Australian Championships last year, is right up in our calculations as well, isn't he, Dave?
Yeah, and Kyle Bennett too, not to be discounted here on the inside at 51.14 from Sydney this year.
And on the Under-18 Australian Comedy Festival too.
Okay.
Just noticed.
Very good. So he's no joke when it comes to 400 hurdles. Under 20 World Championship representative. So he won the Under-18 Australian Comedy Festival.
Tubby's
So
he's expanded his notes this year.
Is Mitch downstairs to get a little short routine from him post-race? Anyway, he's got to get through first. Tamsin to be pleased with that tail.
So we're underway, third and final heat. Started fast on the inside. It's Kyle Bennett, Bryce Collins, Keynes, Panozzo, Kutza, and Connor Fry, the silver medalist from the National Championships last year. He's got his campaign off nicely. He's wearing the white in the outside, the Victorian, and he started well. Dominic Panozzo from New South Wales having a nice run. And as to is the Queenslander in Kotza. So at the 200, our leader is Connor Fry. He's had a nice first 300 metres and he's negotiating the hurdles really well. Panozzo starting to come up into the calculations too. He's hot on the heel of Fry. And on the inside is Kyle Bennett, the Queenslander. So it's anybody's race at the moment. It's Bennett just slightly in front, but Panozzo putting on a late charge. But Bennett will get through. He'll take line honours from Panozzo, and Connor Fry has finished in third place. Good running from Bennett. We talked about him before. He's probably going to have a couple of jokes for us, Dave, after that heat run.
Oh, I'm happy about that. I'm happy we'll get to see him again. That was a good run. We talked about it beforehand that Fry was the favourite on times. Bennett was second, but Panozzo's had a great run. So the New South Wales athlete from lane 5 will be pleased with his effort there. We'll wait for the time. So 52.85 is the non-automatic spot that Proudfoot has at the moment. So he's in the hot seat. Warren Day will be fine. The 51.85. So Bennett. 52.06, so Fry sneaks in just into that final position, and that displaces Angus Proudfoot, unfortunately.
Yeah, good running from Kyle Bennett, and Angus Proudfoot, 52.85. He will just miss out as we have a look at the qualifying. So 52.06, as you mentioned, there was the hot spot. Connor Fry able to
Great run with the PB from Panozzo there, so congratulations to him at 51.94. Wide open, that event in the final. So if we think of that, you know, there were some upsets there, weren't there? Simons and Bennett, Hunt and Fry probably the favourites going in. So wide open men's 400 hurdles.
The favourites, though, have made it through to the final. It's going to be a terrific 400 metre hurdles finals for men. We have heats for the open women right after this short break.
Walking on a dream, explain. Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Would you people become walking on a train?
Beautiful scenes there of Western Australia. As we return back to the action.
Women's under 20 javelin triple jumps in its final round now. So Thusana Sri Denathalan has concluded her competition with a foul. She's in 5th spot, 11.87. Zoe Hooker has just had her final jump, the West Australian, so she's going to finish in 4th spot, 12.06. She improved within round 5, so that was an equal personal best for her, and then 11.92. So we've got 3 more jumpers to come. So Isabel Lewis-Rowe, world under 20 high jump silver medalist, currently in 3rd spot, but there's only 13 centimetres separating the 3 medalists here, with Lewis-Rowe on 12.35, Idris of New South Wales on 12.45, and Chester from Queensland on 12.48. Wind is still into the faces of the athletes here, minus 0.6 and 0.7 the last 3 jumps. So Lewis-Rowe, the runway is open, just waiting for the breeze. She's got 36 seconds to go. You can see the clock there on the right hand side counting down, and in she comes now. Get the foot on the board and proceed from there. Final attempt, pretty good. Normally the official races in if it's a foul, so that's normally a good giveaway. The white flag goes up. So we wait for the distance here for Lewis-Rowe. Keep you updated. The track heats of the women's 400 hurdles about to start. So Travis, I'll keep one eye on that triple jump result, and you can tell us all about the 400 hurdles.
So 2 heats, top 3 to go through automatically, and then it will be the next 2 fastest time. Look out for Sarah Carley here, lane 2, looking for title number 4 in a row.
12.47 for Lewis-Rowe, so 1 centimetre behind, so she's up into 2nd. Idris has still got a jump to come, so can respond.
So we're underway in the first of 2 heats in the 400-metre hurdles, and what a scene it is. Sarah Carley, she's bounced out and she is away, looking for title number 4 in a row. The Australian defending champ, and she's away. Look at her run beautifully down that back straight. She's reined in Spencer Holler, now has Russell in her sights. Viv Letessier, the West Australian, has started well. Then we move into Marley Wilkinson from Victoria, who's having a nice run, and Isabella Guthrie as well, the World Under 20 Championship semi-finalist. So the action is at with Sarah Carley. She's put herself right out there early. She's set the race up through these first 300 metres, and she hits the top of the straight here at the WA Athletic Stadium. She's in front nicely. Isabella Guthrie is having a nice run in 2nd, and on her inside, Marley Wilkinson as well for that top 3. But let's appreciate Sarah Carley here. We get a good look at her. 4 times she'll be looking for that national title, and she stops the clock 57.91. Guthrie, Wilkinson, Douglas all finishing in a pack behind her. But Sarah Carley, she begins her campaign in fine fashion.
Yeah, that was a good run. Did what she needed to do. First 3 and the next 2 fastest going from the 2 heats here. But you can see that it's been a good blowout because she's had a strong run. We'll come back to those results. Idris shuffled back into 3rd place. Can she improve here? Get herself up into the lead. So that was 12.06. So the answer to that was no. So this will be the winner of the women's under 20 triple jump. Zoe Chester, by 1 centimetre, has a crowning jump here. Good through the phases, and that's been a strong competition. Her 2nd round jump of 12.48, securing the gold medal for Zoe Chester, ahead of Isabel Lewis-Rowe, who improved in that final round, 12.47, to get the silver medal ahead of Rafalia Idris of New South Wales, 12.45. Good jumping.
Good competition.
Into a headwind here. a little unfortunate that they just got the timing a little wrong as the competition started with reasonable conditions, but as the wind picked up in the afternoon here, the doctor comes in and the breeze against them. Here's the result of that first heat of the women's 400 hurdles.
So Sarah Carley books her place to the final with Isabella Guthrie. Marley Wilkinson with the big Q. Nice running from Susie Douglas and Viv Letessier for a couple of PBs. They are in the hot seat with the little Q next to their name. They'll be watching on really closely at this second 400 metre hurdles open women's heat. For Viv Letessier, it's a nice running, first time under 101 as well. So Sarah Carley, well, personal best 54.66, semi-finalist at the Olympics. She's building her CV really nicely. Number 3 Australian on the all-time list, Sarah Carley. And she continues to impress, and she started well here.
Well, I just got interrupted by the triple jumpers as they're going. A bit of huffing and puffing there from Carly. It's a difficult event, and as we discussed, even though it's a heat, you've got to go hard until you get over the final hurdle. And you could see now 31 degrees, warming up in the heat of the day. It's a bit punishing in that opening heat. This one's got some quality in it as well, with Bennett's lane 2 on the inside, but Alana Jukic, WA, one of the stars of social media, huge following. Olympian, of course. She went around the globe in 15 minutes to try and find the points to qualify for Paris, and she did. She goes from lane 7, the West Australian.
An inquiry into the amount of followers for our athletes, and there's another hurdler, Jenicky, leads the way, over 500,000 followers.
She's got nearly as many as Mitch Dyer. She's got a huge social media following. Brie Rizzo has got huge engagement as well, but Jukic does a tremendous job of bringing the fans in, and you know what she did last year with all of those races, 4 PBs over the last 3 weeks to get a spot, become an Olympian.
Semi-finalist as well. She'll fly the West Australian flag. There's Bennett's on screen. She'll run from lane number 2. Semi-finalists at the World Under-20 Championships, Dave, one of that growing crop of young athletes who performed so well under coach Matt Beckenham. Just 19 years of age, 56.67, her best this year in 2025.
Yeah, so we're continuing to enjoy her improvement.
Yeah, she'll be one to watch here in the heat, and no doubt in the final. There's Alana Jukic. She has the UWA colours on, out in lane 7.
Little less severe than in the men's, with just the 2 heats here rather than 3. So you go from, in the men's, first 2 and then the next 2 fastest of the 3 heats. Here 3 and 2, so there's a little more margin. First 3 qualifying, and then the 2 non-automatics. So you would imagine here it'll be Bennett's and Jukic will be the top 2, but Danielle Roman of Victoria is a 56.59 runner.
Interesting, the French competitor Loane Villy has competed in both of our Australian Championships over the last 2 years. She managed to finish 4th across the line last year. The year before that she was 3rd across the line. So she too takes her place in lane number 6.
And Roman was 2nd in that championships back in 2023 behind Carly. He was 4th last year. 4th Australian, 5th across the line. So a couple of regular national championship finalists here that'll be battling for the spots, whether it's in the top 3. You would imagine that Jukic ahead of Bennett's, and then who comes next. But as we saw with those men's heats, we had a couple of good surprises, a couple of PBs. Some of those athletes made the most of the opportunity.
So we're in starters' hands here for heat number 2. Clean start, we're away and racing in the second heat. First 3 to go through to the final. Nystrom Bennett's, who has started really well, up on the shoulder of mate and Roman also putting in a bit of speed, the Victorian. But have a look at the West Australian, Alana Jukic. She now leads the way down the back straight, semi-finalist in Paris. She continues to get better. She'll love competing here in front of her family and friends, and she started really well. She leads at the 200. Coming through nicely is Bennett of the ACT, and from France, Loan Ville as well has put himself right in contention for an automatic qualification. But Alana Jukic, she'll head for home just in front. Bennett starting to bob up on the insides, having a good run. Jukic leads the way, Bennett, and then Ville in third. She clears the last one, Jukic, and she is away. The hometown hero will salute in fine form too. Bennett second, Ville, the French lady, is third. And very tight for the minor spots. But for Alana Jukic, in front of her home crowd here, Dave, she's through to the final.
Well, it was a good run. She had a bit of an issue the second last where the steps got a little confused, and that cruelled any forward momentum. She did well to regather her composure, had a little margin up her sleeve. She won't want to do that in the final. We'll need to work out those strides. It's a difficult one. Sometimes it's the hurdles at the top of the straight that you change either legs or go from 15 to 17, 17 to 19, whatever the stride pattern is. So we'll keep an eye on the times there for those non-automatic qualifying positions. It was Wilkinson and Letessier who were in the non-auto spots at 59.18 and 1:00.50 from the opening heat. The men's javelin qualification is underway. It's the open javelin. So I'll bring you the results of that. So
you can see Jukic. Bennett, she impressed me, Dave. She was able to just stay really composed, had a really clean run throughout, and looked like she had a bit of petrol left in the tank. Loan Ville really nicely looking to make her, well, she has made her third consecutive Australian national final. And the little Q Brody mate is able to just sneak through with her 58.78. If we have a look here, the official confirmation, she has made it through. And Daniela Roman as well from that second heat. So both the non-automatics have come from the second heat.
We've got 9 lanes here too, so in most circumstances when there's an international, they'll squeeze in another Australian. So by the look of that, there are 9 through to the final. So confirmation of that will come in due course.
It's a beautiful afternoon. We're just at about 32 degrees now here in the west. It is 3:05 in Perth. We hope you are enjoying the afternoon action here from the track. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with plenty more in just a moment.
need to raise the bar.
Then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that.
We need to carry the weight of expectation.
Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Welcome back to live pitches here of the WA Athletics Stadium, where we're underway on day 2 of competition. Dave Colbert has been imparting his wisdom and knowledge to all of us so far. He's going to have a short break in the coverage and stepping in. He's been waiting in the wings. He's eager and keen. He's done all his fact-checking and he's stepped in to take us through the afternoon. It's a very warm welcome to Mitch. Mitch, great
Trav,
to see you.
Great to be back in here, mate. It felt strange walking around the track. This feels like my little home away from home up here in the commentary booth. So it's good to be back, mate. You've been putting in the hours. I feel like your voice is now just synonymous with Australian track and field. The amount that you've been talking all weekend long, all week long, really. So, mate, please, I'm joining you. You are the attraction here. It's good to be back.
No, really enjoying it, Mitch. What I did really enjoy, though, was your call of Leo O'Brien's 100 metres. Just as a commentator, to get that moment perfect, you did a fantastic job. You pulled in the facts beautifully. For you, what's the wash-up been like?
Yeah, it's been cool. I mean, it's I thought it was an unbelievable performance, obviously, at the time. Men's pole vault continues, but I think a little bit of the conversation was surrounding why was I so surprised, but I think obviously she'd broken the state record and she'd won that second final in Perth Track Classic, but it's a big jump to then go and break Raylene Boyle's 1968. So I'm glad we did the research, right before the race, just to get the qualification of what she would have needed to run. But she's got a lot of attention, and I think she's caught a lot of people, definitely in the track and field world, and their eyes and observations. So yeah, it's exciting to roll from that then into obviously Gout last night, and we're going to see more 100 metres today, and 200s roll again on Sunday. So yeah, usually I feel like we come to these and maybe you're focusing on the field events or the sprint, the distance, but all eyes on the sprints at the moment. So mate, it's very exciting.
Yeah, and of course, Leo O'Brien will feature in the heats of the 100 metres a little bit later tonight. So if you are looking for some pretty fast 100 metre running, stay tuned. But also some beautiful para open 100 metre wheelchair finals here next up on the track. Some terrific performances in our wheelchair events. There's not a lot of opportunities for our wheelchair competitors as we move into the winter months. So this will be an important showing here, for an important opportunity for our wheelers to secure those valuable qualification times. Here's the lineup of the wheelchair final. Women's para wheelchair.
So I was just trying to see here, Trav, whether the starter's about to go. And it doesn't look like he's quite in position, but our wheelchair athletes look like they're ready to roll. So it's Madison Kent, Sarah Clifton-Bly, Coco Espy, Tasha Ovens, Sarah James, Angela Ballard, and Emily Tapp. So a very good field of some Paralympic pedigree out here in this wheelchair 100.
Sarah Clifton-Bly, Paralympic Games representative from Paris in lane 3, second of the right, has in terrific form this year as well. Has set her PB 1:18.
Western Australia in lane number 5 is Tansha Ovens. From New Zealand in lane number 6 is Sarah James.
Sarah James, the New Zealander, heading the T53 category. Angie Ballard is the 100 metre Australian record holder. 16:46, has nudged under that elusive 17-second barrier, which so many of our competitors try to do. So Angie Ballard will be second from the left of screen. Mitch Dyer to call the action.
So a good start here, looking for Espy, Clifton Bly as well, but the first to get away was Angie Ballard, so really just been such a stalwart of the Paras here for a while. Now Sarah James from New Zealand is going to roll alongside of her, so Ballard leads it out, the Australian, but she's done well. She's going to hit that line first, 18.5 as well. So a good time, Sarah James through next, then it was Emily Tapp. So the rest of our field finishes things off. That was Madison Kent on the inside as well, so 18.39 officially, plus 3.0 behind them. So we are monitoring that wind reading, obviously, as it will wreak havoc, I think, across the afternoon to see where it lines up. But a good start here and a good piece of 100-metre wheelchair action from Angela Ballard.
And the CV just keeps on building for Angela Ballard. We've got to enjoy seeing her with her performances at the Paralympic Games. Back in 2016 was her best year, right from 2007 times she has represented Australia at the Paralympic Games, has Angela Ballard, and she's recorded 8:39 windy. Sarah James 18:55 and Emily Tapp 20:95. But for us to see Angie Ballard in action, the Australian record holder over the 100 metres, it was great to see, and she takes line honours. As we have a look at the results here, Mitch and Angela Ballard confirmed gold medalist with her percentage of 88.03. Sarah James, New Zealander, who was second across the line, and then Sarah Clifton Bly, who has finished in third in 23.83. Paralympic Games representative last year, also world champs as well. Sarah Clifton Bly, coached by Louise Savage, has finished nicely in third.
So we return now to our javelin. Let me give you an update on here in a moment's time. Give you the full proceedings, unless you've got it there for us, Trav.
Yeah, so 69 metres is the qualification for automation, 10 to go through to the final, and currently we have 6 athletes who have all surpassed that automatic qualification of 69. Cameron McIntyre, that is a name we all love to see. At the top of the leaderboard, 72.54. Cruz Hogan throwing well, 72.42 in his first throw. Oscar Sullivan also through. Liam Shelton, Felice Vahea Socia also automatically through, and Neil Jantz has qualified with 69.97. So into third round throws there for the rest of the competitors. Good throwing from Cruz Hogan, flying the West Australian flag. It's the season's best for him, 72.42. He was recently on ABC News with the presenter just talking about all the little nuances of javelin throwing. It was really interesting to hear just how technical it is, just the load on that front foot, Mitch, the amount of stress that goes into planting that foot, the amount of training that goes into the stability around that knee and ankles. Incredible.
Oh, it's enormous, and also the amount of torque that goes through their hips and the way that they drive and plant their hip all the way through, and that's where the primary amount of your power is really coming through, because then your hip comes first, your shoulders coming next. So as much as you can move that through, the better. It is a very technically, I guess, rich event. You would just think that it's throwing that spear as far as you can, but it's certainly not that at all. Even the way they're stepping in, the speed and blocking and making sure they don't go over the line. You see, so it's actually really changed in the last, I would say, 10 plus years, but where it's you're stopping before the line to account for the fact that you might throw yourself forward, whereas it used to be just get to as close to that line as you can and let it rip. So we're going to continue on here. Like you said, we're in the third round of throws. The moment the cut-off 63.72 to make it through.
And that was Rogan's throw there, Mitch, who is sitting in 12th. So he's just a couple of spots out, Ed Rogan. His best today, 60.97. So we'll just wait for his throw to come through. He has improved, 61.91 for Ed Rogan, but he will be in 11th position after the first 3 throws.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Our next event, though, is our men's Para Open 100-metre wheelchair final, and this is stacked with Paralympic talent. Reid McCracken, Sammy McIntosh, Luke Bailey, Lawson Reed, and Sam Carter. So let me paint the picture for you. For Luke Bailey, if he can go under 14.20 here, he will qualify for this year's World Championships. Already got the qualifiers are Samuel Carter, Reid McCracken, and Sammy McIntosh. So they're all already qualified and through. And our two men without qualifiers as of yet is Warwick Holmes and Lawson Reed. So those two guys may be chasing their first qualifiers. They need 17 seconds and 24 seconds respectively. 17 seconds for Holmes and 24 seconds for Reed. But this is a serious amount of depth. You talk about Luke Bailey, Sam Carter, Reed and Sammy McIntosh. I mean, these are guys with multiple national records, multiple time, Paralympians and world medalists. This is a very, very high quality, wheelchair 100-metre field. So this will be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, going through this one earlier this morning, Mitch, and I couldn't put the highlighter down. Just kept on highlighting.
There's just so many data points, aren't there?
Reid McCracken, 5 times World Athletics, Para-Athletic Championship representation, 4 Paralympics, starting in 2012, has the national record for the 100 metres, 14.79, set back in 2019. He's in the inside lane in lane 2. So that'll be really fascinating to see how Reid is able to go here. And for Sam McIntosh as well, he's had the 3 qualifiers. He has his record in the T52 classification, Reid McCracken in the T34. But as you mentioned, the big moment here for Luke Bailey. He will be in the centre of our screen. Luke Bailey, he's got 1 qualifier to his name. If he is under 14.20 legally, he becomes eligible for selection.
Yes.
So like you said there, so Luke Bailey, he's in the middle of our screen. We'll keep a close eye on his time, 14.20 on clock watch.
Yeah, and don't forget Reid McCracken, he's a 6-time Paralympic medalist. He was 4th last year. Bronze medalist last year in the Paralympics. So that was enough to qualify him for these world champs. Couple that with a few times. Luis Savage, not a bad coach to have attached to your name, but also Fred Periech, the coach of most of these athletes. So good depth of talent from him as well. But let's also keep this on record watch, because if it was set back in 2019, clearly a very quick time to go and get after that 14.79 for Reid. But it'll be interesting to see if he can get there. Other Oz records to keep in mind, 13.91, Sammy Carter. Luke Bailey's the same, and they've rolled 14.12 and 14.36 respectively this year. So just keep an eye on that, 13.91. They'll be out of lane number 2 and 1, so they're furthest right, second to the right on your screen. And also Sammy McIntosh, he's got 16.89 set this year, Sammy McIntosh, for that Australian record. So there's Australian record holders across multiple sections here. This is, like I said, a world-class fit, and I think they'll all get the best out of one another. Speaks to the volume and the levels of how great and deep our Paralympic athletes are, and just how fortunate we are in Australia to have this calibre of Paralympic athletes. So this is going to be a good watch here, Trav. I'm up.
So many stories within stories, isn't there, Mitch? And as you just painted the picture beautifully, there's just an absolute red-hot field. There's Reid McCracken, who will wheel from the inside right of screen. The Australian record, 14.79.
Good start there was Bailey in the middle of the track that got the fastest off it, then maybe Sammy Carter. So it's Bailey away from Carter, McCracken on the inside, but Bailey is away here. Let's see how quickly he can stop this clock. This is fast, 13.9, that's a watch. That's a record watch for sure. That is blistering from Luke Bailey.
So Mitch, he needed 14.20 to secure that second qualifier. The win, 2.6. Is going to just, and you can see the disappointment. He's thrown his head back when he's heard the win being announced.
Well, look at the adjustment down there, Trav. 13.80 is the adjustment.
Absolutely flying. We pointed him out before, didn't we, Mitch? Luke Bailey. And he's well under that 14.20, but just with that breeze not being legal, he will have to go back to the drawing board to secure that second qualifier for the World Para-Athletics Championships.
Well, it's hard because he was going for Jeff Trappett's record as well, which we mentioned right before the race was 13.91. So technically he's under it, but of course we've been talking about this all weekend long, that wind gauge. He needed under 2.0. And he got such a good start, didn't he? He was so quick out there and away. And to walk away or wheel away with 13.8 is just remarkable. We've got to check that wind gauge. I'm telling you, it's bumping up at the wrong times here, but what a 100 metres that was.
The results just starting to feed through as well. Reed McCracken's had a nice wheel. Sammy McIntosh, Sam Carter, Lawson Reed all have done really well. Our man, he's mixed it with the best in the world, as all these competitors have. It's been great to see them. Reed McCracken just coming through the finish line. And they finished their race at another lap just to slow these machines down. The starts are so important, aren't they? Like it is in able-bodied competition, but with the wheels, it's just hard to get that momentum up and running so quickly. Do it so well. So results are through. Luke Bailey, you're right, Mitch, 13.80. Lawson Reed, 14.35. Reed McCracken has finished with a 15.01 with a win reading of 2.6.
And in first place with a performance of 18.39, representing
Scene here at the start line of the 100 metres.
It's
sun
hot.
is shining.
It is hot. It is bearing down here in WA. So we've got our 100 metre preliminaries coming up here. But first, we're going to throw to a break. We're going to give everybody a moment to compose themselves, sit down, relax, get excited, because we've got some 100 metre action continuing on after this break. Don't go anywhere. Trav and I will be right back here in sunny Perth.
explain. Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Could you become walking on a dream?
Yes, we're back. We are right back. Not long at all for Trav and I. Back rolling here with some 100 metres. We can probably give you some more updates as well. Our men's javelin final has been decided. So, as we've already mentioned, there were 6 that went through. As we go back quickly here to our men's decathlon pole vault. This might be Christian Painter. About to get up. Oh, big frame to roll over the top of that bar, to be fair. Strong man is Christian Painter, but he's just bowed out now. So, good jumping from him this afternoon. Hot, trying conditions for our men's decathlon. But for our javelin here, Cameron McIntyre gets through. Cruz Hogan gets through. Oscar Sullivan gets through. Liam Shelton. Fasile Vahaya Solosia gets through. And Neil Jantz, all automatically. They got over that marker of 69 metres. And then our non-auto qualifiers, but inside the top 10, Jonathan Bell, Dew Boats, Andrew Fraser, and Lakona Garija.
Now, just quick point here, Mitch, on this decathlon, this open men's decathlon. Christian Painter, who we just saw, he's finished his day at 4:10. He's on 6,071. On 6,079, just 8 points ahead, Ben Goose.
Okay.
So he's actually going to reverse the standings after the pole vault with his 4:20 clearance. So amazing how it just swaps and changes. Only
It's
9
just so
points
small.
after, what's that, 9 events. There's 8 points separated.
All going to roll down to this 1,500 metres later on this
Absolutely.
evening. Wow, and that is later tonight as well, so they've got a good time to recover and sit and think on it. 9 points is nothing in the grand scheme of a decathlon.
And then only 30 points behind is Sebastian Reinicke from Victoria. So he's had a terrific pole vault, 6,040. So for him as well, he's also into the calculations as we make our way through that pole vault competition.
So that's going to be a good watch then this afternoon in this 1,500 metre decathlon. Just such a grueling way for mine to finish, but I suppose the conversation is, would you rather start with it or finish with it? Probably pick the finish with it, I would say. It'd be an even harder way to follow on 9 events after the back end of a 1,500, so that just ties in beautifully with our afternoon of athletics here in WA.
Our heptathletes as well will be rounding out. So the other thing too is Ben Goose is still in the competition, Mitch. So he has had a couple of clearances at 4 metres and then at 4:20. So Christian Painter is out. So it might be a little chance for Benny to just get slightly ahead of the curve and turn for home in the last event with a bit of a lead.
Bank some points. I feel like that would be valuable rolling into a 1,500 to bank some points. Our next field event as well is our women's under-20 para long jump and our men's under-20 para long jump. They haven't begun yet though, so once they start rolling out, we will give you an update on how that's tracking. But for now, we stay on our men's decathlon pole vault.
Robbie Cullen next to have a first look at 4:30. Has had a pretty good afternoon with the vault in hand, and he has an attempt here to go clear. Just waiting for the wind to vaulting into a bit of a headwind, Mitch. We've noticed it this afternoon. Saw it in the under-20 triple jump as well, the headwind. You can see here the sock just a little bit breezy into the faces of our pole vaulters.
So late bailout there, one for Cullen, but 4:30. First round jumping at 4:30 as well. So it's got a few more looks at that height. And you're right, it was a lot of -1.1s, -1.3s for that women's under-20 triple jump. A good competition in the end. So means good things for our sprinters, probably not so good things for those jumping the opposite way.
Robbie Cullen, he arrived at the pole vault sitting in 5th overall.
And up and over for use, it looked like.
Introducing the medalist
out there, Mitch.
In third place, representing Western
As
Australia,
we've talked about, he's just, yeah, it is cross-spotted. He just be looking to put a bit of space between him and Painter. He came to the pole vault sitting in the silver medal position. He's vaulting really nicely now with 4:30 to his name. So for him, it's a really nice confidence builder. First attempt 4:30. I'm not sure what his personal best is. I'll have a look here for you, Mitch, just to keep you up and about.
We'll keep them rolling here. This is another first attempt. If it's, I was going to say just about commentator Mosdin, but if it was 4:10 clearance was anything to go off, then 4:30 should be easy, but he's bailed out just a little late there.
So according to my notes, Goose PB 4:20.
Okay.
Prior. So he's in up and around his best now. So
yep.
This is...
Well, he's over it, 4:30. So he's improved. And you know what? His jump looks pretty clean. I feel like there's more in the tank there for Ben.
There he is.
He's got the Bowerman singlet on, but I reckon the B's for Ben. I reckon that's why he's picked it.
Maybe he's going for the bigger pole here, Mitch.
I like it. Why not, Ben? Just keep on going. Just keep jumping.
Put that little thing away.
Yep. Just keep on jumping. So you can see here behind the blocks, or getting their blocks set up, I should say, is the first of our men's preliminary round for the 100 metres. So this isn't the heat. The heat is later on this evening. So don't get this confused as the opening heats for our men's 100 metres. This is to get into our heat. So we see this at the Olympics a little bit, don't we? We see a lot of countries that may not have a lot of exposure to be able to race internationally. They'll give them a preliminary heat to get them into the actual heat of the competition, and so on and so forth. Similar here. The top three from each of these heats will advance. Sorry, I've got to change the wording. The top three from each of these preliminary races will then get a start in the men's 100 metre heats. That's how this works. Then we'll find the next 5 fastest times. That's why the actual heat sheets aren't announced yet for the 100 metres, because we have to see what happens here in these preliminary rounds. Probably lost a few people in that explanation, but it'll make more sense as we roll along. Just that much depth in sprinting at the moment, and that many men and women want to come and try their hand here at a quick Perth track, that we've got a surplus of numbers that could run in the heat, so we have to have a preliminary.
It looks to be about a 10.6 seed time that has meant that you have to come through the preliminaries in order to make it through the heat. That'll be based on calculating the numbers of competitors in the heat round. So good opportunity for some of the young sprinting stars, as well as some of the veterans too. There's plenty of sprinters who have been around a while, who just love to compete on the big stage, and this is an opportunity. It was such an exciting part of the National Championships last year, watching these runners come through, and now the top three will be able to progress.
As we continue with the pole vault in the right corner, a few bailouts here. So I suppose when you're jumping at heights you've never really jumped much of before, it can be a little bit intimidating. Also, probably tiring as you enter your 9th event of your entire competition. So maybe there's a little fatigue setting in there as well. Here's the start list though for preliminary number 1. It's going to be Sammy Clark, who rolls out of 1, Dylan Hall in 2, Michael Hansford is in 3, Jack Doney is in 4, Jack Birdie is in 5, Ethan Quintana is in 6, Sean Fitzsimmons in 7, Fraser Paul is in 8, and Ethan Duggan will roll closest to you on your screens at home to the left there. He's in lane number 9. So for a shot to contest later on tonight, we're going to have a good field of 9 here. 3 of these gentlemen will make it through to that heat automatically, and then maybe a couple more on time. So we'll just have to wait and see. Clark, Hall, Hansford, Doney, Burt, Quintana, Fitzsimmons, Paul, and Duggan. The first of a handful of men's preliminary 100 metres. We'll leave them with the starter. Well, Hansford's up and away there. He's third from the inside of the track, so he wants to book himself a spot in that heat. Clark now starts to roll up on his inside shoulder, but Hansford will take it. Clark got company now. Widest out there was Duggan. He looked like he had that second spot to me. Clark just maybe seized up a little on the line. It looked like Dylan Hall was humming from New South Wales. So let's wait and see. It was a little bit of a blanket there for me, Trav, for that third spot, but Dylan Hall was certainly pushing hard. Let's wait for the results.
Yeah, he was, and Michael Hansford confirmed victor. Duggan, though, he flew home late, didn't he? He just got going at about the 50 or 60, was able to accelerate beautifully into the final.
Well, it was actually Sean Fitzsimmons who got the third spot.
Yes.
So there you go. It was the blanket I was talking about.
The dive and the dip just becomes such an important part of 100-metre running, especially in these preliminaries where spaces are hard to come by. But for Michael Hansford, he's through. He'll go down to McGillivray Oval. Have a look at the replay here, Mitch.
So Fitzsimmons is in the yellow, so just keep an eye on that, because I thought it was New South Wales on the inside that got there, but look how close that is over the line. But even in a young, who was it there? It was second? Duggan. It was impressive to me, closest to us at home. So, geez, that's how close it was. Look at this. 10.77 Fitzsimmons, just had the slight gap then back to Clark, the Victorian inside. 10.80.793 to Hall, 10.80.798. So it was that close in the end for that third spot. The blanket was correct, but those three will be going through. Now we're going to have to wait and see what Clark and Hall have to get on times, but they're currently just sitting around there. 10.95 is the cutoff right now.
So 6 preliminaries, as you mentioned there, Mitch, and there'll be some nervous young men just watching on here. 10.95 at the moment. That'll get quicker as we move through these preliminaries. So we'll head back to decathlon pole vault, third attempt, 4:30. That's a lovely clearance.
Good jump.
Beautiful execution. Really nicely done. And 4 meters 30.
Good points, banking some good points. So you can see here, this is number 2 of 6.
Next up on the track,
Shakti Rathorn from New South Wales is in 1. Cameron De Bruin is in 2. Cooper Jenkins in 3. Kyle Ennis, the Western Australian from Great Britain, he's in 4. Hayden Shawbridge is in 5. Nicholas Elsay is in 6. Liam Granado is in 7. Zach Bjorbach is in 8. And McGregor Levy, probably one to watch for mine, is in lane number 9. So these are all seeded off their season's best as well, not necessarily their lifetime best, because if we rolled off lifetime best, then Ennis in 4 and Levy in lane 9 would be the 2 to watch. But for rolling off what they've done this year, Ennis and Jenkins, the 2 fastest. They go from 3rd from the right and 4th from the right. 3 will go through to that heat later on tonight automatically from here. Let's see what they can do. Good start there from Jenkins in lane number 3. He's out and moving. Levy too. Urbank as well, trying to get up on him, but it's Jenkins out there now. Here comes Ennis as well. There's 1, 2, 3. Go widest out there to Levy. That was 1, 2, 3 through to the heats later on this evening. And we'll wait on times. As I said, there's 5 of them that will join purely on time. But those 3 cleared out pretty well in the back stages of that 100.
It was an interesting start. Jenkins absolutely flew out of the blocks. We've been used to seeing that here in the West. But Kyle Ennis, he's got plenty of experience. He's fast too. Over his career, he's run some really quick times. He anchored the West Australians home in the 4x1 last night. He's very proud man. He's got the double thumbs up. He's on his home turf here. Big Kyle Ennis. He loves the big loves the big time. And he will be ready to rock and roll for the next round of 100-metre running. Cooper Jenkins, he was fast away. And he'll also book his place into the final. A couple of West Australians going through.
Yeah, so some good times, 10.62, 10.64 and 10.65, plus 1.4 tail as well, so all legal. But look, Cooper Jenkins looked really comfortable to me and just clearly switched off right as he felt Kyle Ennis just get on his shoulder there, and Levy as well. He was the fastest on paper in terms of lifetime best alongside Ennis, so good to see him launch out for a good season's best this year. So 10.62, 10.64, 10.65 for our leading trio. And now we're just going to wait and see what those times are further back, because like I said, 5 gentlemen will make their way through here on time. It's just a matter of what that time will be.
Zachary Washington next up in the pole vault. Had a 3rd attempt clearance at 4:30, so we've moved the bar to 4:40 now. All of the competitors are now in the competition. We have 3 remaining in the open decathlon pole vault.
So a faster preliminary there, 10.77, 10.79, 10.81. So 2 from preliminary 1 and now 3 from preliminary 2 are the timed finalists. So we knocked 2 out from preliminary 1. We knocked 3 out from preliminary 1. Let's see what preliminary 3 has on offer. Here's the start list. Well, there's the results, apologies. So Ennis, Jenkins, Levy, and then you can see those small 3 Qs next to the names there all the way down to Shoebridge. 10.81, so it's quick to be able to get through even just to the heats. This isn't even to get to the semis, this is to get to the heats, the main dance.
Well done to Cooper Jenkins. He's been battling away all season here in the West. He had a few injuries last year, but to have a new PB in preliminaries, that's a good reward for an athlete who works really hard. And he's no relation either, Mitch, mind you. He's just a
I was wondering that. I
good
thought, oh, I wonder if there's a bit of Trav relation back there.
Only in West Australian spirit.
You've got that in spades. So here's preliminary 3. Thomas Tucker, Ollie White, Lord Kodjay, Lachlan Kennedy, Jacob Cesar, James Gerbert, Tom Templeton, and Brian Mayengo. Where without James Gerbert, the Victorian, who was actually one of the fastest coming into this. So that now leaves Lachlan Kennedy and Thomas Templeton, second from the left.
James
Oh no, we're without more.
James Gerbert was in that final with gout last night too.
So we'll come back. Didn't look like anybody had broken. It maybe was a little unsteady. As I say that, he just walked straight. He hasn't even seen the card. I did not see the officials even raise the card. He must have just known instantly.
Had a feeling, yeah.
And also, the second you walk off the track, you can't come back. So, anyway, we go back down again. Tucker, White. I think that was Kodjo that got removed. Kazonyi, Cesar, Templeton. I don't think we have Mayengo.
I think he is there just a bit past that pillar that's right in your way there, Mitch.
Okay.
I think.
Good start here, Tucker on the inside. They're starting to roll through the middle of these lanes though. So Tucker outside of him, White, they're 1-2. This is going to be a bit of a blanket here. White gets it to Tucker, and then Cesar, I think, would be the 3. So we were without 2 there, but I think that might be our top 3 rolling through.
Really close. Came down to a dip at the line. White was just a bit stronger over that last 4 or 5 metres. Oliver White, he wasn't the fastest away. He was able just to get up to his rhythm. Have a look at the replay here. Yeah, Tucker in lane 2 on the inside just blew out of the blocks. Then White got up and running, started lifting the hips, arching that back, and he was able to finish strongly. Ollie White definitely through there. We'll just await the official results as they come through.
So I think Jacob Cesar's got up there as well, with the Corio colours on, down there in the Bellarine region in Victoria. Great club, Corio. So anybody watching on from Corio, big shout out to you. Grandmother's a life member down there, so big shout out to the Corio crew. So Ollie White, yep, 10.74, 10.78, 10.79. So Cesar actually got up to beat Tucker in the end, so he must have had a good dip. Jacob Cesar rolls himself into the heats, but there won't be, I don't think, maybe we might see one time final, maybe, because it was close, but we might only see 3 move through from this preliminary.
Blanket finish. You can see, yep, you're right, Mitch, 1 little cue.
And close too, because Tommy Templeton has missed by 0.01 of a second. So his 10.81 won't be enough. Unfortunately for him, he won't be in that heat later on this evening. But Ollie White, Jacob Cesar, and Thomas Tucker guaranteed. Brian Mayengo now just waits to see whether his 10.8 will be enough.
halfway through, you'd be feeling relatively, oh no, you probably wouldn't be comfortable just yet. 10-8 for the Victorian. Chad Paris coming up in our next preliminary.
The White Tiger.
It's interesting with the qualifications with the para athletes. Part of that qualification is the requirement to compete with the able-bodied athletes in the open class. So see a lot of the terrific para athletes in and amongst our preliminaries, and saw yesterday a couple of para athletes just missing out on the 1500 metres for the opens as well. So great opportunity here for Chad Paris, the White Tiger.
So good field, Joshua Love. Matty Lloyd not kicking the dew off the MCG. He's here in Perth. Aidan Lau, Chad Paris, the White Tiger we've mentioned, Nathan Zemek, Kenneth Vuong, Sebastian Gisso, and Trevor Moyo. So Chad, he's actually the fastest in this field on paper. Not far behind him is Josh Love. And then it goes to Zemek. So actually Zemek's got it by 0.03. Apologies to you. Rolls right on that outside shoulder of Chad Paris. You can see 4 from the right on your screen. He's in the all black. 10.65 is best. He ran very quick in Maury Plant from memory. But again, it was very wind assisted. My memory serves me correct. 4 from the right, Chad.
Zemek in the middle there, Mitch. He was number 1 in Australia over 60 for a long time.
Good start there from the White Tiger. He's got Zemek on his outside though, formerly a very good 60-metre man. So now he gets out and clear. Inside of the track is Love as well. Zemek's got company. Oh, he pulled up. He's going to get through, but Zemek, and then I think it went Love and Matthew Lloyd potentially from WA. The time we'll have to wait, plus 1.0, so that wind is starting to come down from what we saw in preliminary number 1, but he'll do enough to hold on. Let's watch this replay here, Trav.
So Zemek, he was away here. He opened up a nice little lead, but then the group just came at him as he just turned off the burners. He did enough, though, I think, to get through.
Yeah, and I don't think I've called that right. I reckon maybe Vuong or Gisso might have got up for an automatic spot there. So, like I said, Zemek pulled up pretty confident, and so he should. He looked really good, but that group behind him was queuing up to try and get an automatic spot. So let's see here. I think it's just come through. So Trevor Moyo, yep, and then Josh Love. So there we go. So Nathan Zemek, Trevor Moyo, and Joshua Love are through there automatically. That's the 1, 2, 3. Matthew Lloyd is in the small queue right now. So 10.75 for Matty Lloyd leaves him in the small queue.
Really pleased for Nathan Zemek. He had a lot of injuries across the winter and started the season sort of 11 and a half. He wasn't going too well at all, but he's come back to some good form. He was ranked number 1 in Australia last year for a couple of months over the 60. See why. He was pretty fast getting away in preliminary number 4, and he will be pretty happy with getting through to the heats. Trevor Moyo, he medalled at the West Australian Championships. Josh Love with the cue, and Matty Lloyd and Sebastian Gisso, both from that heat with the small cues next to their name. They move into the hot seat. 5 non-automatics will be taking through to the heats later on this evening.
So this next one as well has one of our great para athletes, Jaden Page. Now, if he can run under 10.95 legally, he will qualify for those world champs later on this year in New Delhi. He's the Australian record holder at 10.87. He set that 2 years ago, back in 2023. So keep an eye on Jaden. He's got a really, really good middle phase of his running. And I'll be fascinated to see whether he can go under. He hasn't gone under 11 yet this year, legally. 11.13. So just keep an eye on him. He's second from the right. Next to him, Alexander Colgan as well, the Victorian. Fascinating that Colgan is in this field. I mean, he had an incredible breakout not that long ago, Alexander Colgan. You can see him, he's got the Nike kit on. So watch for him to get out of here. But Harry Fullerton, Jaden Page, Alex Colgan, Jack Lacey, Thomas Semler, Ethan Salafia, Leroy Dempsey, and James Mizzi. I would say that Alex Colgan is the one to watch. Remember, he caught a few people napping a few years ago, Alex Colgan. Can he do the same here? Put himself in the heats, but watch Jaden Page as well. Second from the right. Paralympian. He's looking for 10.95 wind legal to book his spot in New Delhi later on this year. Let's watch.
Oh, got away flying there. Colgan inside of him too was Fullerton. Page now wants to move through, but Alexander Colgan is away. They won't catch him. So Colgan will be the first one across the line. Eases up well. Then it went to Semler and then Fullerton. Plus 1.2. So wind legal. We're also watching for Jaden Page. See how quickly he could cross that line. Netted under 10.95 for that second qualifier for New Delhi. But as I predicted, Alexander Colgan makes light work of that preliminary.
All class from Colgan, right from the gun. He was away and racing. His acceleration is just really competitive. He'll be right up there with the best in the country as we move through these heats. You can just see here, Mitch, that 30 to 40 just went bang and was able to put some space. And as you mentioned, he just came onto the scene in a real flurry and was able to turn a few heads, and he's means business. He's into the heats.
He's ready to go. We've got Nana Owusu over here screaming her lungs out. So she's pretty happy with that one for young Alex, 21-year-old. We're just waiting on these times, because I'm also very curious to see just how quick Jaden Page has gone. We're mindful of watching that. We've only got one more preliminary left as well, even just to see whether or what we would be needing in this final one to get through on time.
Just coming through now, Mitch.
So 10.53, 10.74, 10.78 for Dempsey. Mizzy's 10.8 misses. So it must be going down to the thousands here at the moment, but 10.53, easily the fastest out of these preliminaries for Alexander Colgan.
And for Jaden Page, 11.09. So he will just miss out on that qualifier of 10.95, but he'll be back. He's a tremendous competitor, and we'll look forward to seeing how he performs for the rest of the season as he chases that 10.95. Alexander Colgan was impressive. So, Mitch, looking at the overall summary here, and the little Q is currently at 10.793. If you ran 10.798, you don't get in. That's how tight it is. So, Sam Isaac Clark is in the hot seat at 10.793. Dylan Hall just outside, so we'll wait and see what we can do with the final lineup as we get set for the final preliminary.
I've just been sent a text. I was just asking Tom Gamble. I said, mate, what have I had my head buried, or where's Alexander Colgan been? He said, the new Josh Clark. So remember a few years ago, Josh Clark nearly caught a lot of people napping through in that final. Unfortunate for him, his body had just some unlucky run-ins with injury, but Alexander Colgan 10.53, you'll take that. Here's our final of these preliminaries, so you've broken it down beautifully. These guys are going to have to move quick. George Kawajo Mencha Jr. is out of 2. Sammy MacArthur in 3. Michael Romanen, another name I haven't heard for a little while, in 4. Joshua Chua from Singapore is in 5, though represents Victoria. Florian Gironard from France is in 6. Jesse Turner's in 7. Trey Fairweather in 8. And Julian Lay, the Queenslander, closest to you left of screen. Lane number 9 for us here in WA. Watch for Michael Romanen for mine.
Yeah, he ran 10.69 at the Vic Champs, Mitch. So quite impressive. He hadn't been around that form for a while, so he's on the up.
29-year-old, 28-year-old Michael Romanen. MacArthur inside of him as well. Quick at his best. The final chance to get into this heat later on this evening.
is about to go down. Preliminary 6. Away well. MacArthur did well to jump there, but now Michael Romanen starts to get into his running too. Widest on the track is Lay, but Romanen is out there and he's clear. Romanen's got it. Good running then, MacArthur, and it looked like Chua as well was going to roll through for that third automatic. 10.55 plus 1.7, the dream tailwind. Really good running there. This will be a quick preliminary, so maybe we might see some more drag through to the heats later on today.
Yeah, good running from Romanen. We saw at the Big Champs with that 10.69, so he's gone faster here with 10.55. With every run, he just keeps getting better and better. So he books his place into the heats. That will be contested a little bit later on. He'll head over to McGilvray Oval. Please cool down. Still 31 degrees out on track, Mitch, so there won't be too much cooling down going on. It'll be just getting hydrated, maybe doing what Nana does and consuming as many bananas as you can. So Michael Romanen, 10.55 confirmed. Sammy MacArthur, 10.62. And Chua from Singapore, 10.76. The 3 automatics to go through. No one from that heat, Mitch, unfortunately, was able to qualify.
Doesn't get there, does it, Trav?
Amazing. 10.82 does not get you into the heats of it, of the 100 metres in Australia.
Incredible.
So there's the confirmation of that preliminary number 6. And that will now mean that the officials here for Australian Athletics will start sharpening the pencils and putting together the heats for the 100 metres. So official confirmation now. Colgan, so impressive. Great spot by Mitch. He's back. He's come to Perth in fine form over the page. Moyo, the West Australian, has gone through with Chua, Fitzsimmons, De Bruin also over. Sam Clark. There you can see there, Mitch, what it came down to. 7.93 or 7.98.
Wow.
Into the final.
That is just as marginal as it could possibly get. So our men's 100-metre prelims are done. The gentlemen who know they're in the final will be preparing the best that they possibly can in this heat. When we come back, our women's turn to try and earn a spot into these 100-metre heats later on this afternoon. Don't go anywhere here in sunny Perth. We'll be rolling right back with some more sprint action.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
So we're right back. I said we'd be back with some more sprint action. We are. In fact, the women have jumped back into the blocks quicker than we've got ready in the boots. So this is number 1 of 5, which means that we're going to have 4 per heat roll. Sorry, 4 per preliminary roll through to the heat. Say it with me one more time. 4 from the preliminary roll through to the heat. So this is just to qualify for the technical opening round of the 100 metres. This just speaks to the depth that we have in this country at the moment. But this will be good. It's actually pretty WA strong. It's actually WA versus New South Wales entirely. So Zoe Newton, Western Australia, goes out of 2. Piper Cornelius goes out of 3. Isabella Walker out of 4. Charlotte Banks in 5. Grace Hewitt in 6. Leah Richards in 7. And Ebony Newton goes out of lane number 8. So a good strong field here. Trav, who are you anticipating to come out on top?
Piper Cornelius for me, Mitch. She has had an interrupted start to her year. She had her appendix out in about December, so she had a bit of a late start, and then she moved over to the eastern states for a while. She came back to Perth, was sleeping in a caravan park during the WA champs in a tent, in a swag, I should say. So she's done it pretty tough, but she loves her running. And for me, Piper Cornelius, she works really hard. She made it through in Adelaide, through these preliminaries into the heat. So she will no doubt look to do that again. So Newton, also from WA, made a state final this year. She was in the relay team as well for the West Australian 4x100s. But Grace Hewitt as well, she's got that PB of 11.82. I think she might have something to say about things.
Most definitely. I think Ebony Newton as well, closest to you at home. She'll be quick, so that's... well, we're bookended by Newtons, although they're certainly not sisters. Zoe Newton in 2. Cornelius is in 3. Isabella Walker's in 4. Charlotte Banks is in 5. You can see her on screen there in the blue. In the pink is Hewitt, then Richards, and then our other Newton. So 2 Newtons here. Travs watches Cornelius, second from the right. Mine's probably Ebony Newton, furthest on the left. Here we go. Preliminary 1 of 5. 4 of these women will be back this afternoon automatically for the heats. In the starters' hands.
Good jump away there from Cornelius. So too Ebony Newton, closest to you here in the grandstand. Now moving through with strength with Isabella Walker. So Walker's away. Walker's out here in front. Cornelius is going to be second just there. Then it rolled back to Hewitt in 4th and Ebony Newton was 3rd. So 4 of those women were going through to this heat automatically. They'll prepare themselves for a little bit later on this evening. And we're going to wait to find those 5 times across all 5 preliminaries. But those 4 women were home and hosed there, Trav.
Well done to Isabella Walker from New South Wales. She was pretty good out of the blocks. She had Cornelius right there and also Richards from WA, but then in this phase of her running, she just stayed nice and relaxed, kept the hips high, knees driving, and she goes through with an 11.82. Ebony Newton, 11.97. And Pipes Cornelius is also through. She had a slow start to the year, as we mentioned, but she's finding some rhythm now. 12.03 for Piper Cornelius. Grace Hewitt, the 4th of the automatic qualifiers, 12.10.
So good racing across the board. Plus 1.0, you mentioned the win. So it's staying legal at the moment. We've had quite a few races in succession now that are legal. That'll excite a few people coming up this afternoon for those 100-metre heats.
Still 30 degrees too out on track.
Hot.
So you will be just thinking, if you do run these heats later tonight at full pelt, Mitch, some of these, they'll be warming up now, probably some of the stars of the 100 metres here in Australia. They'll be warming up, just starting to make their calculations if it is going to be showtime.
I think it might be, to be honest with you. I feel like when you've got that big gap back to the semi-finals tomorrow, which go off at around, I think, midday, and then rolls into the final tomorrow night. Clearly, this is Smith in our javelin. I think it might even be heptathlon javelin. No, it's our women's under 20 jav. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're into the first round of attempts. Emma Gabatis leading the way in the javelin final. Gold, silver and bronze up for grabs. Olivia Williams sitting in silver. Lee Orport is the bronze. We'll keep you updated on how this competition proceeds. We're into the first round, so early stages for our javelin throwers in the final.
So, preliminary number 2, Sophie Winter goes out of lane number 2. Gabriella Taylor is in 3. Nina Lawson in 4. Mia Ekonomu is in 5. Taylor Spackman is in 6. Amberly Statham is in 7. Anika Swift in 8. And Georgia Gibbons is in 9 from New Zealand. So Gibbons, one of the quickest, but Gabriella Taylor has had a really good year. She's run 11.81 this year. 11.78 is a lifetime best. We've got a few women under 12 seconds, in fact. Taylor Spackman has run her best this year at 11.92, the South Australian, out of lane number 6. And Georgia Gibbons, the New Zealander, has run 11.87, her fastest ever, 11.94 in the year of 2025. So some good depth and talent here. If they can all roll under 12, obviously they'll get through automatically, but they might even drag a few of these women possibly through to sit in those non-automatic spots. So Winter, Taylor, Lawson, Ekonomu, Spackman, Statham, Swift, and Gibbons inside to outside of the track. I would say watch for a fast starting Gabriella Taylor, second from the right. Here we go. Well away. Ooh. Well, was well away. I'll tell you that. I want to jinx it. I'm going to... Because I think there was a very good start there, but when you think there's a very good start and then there's a gun, it doesn't bode well. And I don't want to jinx it, Trav, so I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you if they... Oh, gee, I'm throwing pens at you now. I'll tell you if they walk off the track. Oh, green. There we go. Okay. I thought Gabriella Taylor started really well out of lane number 3. So I'm very glad there's a green card. For those watching on at home, maybe it's a Friday afternoon. Knockoffs, wherever you might be. Might be at the pub, might be at home. Wherever you are, green card means fair play. Just a warning here. So Winter, Taylor, Lawson, Ekonomu, Spackman, Statham, Swift, and Gibbons inside to outside of the track. Good start again there from Gabriella Taylor. So she's moving well here in lane number 2. She's got some company from Spackman as well, the South Australian. So 4 will go through here, but really strong across the board there. So that looked like Swift as well. And then Spackman, Taylor, and I couldn't quite read the lane between Lawson and Ekonomu, but I think it might have been Lawson. So I think that will be the 4 through automatically there. Trav, 11.74 with a plus 0.7 wind. You'll take that. That's quick.
We saw Gabriella Taylor in the 4x100. She really impressed me there, Mitch. Her top end speed looks to have really improved this year. And you can see she's held on to it really nicely. In the 11.7s, yes, 11.74, the official time for Gabriella Taylor.
That's fast.
It's good running.
Smiles all round too, Trav. You see down there, Gabriella Taylor's just about broken the dentures off. She's that happy. Fantastic.
So it's popped as a PB there, Mitch. So hopefully that is the case for Gabriella Taylor. Spackman's through. Nina Lawson, the Victorian, and Annika Swift with the big Q. Currently, Gibbons, Ekonomu, and Winter with the little Qs just sitting in the hot seat of preliminaries.
Well, if on paper this is correct, then Annika Swift's run a big lifetime best because she's come into this with a 12.18. Apparently run that this year. So first time under 12 seconds, if that's correct for Annika Swift, which is very impressive. And Nina Lawson had only just rolled under 12, 11.99. So some great times there across the board. We're really rolling. This is what I'm saying, Trav. This is what I'm saying. They're going to be out on that warm-up track, and they're going to be watching this, and they're going to be seeing people running lifetime best with wind-legal times and going, maybe today is the day.
I just checked the wind readings, Mitch, and so if you are listening over at McGillivray, this is as strong as the wind will get this afternoon. So it's not going to get much windier than this, so the chances of a legal run is extremely high.
Whoa,
and it's
Trav's
not
put
going
the
to change
gauntlet
direction
down.
either. So it's going to be absolutely perfect.
And look, we're not tempting you into running fast times. Don't think that. But if you want to run them fast, we're here for it. We saw what happened last night. We saw what happened with Leah O'Brien. I'm just saying, maybe we keep on going here. Anyway, we're in preliminary number 3 here of our women's 100. So again, these are women fighting for a spot in the heats later on this evening. We'll probably get the men's heat sheets soon if they haven't already been posted now that the preliminaries are done. So maybe once this is over, we'll look into that for you and see if we can see where they're going to be competing. But on the track now from Fiji is Yi in lane number 2, then Bianca Cesar, the Victorian, in 3, Amelia Finger from Queensland in 5, Monique Quirk from New South Wales is in lane number 5, sorry, I'm going from 2 upwards. Then lane number 6 is Lorraine Cagliardi from Queensland, Emma Lee's in 7, Nicole Berridge is in 8, and Georgia Feicart is in lane number 9, and definitely the watch at her best is Monique Quirk. Got that Adidas kit on. She's just, well, I always describe it as the middle of the track, but she's 4 from the right. So she's upright now with the official standing behind her. 11.5 is her lifetime best. She's run 11.92 this year, which even at that time would get you through. Good start around Quirk. She gets into it now. So Finger and Cagliardi did well, but here comes Monique Quirk. She's 11.5 at her best. She's got some company around her, but it's top 4 that roll through. So 1, 2, 3, 4 rolled through nice. You look like Berridge and then Lee, Quirk. And it might have been Bianca Cesar on the inside as well. So let's just watch for that automatic. But 11.88 plus 1.4 behind them. So you're right, this wind is hovering around this marker now.
So having a look at the start, very fast away was Quirk, as you called, Mitch. Then the troops just came in and swooped on the outside. Berridge maybe from the ACT. We'll wait and see the official results. But first 4 to go through. Then the next 5 fastest times. And coming through now, Berridge from the ACT confirmed. Winner, 11.88 her time. Emily, 11.94. Cagliardi, 12.00 on the nose for Lorraine. And pretty happy too.
Stoked.
That's
love that.
Great reaction from the Queenslander. What it means, isn't it, Mitch? Just a personal best at the national championship, the biggest stage in track and field.
Oh, absolutely. It's beautiful to see. I love seeing athletes celebrate. These are things that you should be celebrating. Anytime you run a lifetime best, it's worth cheering. Anytime you work your way into the next round of an event, it's worth cheering. So I get the sense that Lorraine's celebrated for both. It's going to be Bianca Cesar that gets through 4th, and around 12 seconds, I don't think is going to roll you through to the next round. So we've actually seen quicker. Let's wait for the small cues to pop up, but I certainly know it was Bianca Cesar who was 4th. Let's just see how we continue on here for the times.
Tara Smith in the javelin throw is doing a nice job. She sits in 9th overall, 34.22 her best in round number 9. So just sitting outside the top 8. Isabel Cruikshank leads the way. Best throw of 44.25. Emma Gabbitter sitting in silver. Olivia Williams the bronze as we head back to the 100s.
So we can see it there. So Finger looks like is probably around the 4th or 5th time at the moment, I would guess, with 12.34. So right now she sits there. Bianca Cesar, obviously sister of Jacob, so 2 from Corio roll through. Obviously, I've got my bias towards the crew out in Corio, so if you are watching down there, absolutely love Corio. Like I said, grandmother's a life member. Actually, the home straight is named after my grandmother down there in Corio, so always good to see the green in there. So next up is our preliminary number 4. Yep, so second last one here. So Francesca Sugarmine from New South Wales, Lauren Percival from New South Wales, Kate Warby from New South Wales, Sarah Ruddell, the Victorian, also from the Bellarine region, out of Geelong, is in 5, Jenna Heath is in 6, Ellie Buckholz is in 7, Kate Philpott is in 8, seen that name a bit over the last week, and Elisha Kramer goes out of lane number 9. So I think I know where you're going to be thinking the lanes are coming from here, Trav.
Silver medalist in the junior championships behind Maya Tabor, who 1 gold in
And what a race
the 2
that was,
and the
wasn't it?
1. Yeah,
She made Tabor work.
absolutely.
Really made her work for that medal. So watch out for Kate Philpott. Suppose when you're in WA, why not keep running?
Have a run. Youngest in the field by 4 or 5 years here, Mitch.
So the youngster, second from the left, and see if she can roll on through here. This is the 4th of 5 preliminaries to get through to the heats.
Good start there. Percival in the pink did well, but look at Philpott, the youngster from WA. So she's had a good warm-up through the week as young Kate Philpott, and she's going to lead this one out. Percival's second, but the youngster gets it. Rolls through to the heat. Good racing across the board. Plus 1.4. We're going to wait for this time to roll through, but 28 degrees, sunny, plus 1.4. What better way to run at 100 metres?
The conditions that Kate Philpott enjoys in front of her home crowd, the West Australian. Had a beautiful battle with Tabor over the 100 and 200 during the week, and she's returned here. She's on her home deck, and she's decided to contest the Open Women's preliminaries, and she's booked her place into the heats. The youngster, she was really impressive. She has won the WA champs in her age group. She's come to the Nationals and won a silver, and she's gaining very valuable experience by competing here with the Open Women. Well done to Kate Philpott.
Quick across the board here at the top. Lauren Percival's gone 11.87, and then Kate Warby's gone 11.97. So under 12s here. Let's just see the 4th, because I had it down as Alicia Kramer. I thought got that 4th spot, but it is. So Alicia Kramer gets it. Quick. See, this is what I'm talking about, Trav. 12.22, 12.26, 12.34 rolls on through at the moment out of those preliminaries to the heats. So good racing. Yeah, 11.77, 11.87, 11.97. Loving all the wind legal times here as well. Brilliant to see. But we have one more remaining. I'm going to try and get the full summary up. Let's just see what the cutoff at the moment here is in the small queue as our women's javelin continues.
Hayley Blanche from New South Wales, just sitting outside the medals at the moment in 4th position, 40.68 her best. See how she goes here. Plenty of height on the jav. The white flag has gone up for Hayley to move into that bronze medal position. 43.45 is the distance. Our leader, Isabel Cruikshank. She was 5th last year in this event, and Megapitus, bronze medalist, currently sitting 2nd overall. As we get her throw, 37.41. So not an improvement, she'll remain in 4th place.
So next up, it's the final preliminary here for our women. Emma Matthews goes out of 2, Bronte Pickering out of 3, Alana McInnes out of 4, Denise Youssef is in 5, Monique Hanlon, another strong name there, is in 6, Sundance Fuller is in 7, Trista Hockey is in 8, and Kelly McAndrew rolls out of lane number 9. So at the moment, you'll need to be under 12.34. 12.34 rolls from 12.22. No, 12.05 is currently our fastest non-auto. And then it rolls down here to 12.34. So there's quite a few women who are capable of running that here in this preliminary. And they're about to start the race. So Matthews, Pickering, McInnes, Youssef, for mine, Monique Hanlon the watch, Fuller, Hockey, and McAndrew. I can try and predict for you right now who will roll through, but the beauty of 100-metre running is, on any given day, it can be any given person. Here we go. The last of our prelims.
Good start here in prelim number 5. Monique Hanlon now moves away, the Queenslander. Second inside the track is Pickering. So Hanlon and Pickering it is who are 1-2 at the moment. They'll queue up, but that's the 1-2. Widest there was also Kelly McAndrew. I'll give it another review for that 4th spot. Plus 2.1, so just over that wind legal limit, but 11.69 to roll through. We could have a few time qualifiers out of this one.
Yeah, a bit faster there. Hanlon just was able to bring the field through. Wasn't first away, but she was able to find her rhythm, and she's really strong through the core there. Look at the head, doesn't move at all, just keeps it nice and stable. She really controlled that race, Mitch, and 11.69, the winning time for Hanlon. That's a good time. It'll put her up amongst some of the favourite competitors. So these are the preliminaries. We'll move through now to the heats. The officials will just sharpen the pencils, get the fields ready. You'll be able to see it all in the roster app as soon as it is available. Back to the javelin, Lily Allport, 6th overall. He's thrown a PB already today, 38.47 for Lily. Isabel Cruikshank still leads the way. And the gap just have Olivia Williams in the medals.
Yeah, let's hit it. Sundance Fuller got that 4th spot, and Denise Youssef gets through to the heats here later on this afternoon. So that 12.31 is going to be enough to roll through here to join the main dance. As we said, this is only our preliminaries. The heats aren't until a few hours' time, or just under that. So these women now will have the opportunity to back to the warm-up track and get themselves ready. Here's the qualifying times. They're about to flash up in front of you here. So it was quick. 12.06, would you believe, was the fastest non-auto. And it rounded out to 12.31. So Finger just misses with that 12.34. I mean, Alana McInnes and Finger were both right on that 12.34 marker. They would have been separated by nearly nothing. But you can see there, Trav, it's going to be a good heat. If that's what it takes to get in, the heats are going to be good.
Yeah, fantastic moment for all those competitors who have been toiling away in their capital cities, enjoying their 100 metres. Also enjoying the competition are our officials. They're at the halfway mark of the under-20 women's javelin throw. Just resorting the order. We'll come back with the conclusion of the under-20 women's javelin throw. It's getting exciting here this afternoon. Hope you're sitting back and relaxing. It's great to have your company on 7+. It's Mitch Dyer and Travis Jenkins taking you through.
Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Could you be walking on a dream?
So we are back here, a beautiful sunny Perth, a warm sunny Perth at that. Hope you didn't go too far. 28 degrees, you can probably see it on the clock here in a moment. It's right at our start-finish line, but we have hit the final part of our Women's Open heptathlon. It's a close competition at the top. It's a high-scoring competition at the top for that part. They'll go out of heat number 2, so there's 2 of these 800 metres that will go together, but our top 3 at the moment, our medalists, will be in that second heat. They're decided. The top 3 are all set up. We can see Tori West, our Olympian from last year, 5.281 points for her, so she's humming along to a really nice pace. Amelia Search, 5.134. She's on pace for a lifetime best as well. And Mia Scary, who you'll remember just missed that podium last year at the World Juniors, she currently sits in third. Kristen Gahan putting up a good performance, Alana Chapman as well. But a lot of the women we're going to see here in this first of the 800 metres, the first of our final events in this heptathlon, are going to roll off very shortly. But Trav, it's been a good competition really across the board.
She's had a good 6 events, Mitch, hasn't she, Tori West? And she won't be too far out her best if she can have a good 800 metres. I mean, she's number 5 on the all-time list in the women's heptathlon. She's been a terrific competitor, the Paris Olympian. She finished 20th in the Paris Games. And she's going to be in and around that 6,000 points again, you would think, Tori West, with a good 800 metres here. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. Now, the under-20s has been close all day, Mitch. Not much has separated our under-20s. And like we saw in the juniors, the 800 metres can decide the medals. We saw a couple of changes in the standings once the 800 metres got underway. And then once again, that could happen here in our under-20 age group. So it's going to be important to time your run. There's probably, as you've mentioned, Mitch, not much left in the tank after a couple of really big days. But you've got to just have that final push to the line, don't you?
Yeah, you certainly do. It's hard to find energy, I think, in moments like these, but these women are the fittest women in athletics. They certainly are a high caliber field. I think people are quick to forget sometimes, you know, Tori West over in Gotsis last year became, you know, the 5th best we've ever seen over the heptathlon. Now, she won't hit that 6,245 she set over there, but she's certainly on pace to put together a really solid performance. It's early in the year. This is a long extended year in 2025. Our world champs obviously don't factor in until September. So I think to come out here and set the precedence as really our leading heptathlete, obviously Cam Newton-Smith was ultra impressive in that pentathlon, suffered an injury in the process of that in China. Unfortunately, this is why we're not seeing her compete here. But I get the sense that Tori West is really reshaping her training. She does a lot of work off the track as well. She obviously works in tech. She's a very smart young woman, so I feel like she fills her cup pretty well. But, you know, it's good to see the likes of Amelia Search rolling through. She was at the World Juniors a few years ago. She was 4th in that long jump, but she's grown up being in that multi-event discipline. 5.6 is her best. She's going to go past that here today, which is very exciting. And Mia Scary as well, our young star who's really rising through the ranks here in that bronze. So I'll be fascinated to see how quick they can get out there. I've been told that Amelia Search is ready to rip a fast 800 metres in terms of how she's been training. Being able to execute that at the end of 6 events may be a little bit different than what you've done in training. But ahead of us here, it is the first of the 2 sections of our women's heptathlon 800 metres. And again, it's been a good competition across the board.
Yeah, well summarised, Mitch. Beautiful in your summation of the event. It's Scary, 4th at the World Under-20 Championships. She too will also go close to her personal best, Mitch, of 5.624. So it's been great performance from Amelia Search and Mia Scary, the 2 youngsters in the competition. And they'll come up in heat number 2. So there's Maya Francis from New South Wales. Probably more favoured with the jumps. She has a 2.43 personal best. And she has arrived here at the 800 metres in around about 9th and 10th place. So look to finish off really strongly here. Mei Lang, 10th overall.
Running out of lane number 1.
So around 2:30 will be a good day for a lot of women out here. Now, the fastest in our field is Amber Neeson, the Queenslander. She's running a 2:24 at her best. So if you were to expect an early tempo to come from anywhere, just look for hip number 4 in this field. Amber Stimpton as well has been around 2:36. McMillan has run around 2:37. So now, obviously, these women aren't contesting medals, but they're contesting lifetime best. They're still wanting to see how many points they can accumulate here, maybe move up this leaderboard in the middle sections of it. So just it's always fascinating watching this 800. Some people like to get out there really hard and, you know, string out this field and make them feel the burn early. Others get that big rush of adrenaline over the closing, 300 metres, knowing that their event is about to come to an end and they can kick their feet up and enjoy the rest of this beautiful weekend here in WA. But I get the sense that it probably will be Amber Neeson who will be looking to go around her lifetime best of 2:24 to really finish off her competition in a strong way here.
They're looking really relaxed, aren't they, the competitors? Talking to Dave Colbert earlier, he said if you were a parent and you had a child who took up multis, you'd feel like you've got good return on your investment, Mitch. They're out there a long time. He said he'd be encouraging his grandchildren one day, God willing, take up the multis so I can sit around and watch athletics all day long.
It's not a bad lifestyle, is it? Although it's a lot of spikes and a lot of trips to the running shop. Here we go. So we'll bring them back. It was a slight break, I think, maybe on the outside from the Western Australian and Huria. Or we saw this a little bit in the juniors, didn't we, Trav? Maybe the sound didn't quite travel to the lanes as they needed to. We saw a few athletes get caught napping, not hearing the starting signals. So they'll bring him back. You can see our official is just saying, no, redo it again. Let's reset this. Let's see how they go. The green card's out, Trav. That's always makes me feel a little bit better when we see the green card out here. Oh, we're going to go second time here. Heat 1. So we're at the conclusive stages here of our heptathlon, but we'll reset the conclusive stages here of our heptathlon. Bear with us for a moment. Couldn't read that one, Trav, because they were gone.
I think that might have been a technical issue there, Mitch. So just wait and see. The other thing that Nana said too, if she was to become a heptathlete, she would have a different outfit for every event.
Oh, that's a big change up. Big change up. But that does not surprise me either from Nana. One of the more fun, eccentric athletes we saw on the circuit. Nana Owusu. Young superstar with Nana. We actually trained together at the same track growing up. Known each other a long time. But hearing that, Trav, does not surprise me. Get the pleasure to meet Nana Owusu. That won't surprise you either. Okay, third time here. These women are just ready to finish off their day. Here we go. Now we're at the conclusive stages here of this women's heptathlon. So it's been a long, grueling 2 days, and they're going to round it out with 2 laps here in WA. It's a strong start outside of the track from Jessie Huria, your Western Australian. So she'll set the tempo here as they make their way down to the railing in the opening 100 metres. And they'll all just jostle for a little spot here. So now it just comes down to time. It'll probably leave it all out on the track, you imagine, just to get out there and see if you can mark off a lifetime best in the final event here. But through the opening 200 metres, it sets out at a pretty reasonable clip.
So the West Australian in front of her family and friends, Jessie Huria. She has arrived at the 800 metres sitting in 17th position overall. She had a terrific javelin throw. That's been her best event so far. She was 9th overall in the javelin throw, and she's wanting to finish off strongly. Nissen in behind her, 13th overall coming into the final event of the day. But for the West Australian, she has started strongly, Mitch, and it's a welcome sound, that bell.
Yeah, she certainly has. So that was 68 seconds through the opening 400 metres, and I mentioned it before the race, but Amber Nissen was the fastest with a 2:24, so even she's on pace for a lifetime best at the moment. But the Western Australian and Huria just really doing a good job even to maintain this tempo. That hasn't been bridged back remotely from her back here to Nissen. She'll have a little bit of company now joining her, you'd think, in Francis, who on paper is a 2:43 runner. So again, just really starting to elevate and
finish off her two-day event strongly. But with 200 metres to go, the Western Australian is really finding some form at 1:44 on the clock. Now we see the next two roll through. It's fractured a little bit back behind there, but let's just watch this clock and see what Huria can run. Like you mentioned, she might be motivated here by friends, family, and being able to run in her home state at the national championships. But 2:03, 2:04 on the clock. This is going to be fast. So Huria now down to the line. This is the end of 7 events, ladies and gentlemen. This is a huge undertaking as she continues to push and see how quickly she can get down to this finish line. 2:17, will it be under 20? 19:20 on the nose, 2:20.19. Fast finish here from McMillan as well, who goes under 2:30. Here comes Neeson as well, who was our 2:24 runner. Stimson finishes off her heptathlon as well. Sophie Dunn followed closely here by Maya Lange. And rounding things out here into the final stretch is going to be Maya Francis, who will be right under 2:45. And we're about finished here in heat number 1 of 2 here for our women's heptathlon. This is Ruby Salcic rounding things out. Can she get just under that 3 minutes? It's 2:56, 7, 8. She will. 9, right on it. So maybe just 3 minutes on the nose, but great competition. A great 800, a fast 800 here in heat 1 of 2 for our women's heptathlon 800.
Yeah, well done to all of the competitors in the open hep. It's been a grueling couple of days. They now step off and enjoy their achievements from Western Australia. There's plenty of PBs across the last couple of days, Mitch, so I'm sure there'll be some happy coaches and some happy athletes, and they can sit back now and enjoy the senior women in the 800 metres.
Well, I think there'll be some very happy athletes because Huria's run 2:20.17, McMillan's run 2:23.35, and Neeson's run 2:27.74. So we've got 3 women in the first of these two 800 metres under 2:30, which is quick. Stimson as well, a lifetime best, 32. Dunn a lifetime best at 36, and Lange a lifetime best at 36 as well. So a fantastic way for these women to finish off their 2 days of events. And now we roll into our medalists here leading. They won't change colours, you would think. It would take an almighty effort really to get the best of Tori West, given that she's a 2:16 800 metre runner already. She's actually the fastest on paper. This is one of her stronger events. We've seen her pacemaking this year, would you believe that, in our domestic season. So she will be no stranger to being able to get out here and put out a mighty effort in the 800 metres. She's got the white singlet on. You can't see her on the line here just yet, but beats Elle Chapman, Tori West. So she's got hip number 3 on. She's your current competition leader. Amelia Search is currently sitting in second, on her way to a lifetime best here. 2:17 I don't think is a clear indicator of what she can run. Lily Till is in lane number 5. Mia Skerry goes in lane number 6. Olivia Malone is in 7. And Christine Gain goes out in 8. So Mia Skerry, currently your bronze medalist. She was so close last year to being on the podium at the World Juniors. She was just hit right at the end of the competition. So I feel like this 800 metres now almost adds a little bit of fuel. It's some form of redemption to improve this event for her. But this will be fast. If you've just seen 2:20 in that one, Trav, I think we're going to see something pretty quick here in this one.
Yeah, Tori West, she's performed beautifully over the last couple of days. Mitch, if you have a look at her hurdles, she was second in the standings. She was the fastest over the 200 metres. So she has got the speed work in the legs to run a fast 800. As you said, best 2:16. She is on screen. It's been a terrific competition. She's won all of the events besides the hurdles and the high jump. Her long jump was good, 6:03, where she finished third. Her best is 6:15, so too far off. Let's see what she can do here to round out her national championships. Amelia Search, though, just as you touched on, Mitch, just really impressive over the couple of days. 2:20 will be good for her.
So we're away here. It's our women's heptathlon 800 metres. So Tori West with hip number 3 is the competition leader. In all pink is Amelia Search, who currently sits in second, and 2 lanes wider than that is Mia Skerry. She has the bronze medal in hand as it stands right now. Getting down there early, though, was Beatsell, the Queenslander. Widest on the track is Gayen, who will get down to that railing first. So here's Amelia Search, though. She pops out of this group and wants to push this tempo. Mia Scary sits just behind her. Gayan now settles just in front, and Tori West, the competition leader, is sitting in 5th comfortably, and that's probably a cleaner pace there. It was about 34 through the opening 200.
So you can see our competition leader, hip number 3, running in about 4th position at the moment, but now just starting to make a little bit of a move. But it's Amelia Search and Mia Scary. Not much has separated their personal bests all year, Mitch, so it's going to be a really good battle here to decide how the 800 will finish.
Yeah, this is strong front running from Amelia Search as well, who suggested that she's probably fitter than what her lifetime best is. She's been cleaning up personal best all competition long, and I don't think this will be any form of exception. So she'll have to go down quickly, though. 70 seconds through the opening lap, so it'll have to be that negative split as Scary now just rounds up onto her shoulder. West a little bit further back, but certainly not out of it. But these three are doing a good job just to move away from this field. It's Unity Beatzell that sits there in 4th, but again, she might have some company from the rest of this field in a moment's time. But up this back straight now, it's Amelia Search. Mia Scary just wanting to get down and around her shoulder. I think she might just get there at 200, and here comes Tori West as well, the competition leader. So our Olympian last year now is going to greet the opening 2 runners and just see whether or not they can roll with a kick. So Amelia Search now finds herself in that 3rd spot. Tori West out after the youngster in Mia Scary. So this will be a great battle over the closing 130 metres. They will not spot each other an inch. It's very competitive up the front of this field now. So it's Mia Scary inside. Tori West unloads the kick here now. Amelia Search will find a little bit of something as well. So West might have thought she had it. She looks on her right shoulder, and now she sees Amelia Search just move away. So Search finds something and finds it well. 218.8, then goes back to West, who just got over Scary. Then it's Beatzell in 4th. Well done to Malone, fast finishing there as well. As we congratulate our final competitor to come across this line, Lily Tilt. He's going to round out her heptathlon as well. You can see that they've left it all out on the track there. That's significant for Amelia Search. Those are 2 very strong names to come over the top of in the final 100.
It's in very good state, the heptathletes here in Australia. Amelia Search, she just waited and waited. She found her moment as she entered the home straight, and look at that acceleration, Mitch. She was really able to find that extra gear, and for the youngster, that is a tremendous finish. She will score a real personal best in the heptathlon. She has been unbelievable over the last couple of days, and to cap off a win in the 800 metres, it's a great finish.
Yeah, she certainly will. She's gone 5,975 points, Amelia Search, so that's a great day. That's 300 points over her former lifetime best. 6,107 for Tori West as well. That's strong. And Mia Scary, 5,770 for her. So again, another lifetime best in terms of points. So these younger heptathletes now are really starting to assert themselves in these conversations. Cam Newton-Smith obviously really exploded last year. She had a really good career at Arkansas State as well in the NCAA, but she was really humming well in indoors in that pentathlon. It was unfortunate to get that injury, but Tori West, really strong to bring down that national gold.
Amelia Search, to me, very impressive all across. If they managed to get her off the track yet, Amelia Search, she is. They've got her on the grass, which is good. Here's our final standings here, Trav. 6,107 for Tori West, 5,975 for Amelia Search, and 5,770 for Mia Scary. Gain as well gets a lifetime best of 5,266 points. So a brilliant competition across the board there for our open heptathlon.
Yeah, I think Tori West will be happy with that. Over 6,100 points, Mitch, her best. Not too far away from that, but she's just performed really consistently over the last couple of days. For Amelia Search, she will be extremely happy. She was able to finish off her 800 metres in 2:18.75. She will win the silver. Mia Scary will take home the bronze medal. And that points of 6,107. If you look at the all-time list, which that still would put us into that top 10.
Well, I was about to say, we're looking at here, so she's just missed Tennille Crace. You remember, did that over at the Commonwealth Games, so yeah, only 8 women or 9 women have ever done it. So Claire Thompson was 5,958, so gee, she's really pushing into some elite company here at a young age too in terms of the heptathlon. So
That's a watch, without a doubt. So we continue on here. It is our women's under 20 heptathlon 800 metres. So again, they are coming to the final stages of their event. This is the first of two. So Caddo on the inside drops back there ever so slightly. Looks like our athlete from New South Wales, Georgia Phillips, is going to lead this one out. Not far away is Dudizak as well. She's a 2:31 runner at her best, so she's going to attach herself to Phillips here, who's 2:24 at her fastest, and leads out this strong field here. Charlie Inkster, the Victorian as well, just following along.
So Phillips leading the way. Lucy Allen also trying to push up. Holly Dudziak from the ACT sitting in second place. Charlie Inkster, the Victorian, had a really good high jump earlier as well. Inkster, there's Allen, the South Australian, further followed back by Bruniga from Victoria and Hannah Leach from the ACT, rounding it through. So through the belt, the pace is around about 1:10. Mitch, our leader, Georgia Phillips.
Yeah, so Phillips doing a good job here, as I said. She's really going to try and bring through a few athletes here, you'd think, for a fast time. So doing a good job to maintain that is Dudizak. Then drops back there a little further to Inkster, who's rolling along nicely with our South Australian in Allen, and then Caddo. So as they make their way up this back straight, though, she's been out there for a while now, is Phillips, and clearly she is the fastest in this field. So she just continues to stretch that elastic band, that invisible elastic band they talk about so much in middle distance running, and see whether or not it can snap. But doing a good job to stay inside of it right now is Dudizak. So only 200 metres to go here now for this duo, and that is all that remains here in the heptathlon. But Phillips with 150 is strong. Dudizak not going anywhere, that's for sure. And then Inkster still leads this group out behind. Now feeling a little bit of that pressure is Allen, but with 150 to go, they'll find something. But rounding into this turn, it's Phillips. 2:05, 2:06 on the clock, so well within that possibility of a lifetime best in this event, and continues to put her head down and push towards the line. So 50 metres to go. Could we just see around that 2:20? It'll likely be just over, but a lifetime best here anyway for that 800. 2:22.01 is blistering. Dudizak as well will get a lifetime best. So congratulations. It goes to Inkster next, and then Caddo has the South Australian in Allen. They finish together. Allen just over the top of Caddo. Fast finishing Brenja from Victoria as well. Finishes off her under 20 heptathlon. Leach is through. And that is our field here for the first of two of our women's heptathlon under 20 800s.
Well done to Georgia Phillips from the New South Wales team. She entered into this 800 in 11th position overall, and she will move up into a top 10 finish, which is a fantastic achievement by Georgia Phillips. She'll finish in the top 10 in the under 20 national final, so well done to her. For Sarah Caddo, she also has finished in about 9th position overall in the final standings. So terrific effort from the first heat, Mitch, and we'll have our medalist next up.
Yeah, so this is also a pretty good watch here, because the silver and bronze in this is all but decided. So Layla Croker, the South Australian, cannot be caught. 4,712 points for her. She's just about won every event. Only the shot put and the high jump she hasn't won, so she's had a great performance. The Tasmanian, Isabella Wing, former national champion in her own right, 4.361, sits just 11 points ahead of Queensland's Monique Williams at 4.350. So that's the watch really in this event. Let's see whether or not Wing can hold on to that silver medal, because Queensland's Monique Williams, who's going to have hip number 2 on, you would think will do everything she possibly can to get up there into that silver spot.
11 points, Mitch, separating silver and bronze. It's going to be a thrilling 800 metres. Isabella Wing, she will wear hip number 4. Williams will wear hip number 2. What a battle that'll be, Mitch. At least you know your equation, don't you, Mitch? Whoever wins that little battle, that will decide the silver medal pretty much. It's only, in terms of points, it's only about a second and a half in terms of difference. So it'll be tight, but I think Crocker should be looking to finish off well.
Yeah, certainly will. And Isabella Wing, who currently has that silver medal, is a 3-second faster 800-metre runner than what Monique Williams is on paper. So likely the outcome here is Monique Williams will, I think, have to push this tempo and maybe just see whether or not Isabella Wing has enough, because maybe you've run 2:27 before, but how fatigued and how tired is your body rolling into this event on this day? That's the beauty of the heptathlon. Times really do become irrelevant. It's dependent on how well you've recovered and how fresh you're feeling coming into this. So this will be a fascinating watch. Lovell, Williams, Hollands, Wing, Hollyoak, Croker, who's in 6, and then Horn.
So the grand crescendo here of our women's under-20 heptathlon is underway, and it's Layla Croker, the South Australian, who's second widest on the track and the fastest at the moment out here, is the current competition leader. Tasmania's very own Isabella Wing currently sits in that silver medal spot, and Monique Williams, the Queenslander, is in the bronze. But as they make their way up this back straight for the first time, it's Layla Croker who leads things out here. Elizabeth Horn, the first one to go with her, and now Wing is sort of forced to lead this group that is going to try and bridge that gap, but they're out here fast at the moment, Trav.
Yeah, all eyes on our leader, but also you're wearing hip number 4, Isabella Wing. She's in that tight battle for the silver and the bronze with Monique Williams. She wears hip number 2 right in behind her. So those two are watching each other like hawks in this early stage, Mitch. But for our leader, she's had a great couple of days. It'll be a great victory lap here if she can be first across the line.
Yeah, and certainly keen to finish things off well. So you can see Croker leads it out from Horn. They're 2:26 runners at their best, and right now they're giving themselves every opportunity to be under that, because that was 68 seconds. The battle for silver is on. Monique Williams now wants to make that move around Isabella Wing. So watch that. That's that second group. Look at Monique Williams go. So she sensed her moment now. She needs to get as far away as possible from Isabella Wing, who's a tough competitor there back and forth. But Monique Williams is launching out of the ground here at the moment to try and even go get after Croker, who is the fastest on paper, who is our competition leader. And she's made a big move. So it is going to be Croker who still leads with 200 metres to go. Williams doing everything she can to put herself up on this dais one step higher. Wing now sits in 4th. We can see Horn starting to come back towards her, but out in front here is Croker. She's in front for a reason. She's the strongest in this field, and with 110 metres to go to finish off her heptathlon, she wants to show everybody just that. So the South Australian leads it out from Williams. Now we start to see a little bit of a shift back there. Wing moves up into that 3rd spot. This is going to be a battle of distance more than anything between Williams to Wing, but out in front, your competition leader, Layla Croker. Round of applause. This is quick. This is under 2:20. 2:18. Williams has run a huge lifetime best to get up there. Isabella Wing from Tasmania salutes. That'll be around 2:25. So again, around that lifetime best for her as well. Elizabeth Horn goes for 4th. Then it goes to Hollyoak. Lavelle finishes things off here now as well. And so does Hollands. That is our women's under-20 heptathlon. We're points watching here because I think Monique Williams has probably done enough to get up for that silver.
There's our national champion, Layla Croker. Well done on your gold medal. It's been a couple of big days, but for the South Australian, she will be very happy to take home a gold medal. We're just waiting for the points to roll through. Now, Mitch, they're just starting to come in, and we can see there has been a change. Monique Williams, with that flashing 800-metre run of 2:20.62, has moved into the silver medal position. She'll end on 5,165 points. Isabella Wing will finish with the bronze medal, not too far behind. She's had a fantastic couple of days, Isabella Wing, the Tasmanian. She'll finish with the bronze in what has been a thrilling under-20 women's heptathlon.
Well, just what a move with 400 metres to go. Monique Williams obviously knew where she needed to be in order to get up here and snatch herself a silver, but still to be able to make that move at the end of this type of competition and run a lifetime best, it takes a lot of guts. So congratulations to her, and Isabella Wing as well. I mean, holds on for a lifetime. What more can you do than that? I mean, honestly, just a phenomenal way to round things out here in our women's under-20 heptathlon. High points, 5.554 as well for Layla Croker. So that's a good day for her. Again, she literally only lost 2 events, the high jump and the shot put. She was 3rd in both of those. So a near perfect card for her. We can see the results on our screen here. Layla Croker, 5.554.
Monique Williams, 5,165, and Isabella Wing, 5,108. 3 personal bests across the board. You cannot be disappointed with that, Trav.
No, it's fantastic competition for all of our under-20 women's heptathletes, and with the rise of Amelia Search and Mia Skerry in the open ranks, the heptathlon is looking really strong for Australia. Amelia Search, she's moved up into the top 10 all-time, Mitch, which is a fantastic effort from her in this competition. Around about 9th position on the all-time list with her score, Amelia Search. So a fantastic couple of days and a thrilling competition for the under-20 and open women's heptathlon.
So we're going to go back now to some 400 metre racing. This is our women's under-20 400 metre final. Certainly a few to watch, but none more important than lane number 5, Charlotte McAuliffe, who's just gone from strength to strength through the years. She's the 21st fastest we've ever had in that under-20 distance. And to me, the clear one to watch here in this field. So we'll be mindful of that. As we can see the entire field flash up on our screens here. And like I said, Charlotte McAuliffe out of lane number 5 is the clear watch, the South Australian. She's a multiple-time national gold medalist. She's been active on the circuit this year as Charlotte McAuliffe and is the fastest in this field. And as I say that now, we welcome into the booth none other than Bruce McAvaney. Bruce, what a way to step in and get to call a race like this.
A beauty, Mitch, isn't it? So we've seen some outstanding performances again today. And Trav taking us through all of those. So McAuliffe was very good in the heat. She was clearly the fastest. She's been a big star in South Australia now for a couple of years. Had a very good run in Sydney this year. She's been racing in the one-day events. It's just hard to see her probably being beaten here. She ran in the heats, didn't she, in Lima?
She did.
And in that 4x4 team, it was so successful. She's got a mark for the stall gift as well, which is reasonable for her. I think about 4.5 metres, 5 metres. So the 100-metre form's been strong enough, and she's very good at 200. So she's the one to watch. But take us through them, Mitch.
It'll be a good field. Phoebe Doran goes out of 1. Sierra Jarks from the ACT is in 2. Hastings in 3. Penman rolls out of lane number 4. Charlotte McAuliffe in 5. We're without Borton, the New Zealander, in 6. Samara Bond from New South Wales, the other watch for me. Pilmer in 8. And Lily Bella Hilly is the widest on the track. Here we go. Good clean start here away for this national final. Ones to watch here, we mentioned already, Charlotte McAuliffe from South Australia goes out of lane number 5, but work cut out for her there already with Samara Bond. So Bond from New South Wales is up this back straight quickly, but you can get the sense of the moment here. Here comes Charlotte McAuliffe. So McAuliffe already picks up that stagger wide on her outside shoulders. She's made that clear margin inside as well. And this is a really strong opening 200 metres from the young South Australian. So McAuliffe already through them here. She's going to round into this home straight. Well in front here from Bond, who sits there in second. But how quick can Charlotte McAuliffe go? So McAuliffe is home here. 100 metres remaining for her. Bond moves into second. Wider there is Lily Bella Hilly, but out in front here and clear away is Charlotte McAuliffe. So she's been strong all through the year. She was strong last year. This will be quick. 53.21 for the South Australian to take home that national title. Then it goes back to Bond. Third place there, Lily Bella Hilly. But quick there for Charlotte McAuliffe. 53.18 converted. That's the fastest time that she's run. And now moves her equal to Caitlin Sargent-Jones in that under-20 rankings, inside the top 20 overall.
Fantastic performance, wasn't it? So you called it so well, Mitch. She had a good sighter, didn't she, down the back straight? And she was able to work off that and then finished so strongly. So she's getting that time down. We've seen some real breakthroughs in the under-20s this year. I think of Bella Pasquale, Gemma Pollard, those runners that are getting into the 52s, and now Charlotte getting oh so close to that 52 high second mark, so 53.18. That's continues to improve, so really impressive there.
So ran it so strong as well. I mean, really, there was a little bit of pressure early there from Bond, but the likes of Charlotte McAuliffe can sense that. I feel like she's a very good race instinct sort of operator. She knows when to be able to make those moves, and just clearly with 200 metres to go, she was already out in front. She had a good 5 metres on the rest of that field, held on. It was that lactic maybe over the final 20, but outside of that, it was a perfectly executed race. We're going to go to a break really quickly here. We've got another of our under-20 finals. It is the 400 metres. The youngster takes it up to the under-20 athletes here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here in WA. So we're back here with more 400-metre action. As I said, this is our men's under-20 400-metre final. This is going to be a really good one. It actually may be a bit of a blanket across the field here. It's not a lot of separation. Lane 7, Seth Kennedy, is the man to watch. He's a year younger than these gentlemen, but he's right on that cusp of 47 seconds. So I know that right now he would love to get back around there, but this is going to be a strong field.
So from the heats, Bayers was 47.87, Grant was 47.53, and Kennedy at 47.47. So as Mitch said, there's not much between them here. So those key lanes are out wide, 6, 7 and 8. They were the 3 heat winners. Kennedy, we've already seen him in action earlier this week, and he's creating such an impression, that wide draw for him. So conditions are good, Mitch. We've just seen McAuliffe run a personal best, getting close to that 53 seconds. Let's see what the men can do in the under-20 400 metres.
So we're away cleanly here. It's a good start, and Bruce mentioned, watch for these 3 wide lanes on the track. You can already see Seth Kennedy pick up that inside of Chase Grant, and Byers now as well has a slight bit of separation. So Seth Kennedy's going to get out here quickly. He's got Grant, Byers behind him. Further back is Zarkis as well, but Seth Kennedy is on one. He's a man on a mission here at the moment, the youngster from Queensland. He's out quickly. Chase Grant can sense that moment. He's starting to lift a little bit, so they'll actually roll into this home straight pretty well together. But out in front here, it's Kennedy. Here comes on his inside now, Byers. He's bided his time well, so Kennedy, he's going to have to find a little bit of something here. Chase Grant comes strongly. Byers can't get there. Kennedy back to Grant. The Queenslander will hold on. He finds plenty. 6:46.64. He shakes his head and says, I'm Seth. Nice to meet you. 6:46.62. He's there. He's a 46-second man. Well done, Seth Kennedy. He holds on for the national title.
Great call, Mitch. What a run. It was a fantastic race. There were 3 live chances with 100 metres to go. Kennedy was being challenged first by Grant, but Bayers looked the main challenger, didn't he? But Kennedy put it all on the line. Inside Bayers looked as if he might get up alongside them, but Grant then felt like he was able to respond as well. But Kennedy was strong, and then you could see the adulation on the line when he saw that the clock was saying in the 46. That's a big breakthrough today for him. He's young, he's courageous, he's got high speed, he's got a big future. So all these people, Mitch, that we're looking at now and thinking, okay, 2-3 years away, they're going to make some inroads, aren't they? World Juniors for some of them in Eugene next year, just after the Commonwealth Games. So some great running there.
Brilliant. We'll throw down to Nana, who I think has our young 17-year-old Seth Kennedy, and I imagine he's pretty happy to be standing next to you.
Seth Kennedy, you are the youngest in the field and the fastest in the field. After a whole week of racing in the under-18 200 and 400, how does it feel?
Feels awesome. Coach Robbo beforehand said, just execute and we think you can win. And I feel like I executed well there, so to get the job done is awesome.
You definitely did. The 400 isn't the most forgiving event. What was going through your mind with 100 to go?
Just look at that line. Get the arms up as much as you can. Get the knees up and just get there and then dip on the line.
How does it feel to be a 46 runner?
Feels awesome, but I can't think too much right now.
Congratulations on the win. Seth Kennedy, your under 2400 metre winner.
Thank you, thank you.
It's hard to talk after any event, particularly the 400. So, Mitch, if you look at what he did in the under-18s, he ran 47.30 to win the 18s earlier this week, and now he's run 46.6. So it's a massive, massive improvement. Grant was terrific, so Kennedy brings the best out in Grant. Bayers has run a very honest race, and Zarkis gets a personal best as well. A lot to look forward to there. So, you know, we think of juniors and whether they're still eligible next year. You'd have to check. Kennedy surely will be, but that 4x400 team, you know, we're getting some depth, aren't we?
Yeah,
in
we
both
really
men
are.
and women.
No, it's pretty special, isn't it? And particularly in those Queensland sprinting stables. I mean, they just seem to be learning off one another. And
Queensland and
improve.
WA.
Yeah.
We've seen the WA women this week. It's been remarkable, and Queensland. Might be something in the weather, I reckon. Look, they've got a good track here. It's a fast track.
It is.
Brisbane provides terrific conditions. We've seen Gout do extraordinary things. We've seen Browning go to Queensland, you know, in recent years. Canberra's the other track, of course, where sprinters get it right. But if you're in Queensland or you're in WA and you're a sprinter, you're going to get some opportunities to run some fast time.
Yeah, you certainly are. You know who's a good living example of that is Leo O'Brien. Only a few days ago, obviously got Raylene's record of that 11:20 set back in '68. So I feel like these Western Australian sprint stocks, and Josiah John is another man that we don't talk about too often because he's in that gout age. But again, he's been very quick over here for a while. So you're right, there's something in the weather. I think this warm temperature nearly all year long makes a big difference to the type of training you can do.
So here's the lineup for the women's wheelchair para open final. James, Tack, Clifton, Bly, Kent, Espy and Ballard. Such a well-known name. Lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So New Zealand, ACT, New South Wales, WA, New South Wales, ACT are represented here.
Angie Bellard is just a name synonymous with Paralympics. You would feel she's just such a stalwart of the Paralympics, not just in Australia but on a global scale. So she continues to show up, she continues to race well. Sarah Clifton Bly, another one. Coco Espy, the youngster, really on the move here in this wheelchair event. So there's some good names and some good times to watch out for here. Obviously, Angie Bellard is already a multiple-time 100, 200, 400 metre record holder in Australia. And Sarah Clifton Bly as well. She can go under 1:15.66. Well, if she gets it, she'll equal Rosemary Little's area and national record back in 2019. And Coco Espy as well, looking for a 73.19 or faster.
We've already had the 100 earlier today, haven't we?
We did.
With Ballard, James and Clifton Bly on the podium there.
So a good start here. Again, it's a very, very high caliber field there. You can see Sarah James get out well, but Angela Ballard, who we've mentioned, is just such a stalwart of these Paralympic movements. So you can see Ballard is out there quickly, and waste no time through this opening 120 metres to set this tempo. So she's already our national record holder across a plethora of different events. It's a matter of how fast can she go through this 400 metres. Inside of that track is Sarah James as well. Emily Tapp not too far away from her. And Sarah Clifton-Blight as well up this back straight. But as we continue to move along here with 150 metres to go, it's all Angela Ballard out there. Our T53 athlete is just storming away from the rest of this field at the moment. So Angela Ballard, she'll round out here into the final 100 metres, 54.55. Back in 2019 was that record, so she won't get there, but she's absolutely humming down this home straight, Angela Ballard. What a performance from her. She's going to finish first, and she'll be just over that 60-second marker. Just a phenomenal way to race here. Inside Sarah James as well, the Queenslander, will get down to this line. That'll be around that 70 seconds, maybe just outside of that. Emily Tapp rolls through next, and then we've got Coco Espy, the youngster. So we'll have to wait on these times. They were sort of hunting around that Australian record, so it'll be fascinating to see whether they got there as we continue to move on through here and finish things off. Just under 90 seconds here, and that's a great race again from Sarah Clifton-Blight, another of our athletes here. Western Australia's own Madison Kent rolls down to the finish line here. It'll be right on 140, just over. So well done for Madison Kent. A great race all around here. And again, we'll look for these times to see if we've got any new records to display.
Well, some good times there. Ballard over James. Young James, isn't she, from New Zealand? Tapp. Ballard asserting her superiority early in that race, 61.35, 70.73 and 76.49. Keeping on strong, isn't she, Ange? Massive career.
Well, you just read her resume and you'll be here for about a minute. So Ange Ballard takes this out, T53 there, 101.35, good percentage, 86.91. Sarah Clifton-Blight moves up to second there with a 76.99, and Sarah James, 75.38%, gets up for the bronze for New Zealand. But technically our bronze medal will be going to Coco Espy with her 69.32 there. So as you've said, it really was sort of a case for Angela Ballard, who we've seen across 5 different Paralympics and World Championship events, and the likes of young Coco Espy, who are just starting out that career in these para events. So great display of racing.
So the men's wheelchair race next, and then we start the heats of the men's 100 metres. Lachlan Kennedy in heat number 1. He's drawn in lane 3. Prince Jackson is in lane 1. So that's heat 1. That's coming up pretty shortly. And then in heat 2 tonight, Caleb Law in lane number 1. Josh Azzopardi in lane number 7. Heat 3. That has Seb Sultana, the defending champion, in 3. Jai Gordon 4. And Jacob Despard in 8. So that's loaded. Heat 4 then. Rowan Browning in lane number 3. He's the biggest name there. And in heat 5, so 5 heats all up. Jack Hale goes from the inside. Jake Doran goes from 3. Lucas Schmidt's an improver from South Australia in lane number 5. So that's just a few of the athletes. So McCracken, Bailey, Holmes, Reid and Carter here. Reid McCracken, Luke Bailey, Warwick Holmes, Lawson Reid and Sam Carter. New South Wales, ACT, WA, ACT. Mitch, that's the lineup for the men's 400 metre wheelchair.
Yeah, and don't forget Reid McCracken. He was a silver medalist in that 200 metres last year at those Para Games. He's already qualified for the World Championships later on in the year. 48.86 set this year for Reid McCracken. He's the current Australian record, so that's a watch without a doubt. And Sammy Carter as well. He's gone 46.9 this year. 46.84 is Jake Lappin's national record. That was set back in 2019. So again, a couple of watches here in terms of records. Another Jake Lappin, 46.84. I mentioned Luke Bailey would be contesting for that too. So Reid McCracken will go out of lane number 2. Then Luke Bailey, who I just mentioned, the 27-year-old, goes out of lane number 3. Warwick Holmes, the youngster, out of 4. Lawson Reid in 5. And Sammy Carter goes out in lane number 6. So again, a good quality field. They'll begin here in a moment's time as they all put themselves in position. It's getting to perfect conditions here. It's 26 degrees right now
From all accounts, that wind won't get any bigger. The track is fast. We've seen that across an entire week of racing here in WA. These guys will fancy their chances to get a lifetime best, if not a few national records if they can, and they will set the field ready for our men's 100 metres to begin after that. Also our women's 100 metres still to come, 800 metres still to come. Bruce, it's a phenomenal night here on night 2 of our Open Championships.
Yeah, a lot to look forward to, Mitch, isn't there? Seen some great competition last night, and all week, of course. But today's been terrific. Building into something special. So.
Then also from New South Wales, coming out of lane number 3 is Luke Bailey. From Western Australia, coming out of lane
So it looks
number
like we'll
5
be
is
without Warwick Holmes here in this field. So it'll be a field of 4. Reid McCracken, Luke Bailey, Lawson Reid and Sam Carter. I'll tell you, not a bad field in terms of global para-athletes. We have world-class para-athletes here in Australia. About to see them on display.
Bailey won the 100 over McIntosh McCracken earlier today. And that form stood up pretty well for the women, didn't it?
So a good start here. Our men's 400 metres away quickly on the outside of the track was Sam Carter. So Carter gets a really good start of it. Then it's Luke Bailey, McCracken on his inside as well. A little bit further back there is Lawson Reid. But up this back straight, they are absolutely moving. Sam Carter doing a really good job here. Then he's got Luke Bailey, Reid McCracken as well, starting to put himself into this field. But out in front there is still Sam Carter, so you'd think he's on Australian record watch here at the moment. Moving through nicely, though, is Bailey, McCracken as well, starting to put himself into it. But as they round into this final 100 metres, these two are out here and clear at the moment. So putting under immense pressure is Luke Bailey, who now just gets inside of Sam Carter. But Carter finds a little bit of something here. So Carter out from Bailey, and it will be Sam Carter. 48 low. That clock didn't stop. Bailey back to McCracken. 48.01. It stopped here now for Sam Carter. That is absolutely blistering. And Sam Carter will take this one out here at 48.01. It was then back there to Luke Bailey, who I mentioned, put some real pressure on with about 150 metres to go, and Reid McCracken then rolled through there for third. Now, Western Australian will continue to roll along here. He has about 200 metres remaining, I believe.
Yeah, Lawson Reid.
So he's still rolling
He
here.
is, and the other athletes that have finished will probably give him a hand here in terms of encouragement, but here's Lawson now, so he's in his own race, isn't he? So it's so important for him, and he'll get a big hand. It was a great race, Mitch, it really was. I mean, he was very, very strongly challenged on the turn, wasn't he, Carter, and was able to respond as Lawson's about to get to the top of the last 100 metres here.
So Lawson will round in. He is your Western Australian here, ladies and gentlemen. He's rounding into this final 100 metres is Lawson Reid, our T51 competitor. So let's try and give him a big amount of energy here for his final 100 metres. Lawson Reid will continue to push his way down to this finish line. So doing great work here, Lawson. Only 70 metres remaining for you here as he continues to push the young 21-year-old. So Lawson Reid, with 50 metres to go, will round out his 400 metres event here at the National Championships. A brilliant amount of support, an earned amount of support here for Lawson. With 30 metres remaining here, we'll go under 3 minutes as well, Lawson. Well done. You're right on that 250. You're at 47, 48, 49. Lawson Reid, well done. 252 for him. Our entire field is through. Congratulations, Lawson. Fantastic to see our other competitors cheering him on from behind here as well. Great camaraderie, as you would expect at these national championships.
Oh, well done to Lawson, and he was in the 100 earlier today. So we get ourselves set after a couple of fantastic wheelchair races there. We get ourselves set for one of the big highlights of the whole weekend, and it's the start really of the 100. We had the prelims earlier today, but we're now into the heat times, and they are oh so hot. So the first of 5 heats for the men in the 100 metres, and there's been a long wait for Lachlan Kennedy. We saw an extraordinary performance by Gout yesterday in both his heat and final of the under-20s, 9.99 on both occasions, albeit wind assisted. Conditions, Mitch, are perfect here for Kennedy. It's a good field, you'd expect that. First 4 to go through, so there's no real drama there for the top runners. They can relax in a way in the fact that they will qualify for the semis tomorrow. Surely they'll be top 4, but what can Lockie do here? And what does Lockie want to do here?
It's a good question, isn't it? Obviously, when they go through to tomorrow, they've got 2 races, that semi-final and final. So it's hard on that short backup, particularly after having to run today. So to your point, Bruce, it's 25 degrees. That wind has hardly drifted over a 2.0. I would say that if there's a moment to run as fast as you can outside of the final, it's going to be here rather than that semi-final. So he's a watch for me.
So 10:03 here in Perth at the start of March. So Jackson going well. Lloyd, Kennedy, Jordis has had a good season. Ennis, De Bruin, Duggan, Love. A couple of these have come through the preliminaries today. And Vissel's had the fast run as well from Papua New Guinea. But all eyes are on that man there at 21 years of age. Silver medal at the World Indoor Championships, beaten by 1/100th of a second for the gold. It was oh so close, obviously. Now, if he gets a good start here and can establish some superiority, there's every chance that we could see a second Australian break 10 seconds for the 100 metres legally. We saw it last night twice, but the wind behind him was too strong. It won't be that case tonight. So it's always a great moment, Mitch, when the men and women in the 100 metres come out for the first time properly, and we have a look at just what sort of shape they're in.
Oh, absolutely. It really is a blue ribbon event. It's really reasserted itself as a blue ribbon event here in Australia, hasn't it? Prince Jackson as well, for mine, I think is someone to watch. He's really led on well this year. He was obviously in that relay as well in Sydney. He's a not as young man, he's 24, but I feel like he's young in terms of his exposure to this senior rankings. He's had a really productive 2025, but you're right, he's got the benefit of running with Lachlan Kennedy, who is a seasoned, fantastic starter. His 60-metre speed has never been disputed. It'll be this back end. Can he maintain? Can he hold? He did it so well in Melbourne. He continues to improve. So that 10.03 to me is, you know, something that we were lauding over only a month ago, and now the expectation is to be faster than that. So he would have got a lot of motivation out of last night, that's for sure.
You can see the power in the legs and the hips, can't you? I mean, he's a big unit. He really is. Jackson's been impressive. He's really taken a shine in those relay camps. Here he's on the right. And as you say, I think you're 100% right. He's younger than his age in terms of his experience and now developing quickly. So we get to a really big moment at these championships. You might say it's just a heat, but it feels more than that, doesn't it? I know that every one of the top runners think they've got a chance today of doing something a bit special. And what does Kennedy have for us here? He's been a revelation. He's been the star of the summer with Gout in so many ways. The first of 5 heats for the men's 100 metres about to go. And the favourites 3 from the right. And he got a pretty good start, didn't he, Kennedy? He's out in front of Lloyd and Jackson early. He can relax here and really go for it. So it's all about the clock now. Can Lockie get inside? Oh, he's getting quicker. Let's see if it goes down. It does. It flattens down to 10 seconds flat. And it's legal at 10.00. So there we have the second fastest Australian. The second fastest legal Australian of all time. Oh, it was tantalising. The moment he got the good start and got the lead, you knew that it was on. And he stretches and stretches, and does he dip? No, he doesn't. He saves the dip for maybe the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, he said, I've got a barrel chest. If I keep dipping, I'm going to be 5 metres from the line, isn't he, Lachie Kennedy? But we get that legal wind that we were so desperate for yesterday. And Lachie Kennedy, he had that head nod after, didn't he? He had that swagger about him. He said, yeah, I said this would happen. 10.00 legal, that's just phenomenal.
And he's qualifying for the World Championship.
Yes.
So the World Championship qualifying time in Tokyo, known as, is 10 seconds flat. The second fastest legal time ever. And he's made his way to Tokyo, that's for sure. He's all yours, young lady.
Lachlan Kennedy, the second fastest Australian of all time, a world champs qualifier. How are you feeling after the first run?
I mean, pretty good. I felt comfy out of the blocks. This was just practice for the final. So, I mean, yeah, I'm running with so much confidence right now. I really feel like I can go sub.
Now, Perth has a special place. We saw you a month ago run a PB. Can you give us a bit of an update? Are we going to see that special 9 in front of your name in the next 2 races?
I mean, hopefully, if conditions line up right, definitely going to go for the win, going to really give it in the semis and the final. And yeah, I mean, I'm just really looking forward to it.
I know the world is excited and Australia's excited. Good luck in the semis and hopefully the finals. Lachlan Kennedy, second fastest Australian of all time.
Thank you very much.
And if you're sitting at home and you're wondering, you don't know the sport, you say, hang on a sec, Gauk ran 9.99 last night. How can this guy be the second fastest of all time? It is about the win reading, but it says about, a championship record. So it says about that rivalry that we're going to have between these two young men. Jackson and Vissel go through, and so does Jordan. So Patrick Johnson, 9.93. Lachlan Kennedy, 10 seconds flat. Rowan Browning, 10.01. Matt Shervington, 10.03. They're now the 4 fastest. So Kennedy catapults Browning and goes from 3rd to 2nd. It's a big leap forward. I just wonder, Mitch, had he just dipped a little?
Could he have got there? I mean, look, the most impressive part to me about Lachlan Kennedy through this year is the critique on him in Adelaide, I remember, was he tightened up too much. Can he even run past the 60? Do these times even matter? He fixed that up. This final 20 metres now of Lachlan Kennedy's is so strong. To your point, that dip his chest is big enough. It might have got him at 9.98, but have a look at them line up to have a chat.
So Michael Gleeson in the middle there from the age, Fairfax, and Scotty Gallagher's cat, Sasha Reiner on the left there from Australian Athletics. It's a big story. It's a great run. It really is, and a qualifier. So we've now got 30 individual qualifiers for Tokyo. There were 29 coming into today. But this is the first of our 100-metre runners because we don't have a female yet. That's 11.07, that qualifying time for Tokyo. So we do have a man. So I mean, that's massive. I mean, we talk about the 9.9s and all that, but book your ticket for Tokyo. Now, he's going to go anyway. We know that. But boy, oh boy, it's still important.
Yeah, but it's just phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, only a matter of years ago, you know, obviously Rowan Browning was just so far ahead. He was in his own world, and now we're going, 10.0, how good's that? Geez, we were hoping for 9. We can't imagine it, can we?
Well, Josh Asapati ran 10.0 here, didn't he? Behind
he's a sneaky for
Lockie,
me.
so let's see what he might do. Caleb Law, probably better at 200, we know that. Connor Bond's been in good nick. Fitzsimmons, MacArthur, Dempsey, White, Asapati, Okaranyang, and Levy.
I'll say this about Asapati. He's bided his time for the weeks leading into this. He's primed himself now.
So he's 3 from the left. He's really continued to improve, hasn't he? He has. The wind gusty at the moment, so watch for that. So the favourite, there he is, 3 from the left and Law on the right. Away, so Asapati 3 from the left here. Caleb Law's on the right of screen. Asapati clearly in front at the moment, and Law is with him at the moment. Asapati, does he get over the top? He doesn't. And Law has done something really good there. That is a fantastic run by him. The wind is just a little too much for them at 2.1. And Caleb's going to be so disappointed with that in terms of, boy, oh boy, I could have had a 10.13, which would have taken a 10th and some off his personal best time. I thought Josh was right there earlier. I hadn't had a look for Caleb, and I was wrong. Law was in front and Bond was right with him. So we look to the right here. It's Law, Bond, and Asapati was in our eyes here, but having trouble picking them up. And he did pick up Bond, but he couldn't pick up Law.
Yeah, is it Caleb Law over the 100? It's been a real surprise package this year, hasn't he? We're so used to him over that too. But to your point, he would have moved top 10 all time, Caleb Law, if that had been wind legal, right behind Jack Hale. But, geez, he was strong over those closing stages. To your point, we're looking at Asapati, 10.09, 10.09 we're expecting. But Caleb Law has just jumped out of lane number 1 and says, I'll take this heat, fellas, no worries. Jesus, we're in a good climate of sprinting. The replay you see here, to your point, just gets the better of Bond. You think maybe when it straightens up, will it be Asapati in front? But he's got a healthy margin there, Caleb Law, in the end.
So Andrew Islam's group are doing so well, aren't they? I mean, Kennedy and Law trained together. Tori Lewis was part of the group with Andrew earlier before she went to Holland, and we'll see her shortly as well. So you could see Lockie absolutely thrilled for Caleb there as well. So brilliant. We were hoping, Mitch, that we would see something a bit remarkable here tonight, and we have so far. the track's fast. I mean, the wind's the trick, isn't it? I mean, the wind's the trick. It was gusty. We told you about that. So these times are outstanding. I mean, as a party, that's a good run. I mean, that's not. It's only recently he's been able to get inside that sort of stuff and bond as well. But and then the big gap. But not legal just for the night by just that little bit too, 2.1.
Just a whisker, that 2.1. So Caleb Law now just puts himself in that conversation. Look at this photo finish. You can see the dip. He dipped. These two guys dipped. They were certainly not going to leave a dip behind them. So, geez, well done to Caleb Law. He burst onto that scene a few years ago for the bronze medal at the World Juniors, and now he's really felt like a little bit of a harder year for Caleb Law last year, but he seems to have really found his stride under Andrew Island, and he books himself a spot in that semi-final in an emphatic fashion. So this next heat as well, Bruce, is going to be great because we've got two real standouts here in young Seb Sultana and Jacob Despard as well.
And they go from lanes 3 and 8, so they're well apart, aren't they? As we just saw there with Law and Azzopardi. So Sultana's the defending champion. He upset them in Adelaide. He's an absolute youngster. He's run 10-11 in Perth this year. He came on a little slow this year, but each race has been a little bit better. He's, I think, right for something outstanding. Despard's run 10.24 this year. You know, he's quality, absolute quality. Gordon has had some fantastic runs in the past, probably not quite at his absolute top this year. So we're thinking Sultana with Despard as the principal danger, but how fast can Seb be here?
I think he's better than what his 10.11 suggests, so it's just a matter of how well his body's held up in the lead-up, but he's a man who can be a 10.0 if he gets his start right.
Well, 6 Australians have been in that 10.0. Johnson, Browning, Kennedy, Shervington, Ross and Azzopardi. Let's see if Sultana can join them. There he is, the youngster. Despard 2 from the left, Sultana 3 from the right. Third of the heats, men's 100. Away, so Sultana got a good start. Despard out pretty well, but Sultana clearly in front at halfway. Gordon outside of him. Seb looks like he's on for something very quick. It's fast. It's not far outside his personal best, and the wind's perfect. It's 1.7 behind him, and he misses his personal best by 1/100th of a second. It's quality running. We've never seen anything like this before. 10.00, 10.13 and 10.12 in the first of the 3 heats. It is really, really something.
You're winning a lot of national finals with times like that. That's so impressive from Seb Sultana. We said if he gets that start right, he can do anything. And look at that. He just jumps up immediately. He's got the best of this field through his drive phase. And around about here, you're thinking, what can he run? And then Seb is just so smooth and comfortable. There's no effort there. There's no exertion over that final 30. 10.12. Easy running for the youngster. You're right, he took a little bit to develop into this year, but geez, he's hitting his strides well when he needs it.
So we're seeing something fantastic here tonight. Rowan Browning is next up in the men's 100 metres as we continue to roll through the heats here at the Nationals in Perth. Beautiful scenes here in Perth and some brilliant running on the track as we get to the fourth of the men's 100 metres on this gorgeous night in Western Australia. Temperatures still in the mid-20s. And Rowan Browning here with that pinkish type top in lane number 3. There he is. He looks fit. You'd hope so, wouldn't you? But I think there's a confidence about him that he can do something here. So he's seen his championship record broken. He knows that Kennedy's run 10 flat. Not only his championship record broken, Mitch, but now no longer the second fastest Australian in history. So the motivation will be high, won't it?
Yeah, and he's a man that rises to the occasion, Rowan Browning. I know that he's going to be feeling that group around him, moving to fast times, but don't forget, this was the guy for a while. This was the guy that had our sprinting circuit on the map. Do not disrespect the likes of a Rowan Browning. He was really impressive up in Brisbane. It wasn't his best race in Melbourne. Will we see him bounce back here?
So from lane 3, Joseph Aoudi inside of him, Eberman Smith in 1, and then Milverton outside of him, Hall, Riali, Zemek, Gisso, Granato and Mitzi. That's the field, but Browning, all eyes on Rowan here in lane number 3. Away, he looked to get a good start. Aodi's alongside of him, then Milverton. Can he relax here and do something really quick? He stretches away from Aodi. How fast can he be here, Rowan? He's quick. It's probably going to come down, and the wind is going to be just a little too excessive again at 2.1. It's gusting and gusting, but in the end, that doesn't matter. He's into the O's, and it's been a while since Browning has been into the O's, but into the O's he is. It goes down to 10.07. He's made a statement here tonight.
That is a confident run from Rowan Browning. Watch him from gun to tape here in the blocks. He's steady and he's away so quickly. He's upright. By the 30-metre marker, he's got Aode, who was his main competitor, and just look at him here. He looks so smooth. Relaxed Rowan Browning. That is the best Rowan Browning. You see him look at the clock, and he's a happy man. He is a man that runs off confidence. He's a man that runs races like that, and a 10.07 will do the world of good for Rowan Browning. He's back. He's ready.
So just like Caleb Law, outside the legal limit. There's struts there. Look at this.
Yes.
So no flying mullet anymore, but look at the strut. So he knows that he's in the conversation. He's never been out of it, to be truthful, because he's a massive, massive talent. And Nana, Rowan's going to be happy with that. That was a super, super run. He was absolutely superb. I don't think Nana's down there at the moment, so we... You're, sorry, Nana, I thought you were down there with Rowan. You are at the long jump, because there's plenty happening there. You can't be in two places at once as quick as you are.
Hello there, I'm at the back straight where we have 2 rounds of the open men's long jump. Qualifying order is 750 with 10 competitors moving on to the final on Sunday. We've seen 3 athletes go over the 750 mark, and we have Liam Adcock, the bronze medalist at the World Indoor Championships, already qualified with a jump of 771. I know everyone will be on the back straight on Sunday afternoon to see who takes the gold, and will someone go over the 8-metre mark.
Got a lot to look forward to there. Thanks, Nana. So setting the scene there. So Hancock's had a magnificent season. It really started here in Perth.
It really did, didn't it?
When he did the 8:33, he had the massive leaps here.
Well, I remember at that meet, they said, don't talk about Liam too much. He's hurt his back. We're not really sure where he's at. And then he was doing backflips after jumping 8:33. Obviously went on to medal at the World Indoors. But, yeah, he's really risen this year, hasn't he, Liam Adcock? He's always had that potential. And now he's really putting it on display. So we roll into now heat number 5. This is an interesting heat for mine, Bruce. There's a lot to watch here.
There is Jack Hale, one of them, isn't he? Jacob Caesar, Jake Doran, another of them, Thomas Semler. Lucas Schmidt's an improver from South Australia, but he's still a fair way away. Alexander Colgan, of course, so fascinating, isn't he? Rashid Kaba, Cooper Jenkins and Joshua Chwal.
Colgan was interesting. He was in the preliminaries earlier, so he had to work his way into this heat. As you see on paper, he's a 10.15 man at his best. He cruised a 10.5 to get into these heats. So I actually fully anticipate him to get out of these heats, get into the semis. That'll be his 3rd 100 metres. But Jack Hale, he's had some form of a resurgence this year, hasn't he? He was really confident in one of our domestic races. For the life of me, I can't remember which one it was.
He ran well here.
Impressive here in Perth, wasn't he? He came
here.
out a few days earlier.
Yep.
And Jake Doran, he's been coming back from these injuries, and this is his real opportunity now to put the world back on notice of what Jake Doran can do. So
he was the champion of Australia in 2022, Jake, wasn't he? So
yep.
So Browning's won 2 of them in 21-23. Sultana's the defending champion, and Doran's won in 22. So Kennedy looking for his first. This is national championship. So Heck Hogan and Josh Ross hold the record of 7 apiece, and then Paul Narracott 6 and Shervo at 5. So we've seen 10 seconds flat, 10.07, 10.11 and 10.12 so far tonight. A couple of them legal and a couple of them so close to being legal, but it's set up for what should be incredible running tomorrow. It's going to get everyone talking, isn't it? Oof. So Doran there, and then Hale. Jack's had a good season. Had a quieter start. He went to Adelaide and ran in the Loxton, or outside of Adelaide in the river area. He went to the big Loxton gift there, which is probably the second or third biggest sprint race in Adelaide behind the Bay Sheffield. He ran well there. Colgan is, where's Colgan? So he's 4th. There he is in the yellow strip, 4th from the left. He's an impressive looking sprinter, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, Alex Colgan. He's obviously got that new Nike kit on his chest, but he's just, to me, I was surprised to see his name on the preliminary list, but to be honest with you as well, I hadn't heard much from Colgan for a little bit, so it was good to see him get out and do his 10.5, but I've always got a very big soft spot for the likes of Jack Hale. I'd love to see him get through here unscathed, make his way through to a semi-final, so this will be good.
Have a look at how big Lucas Schmidt is in the black. Right in the middle, he is one big unit. He's been an improver in South Australia this season. He came through the prelim, so Hale here with the wind still a bit gusty. First 4 to go through to the semis tomorrow. So those semi-finals are going to be something to behold. And then the final later in that day. Away, so Hale's on the right, Doran in the pink, and Colgan in the yellow on the left. He's a bit behind them. Hale showing out from Doran with about 30 metres to go. Jack's having a really good run here, so he's in the 10.2s. He's certainly make a lap forward, hasn't he? And it's legal, so 10.23 is his season's best. His personal best was at 10.12, so he equals his seasonal best at 10.23. He's going really well. He's getting back to something like the form he showed as a prodigious teenager, but there's a gap now between him and what we've seen so far in those first 4.
It's hard when you're stepping up your form, the rest of the field is also stepping up to world-class form. So we can see here it was a great start from Jack Hale. Doran just trailing alongside of him. Schmidt, you mentioned the big fella with Colgan right on his shoulders, so those 4 go through, but I think you'll take a lot from that, Jack. I think any time you can win a heat, any time that you can get out ahead of a field, it does a lot for you. He's had his head down. He's been working hard. As you said, he was over in the South Australian gifts. He won the Ballarat gift as well. So he's been applying his trade across the country, but he'll be very happy to be in that semi-final. He's a threat. He's a wild card. He's one of those guys that you don't know what to expect, but to your point, Bruce, big jump from 10.2 to the 10.0s that we've seen out there before him.
The challenge for him will be to make the final. When he can make the final, and then after that, then anything can happen. But he's not winning the gold medal here from what we saw, but he's on the up again, and that is fantastic. There's some good results here. I mean, Lucas Schmidt has taken 0.2 and some off his personal best, so he's at 10.42 now. So Hale at 10.23 and Doran both seasonal best. Schmidt, big breakthrough. He's a talent, I reckon. Colgan's run well at 10.46, and then the gap. Semler was so good earlier this year in that Bay Sheffield in South Australia. So here's the summary. How beautiful does this page look? 10.00, 10.07, 10.12, 10.13, 10.15. The top 5 there. Forget the win readings for a moment. The top 5, 10.15 up down to 10.00. And the big story, of course, the second fastest now Australian of all time, Lachlan Kennedy, at 10 seconds flat. Only Patrick Johnson stands between him and the summit. And these are qualifiers also for the semis. And those semi-finals on Saturday, we still get some cues there. Those semi-finals on Saturday, let's have a look what time of the day they are. They are at 5 o'clock the women's, I reckon, and at 5:20 the men's. That's Perth time, so that's 7 o'clock Eastern and 7:20 for the men's. So speaking of the women's semis, here we go. So heats, I should say. Oh, jumping the gun. So Gabby Taylor, Bronte Pickering, Lily Buckholz, Emma Lee, Piper Cornelius, Ebony Lane in 6, Tori Lewis in 7 here, the Australian record holder, Brooke Somerville in 8, Amir Economou in lane number 9. So Lewis in 7, Lane in 6, Taylor in 1. pick the eyes out of these, Mitch, and obviously they go to Tori.
Yeah, obviously Tori Lewis, she's our national record holder. I mean, she's made that big move overseas. She was really strong across the 60 metres indoor as well. She had a great 200 as well. Probably came back to Maury and maybe just needed that warm-up, I think. I think needed to reacclimatise to being back in Australia. Like I said, a long time overseas can have an effect on you, but at her very best, Tori Lewis is our very best. So I imagine here she'll want to make a statement. We've talked about these conditions. The temperature has not dropped. It's sat at that 26 degrees, so the track is hot. Tori Lewis for mine, and one of the best starters in women's 100-metre running is on her right-hand shoulder, Ebony Lane. So they should get through this easily. It's just a matter of how quick.
Her left and our right. So there's Ebony next to her. So Ebony's 4 from the left and Tori's 3 from the left. Australian record came at the beginning of last year in Canberra. Big moment here for her. Away, got a good start, Lewis. She's been so good in the 60 in Europe this year. Lane leads her though, and that's no surprise. Lewis now picks up at halfway, gets up alongside Lane and draws away and gets to 11.28, and it's legal. So she took a while. She got a good enough start. Lane beat her out, and then she picked up and showed some real style, and that comes down illegally to 11.25.
Lot to be happy there, I think, with Tori Lewis. She said it took her a little bit to get into it, but that's okay. These are just the heat. She doesn't need to be firing necessarily the earliest here, but it was a really, really good back end of the 100. So you can see Ebony Lane probably got the best of her. In fact, it's the first 50 metres she's got the best of her. But now you see this is that strength of Tori Lewis across that 200, replicates to the 100, cruises up as well with 10 metres to go. So really good to see 11.2 on the board. I imagine she would have wanted a little bit faster, but the most important thing was the win, and the most important thing is to be there tomorrow. So well done to Tori Lewis.
So that's the third fastest time we've seen in Australia this season by an Australian. So O'Brien, Rizzo, and Lewis. So all smiles. What a wonderful young woman she is. She's already achieved so much. She ran superbly at the Olympic Games in Paris and then backed it up, didn't she, with that fabulous run in Lima for the silver medal. So we'll check the results. 11.25, 11.36 for Ebony Lane. So getting better again. So Ebony not that far outside her personal best there of 11.30. And the Brooke Sommerfield from New Zealand, Gabrielle Taylor. So that's a PB for Gabby Taylor. That's fantastic, 11.71. And then Piper Cornelius also with a personal best. So it's a day and a place for good sprinting, and we're seeing it.
It certainly is, and it's been this way for a while, and there's been an athlete in this second heat that really capitalised on the brilliant conditions out here in Perth. Runs out of lane number 7, Leah O'Brien. Now, she is your freshly minted national champion. She's your freshly minted under 20 record holder. She took it away from, would you believe it, Raylene Boyle when she was 4th in that Olympics in 1968. It's just the way that she moves and the way that she runs. Bruce, we saw her here at the Perth Track Classic. She won that B 100 metres, and me personally, I didn't take too much umbrage in that, and then she broke the state record. She's come out here. She will be primed to run fast here.
She will. Olivia Hastings, I think, is in the form of her life. In fact, there's no question about that. I expect her to get through. I think she's one to really watch. So a bit of a resurgence in South Australian sprinting. We saw Luca Schmidt a moment ago. Zara Hagen's had an 11.43. Not so quick this season. Monique Quirk, one to watch in lane 4, but it's O'Brien who everybody's looking at. So in the long history of Australian sprinting, Tori Lewis is the fastest at 11.10, and then Melissa Breen at 11.11, and then Melinda Gainsford at 11.12, and then this young woman, Leah O'Brien, at 11.14 along with Sally Pearson. So she's the equal 4th fastest ever. And as Mitch said, took Raylene's long-standing record, 1968. That's Peter Norman territory with Gout, isn't it?
Exactly right. That's what I was thinking when she took it. I really did my research quite quickly before that final. I thought she's a chance here, and you know, to take down the names Peter Norman, Raylene Boyle, these are synonymous with Australian track and field, and these youngsters are now rolling through and really going and getting after these fast times. So if her 11.14 was anything to gauge off, just watch her here. This is mesmerising. Her style, her form, home track, big moment. Watch her here. She's doing the jumps on your screen. You won't be able to miss it.
17 years of age, so Olivia Hastings next to her. So 3 from the left, the new big thing in women's sprinting. Good conditions. We've seen some fast running. So fast. Here we go. Away. She got a good start, didn't she, O'Brien? And Hastings is right there with her early and going fast. Pfeiffer over in the inside lane. She's having a terrific run. Now O'Brien right over the top of them. Not as fast as earlier this week, but very quick and very impressive. Pfeiffer comes through for second. The win readings are all good, and Hastings was a fast finisher. It comes down to 11.31. So if you take the 11.14 out, she's doing cartwheels running 11.31. She'd be oh so happy. So it's a good performance. I think it's nowhere near as quick, we know that, but in many ways she has backed up what we saw earlier this week.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you're running with the senior athletes now, so it's a different pedigree, but I feel like Leah O'Brien was just so strong in those back stages. I mean, she did it only a few days ago, that 11.14. You cannot always replicate fast times, but winning races is something that's so crucial. It's so important not to switch off, not to be in the middle of that pack, to win these races. And Leah O'Brien with a 11.31, as you said, a matter of days ago, that would have been an unbelievable performance for her. So she gets the win here. She moves her way through to that semi-final where she's a real threat. I think she's put a lot of this field on notice after what she did only a few days ago as the rest of this field's times roll through now. Hastings as well there, Bruce, 11.47 for her, so that's quick.
So it's a personal best for her. Hagen gets 11.59 and Pfeiffer just back into fourth place with 11.59. So some very good running. We're seeing some improvements all the way through. So Tori Lewis at 11.25 and Leah O'Brien at 11.31 are the two pacemakers so far. As we're moving from day to night here. So Brie Rizzo still to come, and I wonder what she's got for us. She's been the dominant runner this season, and she would have been shaken up by Leah's 11.14. We all were in so many ways, but it would have been personal for Brie, personal for Tori. They would have been thinking, wow, okay, this has changed the whole game, hasn't it?
Changes the climate of things, doesn't it? You go from being obviously the head honchos of the field to going, there's a youngster out here who's hungry and who's running 11.14 on her home track. That's something we need to be aware of. Brie Rizzo, she hasn't lost this year, so her track record in 2025 has been phenomenal. She's carried it on from Paris. But to your point, you're watching that time flash up on your phone going, I got to step up. These 11.2s might not cut it anymore. This time will not be fast enough to win a national title. So she'll be very aware of that. But again, some youngsters in this field worth keeping an eye on.
So Brie's personal best is 11.23.
Yeah.
She's done that a couple of times. You would think that this is an incredible opportunity for her to run a lifetime best.
Absolutely, and set the tone. You know, reassert yourself as obviously you have not lost yet this year, but 11.14's been run. What's the response here? She's a strong woman, Brie. She's a very, very powerful woman as well, and I know that she'll be looking at that and going, this is my year. This is the year I want to do this. There's no better time than 26 degrees in Perth to go out and run fast and run in those teens and get that lifetime best. So I do expect a lot from her here in this heat.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 women have broken 11.20 in Australia. Now an England reigning ball on 11.20. So they've had 7 run inside 11.20. I think Brie's got a very good chance here of joining that group. Georgia Harris has been in good form, hasn't she, this year? So she goes from, and so Olivia Inkster, they're on the outside lanes, but there's so much about, it's all about Brie in this heat.
Absolutely. I expect a good start. I expect a strong finish. And I anticipate a quick time from Brie Rizzo. She is a performer. She is primed for this.
We won't miss her, Mitch.
Impossible, Bruce.
So, about to go. Away. Pretty good start for Rizzo. Would have expected that. Harris and Inkster on the outside, and now Rizzo's away. You feel like this is going to be pretty quick. She's 3-4 metres in front of Harris. Oh no, not as quick as we thought it might be. It's 11.25. It's exactly what Tori ran, and it is legal. So it's so close to her personal best. It's within 2 100s. We're setting a high standard, aren't we? Harris has had a very good run there, a very good run. 2 from the left. Rizzo got the good start. She had the break, and Harris was excellent out wide.
Yeah, how strong was she? I mean, she really ran out wide there quickly. 11.38 for Georgia Harris, if you don't mind. So a good lifetime best for her. But Brie Rizzo does what she needs to do. She wins. And, of course, we are expecting a lot. We pumped it up pretty big before the race, saying we expect it to be in the 11.1s. Her lifetime best is actually the 10th fastest ever. So we are putting a high price tag on what she can do, but the most important thing is she's walked away with an 11.25, a strong performance, a wind-legal performance, and she'll get a lot from that. So she moves through to that semi-final. But Georgia Harris, to your point, Bruce, was really strong from about 70 onwards. She got right up to Brie Rizzo and managed to maintain. Rizzo got the better of the starts, but that's a watch. That's a really strong performance for her.
11.25 for Brie Rizzo. So her personal best, 11.23. Done that more than once. Georgia Harris, big PB, 11.38. And then Olivia Inkster at 11.51, another personal best. They continue to improve. Sybil Mavofe goes through with 11.78. And we get Annika Swift for the personal best as well, with a little Q next to her name. So 11.25 and 11.25 and 11.31. There's a blanket, isn't there, between the top three at the moment. So Lewis, O'Brien, Rizzo, it's hard to be confident right now. Who would have favouritism before the semi-finals with two more heats still to come?
Yeah, it is hard to pick. And what a luxury we're in right now to be talking about, wow, it's hard to pick. I feel like we've come into these nationals for a few years with an expectation of a winner. And right now you could draw it out of a hat. You could run the race 10 times and get 10 different results. It's just that climate of sprinting at the moment. For mine, being here to watch Leah O'Brien do what she did the other day, to me, she really is somebody that's asserted herself into the conversation. But Brie Rizzo gets out there strong. Tori Lewis was oh so fast, but as you said, we've got another heat here, and we've got plenty of speed. Sam Geddes is capable of running incredibly quick. So is our Olympian Mia Gross, and the local Taylor Crutterton as well. Hasn't she had a year?
She has. She started so well with that 60 metres, didn't she?
Yeah.
At the start of the year. So she's in the outside lane. Geddes next to her. And then Hewitt, Gross, watch for her. She's an outstanding 200-metre runner, obviously. That's where she was at the Olympics. Kayla Lem's been in 5 Bay Sheffield finals in South Australia. And has had a good season. Ebony Hewitt, Lauren Percival and Kate Philpott. So this is less clear-cut in terms of where you're looking at the start of this race.
Absolutely. Look out for the junior far from the right, Kate Philpott. She was a silver medalist at the junior championships. It was only just behind in that under-18 final. Really strong in the prelims before this, so she'll want to get out here and run quickly at home. But to your point, Geddes second from the outside, Crutterton on the outside, and Mia Gross in lane number 6 of the watch.
So Lewis, O'Brien and Rizzo, the winners so far. If you've just joined us, Lachlan Kennedy ran 10 seconds flat tonight in the opening heat. Second fastest Australian legally of all time. This is the 4th heat for the women. Away, so watch for Crutton early. Geddes next to her. They're on the outside lanes. Geddes has had a fantastic start. Philpott's away well. Gross will be very, very strong late. We know that. Emia's coming away and gets the win. It'll come down probably to about 11.35. In fact, it comes all the way down to 11.33. So that'll be a personal best for her. She picked up mid-race. It's legal as well. The win reading's at 1.1. Gee, that was a good battle. Philpott was out well. Geddes certainly had Crutton early, didn't she? And then Mia, who's so strong Gross of late. So she's not far outside where O'Brien ran. So again, a blanket between these 4 heat winners so far.
Yeah, it's been impressive. Look at Mia Gross now move away. She only found out only yesterday, I believe, that she was running this 100 metres. So she gets out there from Geddes, and to your point, Crutterton was strong, but that's a really impressive performance there from Mia Gross. She's sort of been all over the place this year in terms of where she's been racing, and she's always been consistent, but she'll take a lot from that. And anytime you can run a lifetime best in a heat is a major thing. Another watch for me was Kate Philpott. The 15-year-old has come through for 5th with 11.74, a lifetime best for her. So incredible for the local. But Geddes, Crutterton, and then Lem holds on to South. You're talking about South Australian resurgence, Bruce. We've got another one through to this semi-final here. So
with a personal best.
Yes.
So some fantastic running. I mean, the depth is remarkable. It feels like semi-finals, doesn't it? It feels, the quality feels like semi-finals. I mean, Kennedy aside. By the way, Rowan Browning, if you've just joined us, ran 10.07 today. That was just with the 2.1 behind him, but it was a fantastic performance. Caleb Law, 10.13, and Seb Sultana at 10.12. Sultana was legal, and Law was slightly outside of that mark. So one more heat to go for the women. Olivia Dodds goes here. We've seen a lot of her during the week, Mitch. Chloe Mannix-Power, who I notice has got the back mark alongside Brie Rizzo at the Stall Gift coming up. Former winner of the Stall Gift, Chloe.
Well, that stays with you for a long time, doesn't it? Anytime you win the Stall Gift, it is mentioned to your name forever. And Jason Richardson, I know, is always proud of his Stall Gift victory. So watch for Mannix-Power, because she has been a real rapid developer on the track. It's a different caper between running professional races and these track races, but you know, she was a part of that relay as well in Sydney, wasn't she? So she's been really strong. But Liv Dodds, I mean, she was class in that under 2100 metres. She comes back here again. She's a very, very big watch for mine. Again, a really strong junior, part of this Western Australian resurgence of sprinting. I think she'll be quite handy, along with Jessica Lawrence. She's another one who can run quick. Monique Hanlon as well. They're pretty spread across the board here, but I anticipated it would be Mannix-Power and Dodds as a 1-2.
They look the ones. Taylor Spackman here is the Bay Sheffield winner. But she's a little off this. She's run a personal best in the prelim, but she's been an improver this year as well, as running basically everything. So Fuller, New South Wales, Berry, JCT. This is on the right to the left. And then Spackman, South Australia, the Bay Sheffield winner. Mannix-Power, the Stall Gift winner. And then Hanlon, Queensland, also worth watching. And then Lawrence, New South Wales. Dodds, we can see there. And Wabi next to her. I think Mannix-Power starts favourite in 5, just in front of Dodds here.
Yep, agreed.
So 11.25, the fastest we've seen from Rizzo and Lewis. 11.31 for O'Brien. So away, Mannix-Power in the middle has got a good start. She's right up there with Dodds early, and then Lawrence just behind them. Mannix-Power coming through strongly here. And let's have a look at the time. It's a blanket behind her, and the time is the slowest we've seen so far. Around about 11.56. It's a little tail breeze behind them. Probably Lawrence second. I think Dodds was in the mix there. It was an absolute blanket, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. It was actually a very hard one to read, but obviously Mannix-Power was out there and she was home. It was a strong start. Managed to get through that dry phase. 11.56 it gets adjusted down to here. Jessica Lawrence is going to get up for second from New South Wales, so she goes out of lane number 7. So watch her here, Jessica Lawrence. She's in the red, and then Monique Hanlon next to her is going to settle for third. But just look how close they are. You can see, though, Mannix-Power, just with the strength to move away. Olivia will hold on for fourth, but that's very close there across the board. So they'll all get through to that semi-final. But 5.6, 7.1, 7.3. Dodds, 11.76. Spackman gets through on the small cues there from South Australia. So she goes 11.81 for another one. And then Berridge from the ACT with 11.85. Will also progress through to that semi-final. I believe that means our youngster in Mannix-Power, the 15-year-old, will be in that semi-final as well. So impressive.
So that's the final of the heat. So PB again for Taylor Spackman. So we're moving into the 800 metres here. This is the first heat for the women. So fantastic running is in the hundreds. We've just seen some remarkable performances by the men, some very good performances by the women. So here's the results summary we've just seen at the top with Rizzo and also Lewis and O'Brien all there, and then all the way down here, so extra qualifiers all the way down to Berridge. So lots of personal bests, plenty of season's best, and lots of hope in the semi-finals. We'll catch our breath. It's been some sparkling running here, and the 800s are about to go on show. Welcome back. Good timing if you like your middle distance running, and who doesn't. Claudia Hollingsworth here goes in lane number 8. Australian champion. So Sophia Hanlon in 1. This is the first of 3 heats for the women in the 800 senior. Hanlon 1, Victoria Schloss in 2, and then Kayla van der Linden in 3 from Western Australia. Ella Atkins, Tasmania 4, Erika Hungerford, Victoria in 5, Ellie Sandford in 6, Victoria, Caitlin Banner 7, Queensland Claudia Hollingsworth 8, Victoria Nadia Power of Ireland in lane number 9. This Hollingsworth, she's such a great racer, Mitch. She tactically is so sound. Top 2 to go through here, so you would think for Hollingsworth that would be a formality. That's easy for us to say up here, but you've got to go out and do it. Sandford's going to be interesting here. So she wears the number 6. She hasn't been seen so much this year. She's had a fair bit in terms of injury, so we'll see just what sort of form she's in. So Hanlon's had a good season so far, so she leads them out from van der Linden, and now Hollingsworth starts to put herself just where she wants to be after 200 metres.
Exactly right, Bruce. Just on the outside shoulder of our leader is exactly where you want to be. You don't want to be boxed in. Nadia Power, she's a 2:01 runner at her best, 2:06 this year, so familiar with these stylings of tactics. You now see Ellie Sandford round around her outside shoulder, so the 2 training partners out of Sydney at the moment will go hand in hand, but Hanlon's going to lead it. They'll move out to nearly lane number 3 there for Ellie Sandford to find a spot. So stay out of trouble, get through this opening lap, and then let's see what happens when it opens out into the second 400 metres. But Sandford now with Hanlon, and you can see Hollingsworth just sits in there nicely in that 3rd position.
It's been a bit of a stroll for them at this level, so about 65 seconds that lap through. So Claudia just gets herself, needs a bit of wriggle room, but she just moves off the plinth there. She's got the back of Sandford, so Hanlon leading with 300 to go. Hollingsworth 3rd, and Sandford up in 2nd place at the moment, and then just outside of those Banner, but Claudia's a sweet mover, isn't she? And then just outside of her again is Power, so Sandford moves up alongside of Hanlon, and Hollingsworth is there to strike.
It's just effortless for Claudia Hollingsworth at the moment, isn't it? Just put herself out of that box position and now just in the prime position. So Ellie Sandford does well to maintain that rail position, but Claudia Hollingsworth in 2nd, not done with yet is Hanlon, and Power's got some work to do here in the closing stages.
So first 2 automatically, and then a couple after that. So Claudia now takes the lead over Ellie with about 80 metres to go. So Hollingsworth will come away here. Sandford's had a good run, tactically really sound, and then the battle for 3rd and 4th. Power hasn't quite got to Hanlon, not sure if she will. Hollingsworth, Sandford, Hanlon's hung on for 3rd, Power is 4th. So they've come home pretty well the last lap there, haven't they? So it was about a 60-second last lap.
Yeah, they really have. That's impressive to see, particularly for Ellie Sandford. She mentioned she'd been injured really throughout this year, so that's a strong opening for her to get through to that final. You expect it. She's a 2-minute runner at her best, but she's looking at the eye test. The ease of Claudia Hollingsworth just then is something that should make this field very nervous. But she's very fit. She's ready to go. She's just tactically such a brilliant racer, and that's just a prime example right there. Just moves around at 100 metres, Bruce, and eases down to the line to take the win. That's a strong start.
She's the 2nd fastest Australian of all time behind Katrina Bissett with a 1:58.40. Let's go back to Nana at the high jump.
I'm currently at the under-20 men's high jump final. We have 9 competitors left, and everyone is aiming to jump over 195. We've just seen Hatfield clear it with a PB of 213, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot more jumping down here, and we're excited to see what the next 9 competitors have to offer at the men's under-20 high jump.
Good stuff, Nana. Thank you for that, keeping us right up to date. So a lot going on, as there always are and is at the national championships, including women's heats of the 800. They are the results. Hollingsworth, Sandford, Hanlon, Power with the little Q's at the moment, and then Schloss, van der Linden, Hungerford with the season's best, Banner and Atkins. Hollingsworth with a lot to offer here. Didn't run the 1500, which I think a lot thought she might, but has opted to stick with the 800. And I think she's still working out, Mitch, which is her best event.
I think so, which is exciting, isn't it? Because we've obviously seen her take home a World Junior medal across the 800 metres. So you sort of go, wow, this is impressive here. You can see our heat sheet for heat number 2, and clearly the name to watch here is Abby Caldwell. We talk about how great of a tactician Claudia Hollingsworth is. I think, to me, Abby Caldwell is one of the toughest racers you can get over a 2-lap distance. So expect her to find herself in all the right positions. She's there in the purple on your screen. Just a class athlete.
So the favourite goes from the inside, Abby Caldwell. Ava Honori outside of her, Shani Landon, Ashley Perneka as Caldwell goes through early, Claire Solomon, Ivy Boothroyd. She's had a good season, Ivy. Jessica McManus had a personal best earlier this week. Jamie Brennan and Leah Simpson's one certainly to watch as well in terms of the qualifiers. So Caldwell pushes up, Boothroyd outside of her and leading at the moment. And no surprise that Simpson's come across, and then McManus just in behind those, and also Landon from Victoria.
Yeah, so interesting tempo here. They've gone out at about 31.32, so it's certainly quick, but looking really comfortable out there is Ivy Boothroyd. You mentioned she's had a good year. I imagine that she wants to try and string out this field the best she can. Now, obviously, Abby Caldwell, she is the third fastest we've ever had in this country. She puts herself in that perfect position just behind Simpson there, but Shani Landon as well just will roll wide, so they'll do everything they all can to keep themselves out of trouble and launch themselves into this second wrap. But Ivy Boothroyd doing a good job to lead this out. She's got company now at the bell.
And it's about 2.5 seconds quicker than the first heat. So they were around about that 65-second mark. That was about 62.5. Now, they came home in a minute with Hollingsworth being so strong late. So, Abby, let's see what she wants to do here in terms of a statement. So Boothroyd leads into the back straight with Simpson on her outside. And Caldwell, she's just in a slightly tricky spot here. Outside of her is Landon, but Abby's got the pace and the confidence to just extricate herself and now take the lead.
And have a look at that. She just found that gap beautifully. She just cut straight through this pack in front of her. Now Boothroyd's going to do a good job to maintain that lead, which won't bother Abby one bit. She just needs to get through to this semi-final and stay out of trouble. She's done that. Simpson trailing off the back of that. It's time now, but Ivy Boothroyd has got company. Here comes Abby Caldwell.
And she comes up alongside of her and it does take the lead. Boothroyd's had a good run here. Can she hang on for second? Because Simpson will fancy her chances to try and pick her off, but I don't think that's going to happen. And Caldwell stretches away. So the first was in 2:05. This is going to be quicker. Boothroyd's not far outside her personal best there. That's a good run. And then coming through in third place was Simpson. And then behind them, Landon in fourth place. They were the top four. And Caldwell looked oh so good.
Really impressed there by Ivy Boothroyd. I thought that was a really strong race. She obviously got tasked with the job to lead it out. It's never easy, and when you've got the likes of Abby Caldwell bearing down on you in those closing 200 metres, it can be hard to maintain that composure, but for the youngster, she's done a great job to roll on through there. So 2:03.44 for Caldwell, 2:04.39 for Ivy Boothroyd, 2:04.87 for Leah Simpson. So fast for that non-auto right now.
So Boothroyd 1/100ths outside her personal best. So it's so close in the heat that she made most of the running. So Caldwell and Hollingsworth both could have doubled. Both could have just run the 1500. Abby's a bronze medalist. So they share that almost equal skill at both 800 and 1500, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do.
I mean, Abby's probably concentrated more on the 800 of late. We know that. And so's Claudia. And that, at her age, that's expected, I think. And here are the results. But Abby was a surprise packet, wasn't she, at the Commonwealth Games with that flashing finish for a bronze medal in the 1500.
Take home that bronze medal. I feel like it probably caught everybody, even Abby Caldwell, by surprise in a lot of ways. But to your point, Bruce, they can run both of those distances, which is just incredibly hard to do. I think people would expect it. And the other one who was asserted her name into that was Jess Hull just the other week, when she ran the 5th fastest time ever for 800. So we've got it across the board, but quick.
So a bit of rain in Perth. Haven't seen much of that this week.
No, we haven't, not for a week.
So some light rain falling here. So everybody needs some precipitation right around, well, not in Queensland maybe, in the top of South Australia, but we are oh so dry in this country right now in terms of the drought. Hannah Doyle, Matilda Ryan, Ruby Damasi, Carly Thomas working her way back, Natasha Ward, Alma Robb, Tess Kersop-Cole, Rebecca Newton, Brianna Sherry. So Thomas and Cole, Kersop-Cole start the favourites here. Carly's had injury problems. She's a real talent, isn't she? There's Matilda Ryan and Ruby, rather Hannah Doyle. Hannah from Western Australia, a 2:10 runner. Matilda Ryan at 2:04 had a good season from New South Wales. Thomas, a tall figure. Yes, she is. So let's see how she and Tess go here. They're the two favourites. Kersop Cole out in lane number 7. So a big field here. And Thomas goes forward early. Kersop Lane goes forward early. It looks like it might be not Sherry, it's Newton on the outside, isn't it? And then pushing up on the inside is Ryan. So Ryan's going to push through here from New South Wales and just lead from Thomas, and outside of her Newton. So now Newton takes over. So it's Newton, Ryan, Thomas, and now Thomas goes back to 4th because Kersop Cole's moved through to 2nd.
Yeah, well, Bruce, easily the quickest tempo we've seen through the opening 200 metres. So that's what you usually get in heat number 3. They all have an understanding of what the time is, and if you're not going to be in that top 2 automatic spots, you want to be as quick as you can. So Newton doing a good job to set the tempo. Tess Kersop Cole, she's run 2:01. She's been just off her lifetime best this year. Trailing behind her is Carly Thomas, but this group of 5 now clearing out from the rest of the field. How many can they bring with them to this final?
So that first lap's quick. That's clearly the quickest we've seen so far. Alma Robb's the one that's hanging on to them and hanging on to them very well. So a 5 here at the moment. So good spot now for Thomas. She's got herself into the right spot. Newton just drops back. Kersop Cole and Thomas and then Ryan in the back straight. So they've set themselves up for something pretty quick here, haven't they?
And they certainly have. You go through in 60 seconds, you've got a high expectation. So Tess Kersop Cole happy to lead. She's a gritty runner. She won't mind being out front there. But Carly Thomas, for mine, pattern-wise, looks really comfortable. You can see that Matilda Ryan's fighting on as hard as she can. The Western Australian, Newton not done with yet either, but these two out in front, they seem to be the strongest, the most in control of their own bodies with 150 to go, and let's see if they can hold it.
So they're looking, you'd think, at around about 2:02 or something like that. It looks quicker. Now Thomas takes over from Kersop Cole, and Carly Thomas has looked good all the way through this run. Clock ticking over to around about the 2-minute mark. It's going to be about a 2:03, I would have thought, but Thomas has been impressive. Good win, just inside 2:03. Kersop Cole, and then Newton looks like she might have got back 3rd in front of Ryan, and just in behind them would have been Rob.
Well, that's a season's best for Carly Thomas there, so she'll be absolutely chuffed with that. She's been on the circuit. She's raced just about every single domestic race we've had, so to get under that 2:03 for her, I think will be just a massive relief, and the comfortability in which she was able to run that as well. She moved around with 100 metres to go. She found her spot to perfection. Tess Kersop Cole continues to capitalise on some really good form, but it's impressive from Carly Thomas there. She'll be stoked. So all the majors that we thought would be getting through to that final are through. We'll now just wait on these times because that was quick, and it looks like Western Australia's Beck Newton's going to run a lifetime best and run herself into a national final alongside that. So fantastic effort for her. She'll take one of those non-automatic spots, and she's going to be joined by Queensland's Leah Simpson. She rolls on through here as well. So Newton and, Matilda Ryan. So Ryan's time's popped up. She's got it. So Newton and Ryan from the last heat get dragged through to that final.
And Newton deserves that because she made a lot of the running early. She put it on the line. She made a lot of the running early, and she deserves that result. Season's best for Thomas, Kersop Cole, and then Newton and Ryan as the qualifier. So PBs for Rob and Halmy, so they continue to improve. Rob getting down to that 2:05. And there's the summary. Thomas and Kersop Cole, the fastest 2. Caldwell, Boothroyd just outside of personal best. You can see how slow that first heat was. Hollingsworth, a clear-cut winner, but down as the 8th fastest qualifier. So at the moment, you would think 2 distinct favourites for the gold. Hollingsworth and Caldwell. It's the men's turn next, and Peter Bowl is first up.
From New South Wales, Naomi Gibson.
So welcome back, Peter Bowl. Has been in sparkling form this season. He ran 144.86 in Sydney. He was impressive earlier in Adelaide and ran a very good 1500 at the Maurie Plant meet. So 4 heats here, Mitch. The first 3 plus 4, and this is a big ask for the 800-metre runners at these national championships.
Yeah, it certainly is. These guys have to return tomorrow morning, so they've got to come back for a semi-final. Our women roll straight through to that final, but a semi-final awaits these gentlemen. You can see this list. Obviously, Peter Bowl is the man to keep an eye on. Young Hamish Donoghue, the Victorian in 9, is certainly a watch as well, and Mason Cohen, he's just such a consistent 147 man here in Australia. He should get through here too.
So all eyes on Peter Bowl. We do have a former champion in the race as well, and Riley McGowan here. So Bowl 4 from the right in that beautiful gait of his and in the red strip. So he's run with a great deal of confidence so far this year. Right from the very beginning, Cohen going forward early, and just in behind them is Bromley as well. But Bowl's very happy to take up the front running after 200 metres.
Certainly is, isn't he? He's happy to set the tempo and give them something to chase. So I get the sense that Peter Bowl wants to find his rhythm. He doesn't need to be messing around with a slow pace. Just get into a comfortable rhythm and go. You can see Cohen and McGowan are queuing up behind him there. You mentioned he was a world champs representative, Riley McGowan, only 2 years ago. So he knows how to run these type of races. Just get in the beautiful spot and see if you can be towed through. But geez, Peter Bowl is making this look easy through the opening 400.
He's such a beautiful mover. He led an Olympic final into the back straight, just as he's going to lead this heat. So they went through at about 54.5. So it's absolutely pedestrian for Peter at his best, and he looks so comfortable. Cohen in the right spot, you're right. McGowan, he's a big-chested, isn't he, runner. He's got a lot of courage. He had that big season going back in 2023 when he got to Budapest in the World Championships. Donoghue now getting past Burnett in the back straight. But Bowl looks so smooth.
Oh, he looks like he hasn't even shifted the gears here, Peter Bowl. I think Justin Rinaldi would have just given him a pace to run and said, go and do that, Pete, because he's metronomic at the moment. Now you can see the youngster in Donoghue move up into that next automatic spot, and Mason Cohen just having a look around to see where he needs to be, but out in front into the home straight, Bruce. Was it going to be anyone else?
No, probably not. And now Cohen gets up and Peter has a look. So he knows that he's got to come back in the morning and the final on Sunday. McGowan's working so hard back in 4th place, but Bowl cruises home. Cohen, Donoghue, and then McGowan behind those. So 3 to go through, and then the little queues after that. So 148 and 9 by the look of it. He's blow a candle out. He's going well. He really is going well. It's so good to see Peter back running in this type of form. Let's go down to you, Nana, at the pole vault.
Currently behind me is the men's qualification for the pole vault. We have 12 competitors still to go at the bar at 5:05 with automatic qualification at 5:10. We see local grown hero and WA favourite Curtis Marshall enter the competition at 5:05, and he's just got off the plane from World Indoor Championships after a successful indoor championship campaign. Great to see him outdoors and excited to see what he does on Sunday at the final.
Looking forward to that, aren't we? Absolutely. It's going to be a highlight. Women's qualification in the long jump happening at the moment. And Amelia Search taking that quick turnaround. She's out there, the silver medalist from the heptathlon. Here's the results. Bowl, Donoghue, Cohen, the top 3 with the big cues. McGowan really gave it his all, as he does. A season's best for him. So we wait and see for those semi-finals.
He'll take a bit from that, Riley. I think he gets under 150. He's been searching for it. He's just a grinder, isn't he? So he sits in 4th. He's got to wait on times. And 149, it's around, you know, the marker of what might get through. So I dare say he may be safe. But this is going to be a good race. The youngster, geez, he's put Pete under all kinds of pressure through the domestic season. He goes out of lane number 3. The new haircut for Daniel Williams. He's got rid of the mullet. He's got rid of everything. And he's done the complete shave. So if you can't see him, if you're going to miss him, he's in lane number 3, the big booming figure of Daniel Williams. But we've got some class in here as well. Jai Perrott, at his best, he's a 145 man. He's a 148 guy this year. So you just need to be in that top 3 to roll on through to this final, or the semi-finals, I should say. And Luke Shaw, the Victorian as well. Quick, he's had a good year.
He has had a good year. So he goes from the inside. Williams, as you said, with the new look. His battles with Bowl this year have been an absolute highlight, and boys of late as well. So 4 heats here. Look at Williams. He's a bit toey. didn't run the Maurie Plant meet, did he? I'm just trying to think. He had the big run in Sydney. So a rising star here to watch in lane number 3 from the inside, and that's Daniel Williams. So Shaw pushes up. You'd expect him and also Perrott to be in that leading group. Williams has been so confident all year. He's got that time down to 1:45.5. That's so impressive for a 17-year-old. And a line of 5 or 6 at the moment. And Makata the widest now. Shaw pushes forward. Williams gets to second spot now. Not much argy-bargy, but they took a while to sort themselves out.
They did. It was almost a question of, is anybody going to just run a little bit faster to get to the front? And Luke Shaw put his hand up. So Daniel Williams just right on his shoulder. It's Perrott who sits there in third. So Williams, you mentioned the 17-year-old, 1:45 this year. Nothing to sneeze at. He's been running right around with Peter Bowl, and now he finds himself on that attacking position for Shaw. That gap starts to open. Trying to respond is Geshley from Western Australia, but 53 through the opening 4.
So a second quicker, and we'll see this, won't we? Because that first heat, we saw it with the women. They get quicker through the halfway. Williams in a very good spot. It's the perfect position for the 800 metres, really, isn't it? You're there to strike. You're not being boxed in. We're talking about number 3 here. He's just 17 years of age, moving up, and Makata into 4th place. Perrott just up in front of him, and Shaw still leading with 200 to go.
Doing a good job to hold on, Shaw, isn't he, here? But as you said, Daniel Williams just put himself in the dream position as Amakata now just gets around Perrott. In fact, he might even continue on with the pace here, so he gets right up on Daniel Williams and Shaw. Perrott needs to make a decision with 100 to go, but Williams, he looks poised at the moment.
He does. He's in the right spot. Amakata's had a great run. So Perrott now gets to the outside and now goes through to third. So Shaw pushing very, very hard here. It's going to be probably about the same time as Peter in the end, I think, at 1:48.77. Shaw and Williams and Perrott there. And Daniel had a fair bit more to offer. Luke's having a good season, though, isn't he? And he did everything right there.
He absolutely did. He was forced to the front, really, at 200 metres. You said they went 5 wide. They didn't really push each other, but it was Shaw who just burst out of that pack to lead. And Daniel Williams, clearly, you keep that tempo, you maintain it, pushes Shaw forward. He did everything right, did Luke Shaw. He comes away with this heat victory and will prime himself for that semi-final tomorrow. But it's hard to look past the youngster and Daniel Williams and the way that he runs and the way he commands space as well. You can see that they respect him. You can see they have to respect him, and that's a big run from him. So 1:48.84, Bruce. Then Jai Perrott 1:49.23, and yeah, they've run well here to continue on. It's got up here 1:49.42 for Fisk and Amakata in 5th, 1:49.82. So they bump out our 2 from heat number 1, and they currently hold on to some of those positions here. Oh, it's 4 qualifiers, so they're still in there as well.
Yeah, a couple of South Australians you're talking about, Fisk and Amakata there. So Shaw, Williams, Perrott, and then Fisk, Amakata. And then some personal bests there in that 150 range for Wade and Giselle, and for Cairns as well. So they've got something to work on. So Luke Boys goes in the next. What a final it was in Adelaide last year. The 800 metres with Craig and Boys and Bowl all rubbing shoulders up the stretch, eh?
Oh, it was hard to pick, wasn't it? I mean, obviously Luke Boys had come in. He'd sort of not burst on the scene. He'd been at World Juniors, but he really asserted himself as the guy in the early stages of last year, and he crowned himself national championship winner in an emphatic fashion. Now, obviously, the tides have turned. He finds himself in the position now to be hunting, but Luke Boys, he's built up his form well. He's obviously run 1:45.5 this year. That's nothing to sneeze at. He's a 1:44.7 guy at his best, but I fully expect him to run similar to what we've already seen and stay out of trouble and find yourself a spot where you need to find it.
I think that is the fastest an Australian has run at the Australian Championship. Sade Gurney's got the championship record, but I reckon Boys at 1:44.7 is the fastest by an Aussie at an Australian Championship. Might double, triple check. I think it is right, Mitch, isn't it? So that's how good that final was. McAuliffe's always interesting. Runs now for Malta, and look, he's quality, isn't he?
He is. He's got a good start.
So let's see. Boys on the outside, and McAuliffe is next to him. No Hatton by the look of it. He's a non-starter. So what does Boys do here? So he's on that outside lane. You've always got to commit early if you're on the outside. You've got to make sure that you're clear of the pack and come across, and that's what he's done. McAuliffe kicks up. Goff kicks up from Victoria wearing the number 4. So he's in 3rd place at the moment. So Boys doing what you would expect him to do and lead them out. So Goff's now back into 4th place and moving up into 3rd place and getting around. Is it Clements in front of him? I think it was. No, it's
Hannigan.
Yeah, Hannigan, sorry. So he's wearing number 5. So they've gone out quickly, and they've gone out fast here at 52 seconds.
Have a look at that, Bruce. Another second faster. So you said that would continue to happen. It does. They're just winding down this clock. You can see Matty Goff is now sitting in that 3rd spot, which is an automatic. Harry Bumeester, the Queenslander, as well, inside there. But these two are really just racing one another here at the moment. Luke Boys looks oh so comfortable up this back straight, and Michaela happy to sit on this pace. Goff and Bumeester now are going to be trailing, but these two out in front are really smooth, and they set this up quite early.
They have. So we've told you already, they've got to come back very early tomorrow morning for the semi-final. So now Boys looks back, and Michaela, if they realise that they've got the gap, so they'll probably switch off, you would think, up the straight. The Boys with a real smile, Michaela with a smile. They've just had a chuckle, haven't they? They've probably said to themselves, hey, do you know we're coming back tomorrow, Luke? And Luke said, no, I didn't know about that. But anyway, now I do. Now they'll switch right off. So the clock will stretch out to something like what Peter Bowl ran in that first heat, and what the second heat did as well. In fact, they were a bit slower in the end. So, and then coming through for 3rd, it looked like it was Hannigan, I think, that might have got 3rd place. Hoff was just behind them. So, very different race. Mitch, they put it on early. They put the gap on. And I think, bottom line, Luke's really confident. He's come to Perth in good shape.
I would say so. I'd be fascinated to know what that conversation was at 80. They had a cheeky wry grin and said, mate, I don't think we need to do this. We can just cruise all the way down. A 149.42 cruise is something. But, yeah, Luke Boys has really fired the shots here, I think, in the heats. He just looked oh so comfortable. And you have to respect a previous national champion like that. As you said, he holds the record for Australians in terms of being the fastest out of nationals. And he looks good, Luke, so he'll be ready to back up tomorrow.
So we've seen 3 different heats. Peter Bowl slow early, looked fantastic. Luke Shaw and Daniel Williams in the second heat, similar time. And then Luke Boys and Joe McCaleb set off at a much faster pace, and then were able to switch off completely over the last 150 metres. You just wonder, which one takes more out of you? Well, I would say that one. That one certainly takes more out of you.
Yeah.
I mean, you end up with the same time, basically, in fact, slower, but you've spent more energy doing it, haven't you?
Yeah, I would say so. I completely agree with that. So it's, look, unfortunately, Matty Goff is going to miss. We won't see any of these small queues get through from here. It was faster in that first lap, but it was closer in our previous 2 heats.
Yeah,
so
they were off the back.
Yeah, they get dragged through pretty well. So that separation was made quite early, but heat number 4 gets that opportunity to take a look, and I think a man who would have been looking on quite intently was young Peyton Craig. He's going to go out of lane number 8 here.
He's had a stop-start season, hasn't he, Peyton? He hasn't had the season that he had last year. I mean, what an incredible performance through the summer season, but the semi-final in Paris was the stuff of legends, wasn't it? 144.11. Only Deng and Bowl have run faster. It was a fantastic performance.
Oh, it was the coming of age for Peyton Craig, because he followed that form onto the World Juniors, where he obviously finished up with silver, but he's just a fighter. He just runs like, I call him the junkyard dog. That's what he feels like here.
But I don't reckon he's had a run this season that he's felt really good about. That 1 or 2 things have happened. So let's see what sort of form he's in. He's got a magnificent attitude. He's hard to read in a race. So we're talking about the guy 2 from the right here, up the top. So like Luke Boys, he's sort of got to make a bit of an effort early. Jack Lunn is so consistent. He's wearing number 4. You'd expect him to be a qualifier here. And Jack's now pushing forward. Peyton's there on his outside. And then just in behind them, Thomas Moorcroft. And then Lachlan Raper, of course, a name that we know so well. And gee, there's some problems there with a little bit of interference. But Craig and Lunn in good spots.
Certainly are, and that's the thing for Peyton Craig. He obviously had that unfortunate incident in Sydney. He'll just want to stay as far away from carnage and trouble as he possibly can, and I think following Jack Lunn is a very good decision. So Raper now outside of Moorcroft, as you said. We've said his name plenty of times. He's been in plenty of national finals, but Jack Lunn looks like he's just hitting the jets a little bit just to see what this field has. So Peyton Craig, now he has to really just get up on that move.
He's a good barometer, Lunn, isn't he? You know that he's going to run around 146.5. That's sort of where he's at. For a lot of his career, he's been under 146. as I said, Craig often hits a little flat spot in his races. Raper and then Moorcroft and then the gap then to Van Dalen from Queensland. So the top 4 look like they're sorting themselves out here, but 3 automatically to go through. So Craig well placed.
He certainly is. You can see he's looking left, he's looking right, he's making sure he hasn't escaped, that he can just get around Lachlan Raper. And you can see here now, he's moved right onto Jack Lunn. So Raper now and Moorcroft are going to battle it out with Lunn, who's going backwards a little bit here, but I think these 3 should be fine.
They should, and it's going to be the fastest of the heats. And now Craig really switches off at the end. Lunn and Raper, and then Moorcroft, who I think will get through for sure off that.
Yeah, certainly will. Adjusted down to 147.95, so that is the quickest, and he looks fine, doesn't he?
He looks really good. I mean, he's comfortable, he's confident, he's on a mission. He'll come back in the morning. He looked, I mean, I think Bowl is the sweetest, and in terms of the moving and the form runner, he's the #1 seed. I think Craig is right there at #2, in my opinion, at the moment.
Completely agree. I think he needed that win last week. He told me he knew he had it about 400 metres out, so he's never lacking confidence, is Peyton Craig. He just needs those races, and he'll look up at the board and be happy with that 147. So, yeah, I think Peter Bowl is the #1 operator, but Peyton Craig, he's making a lot of people scared. We'll be right back here. We're going to throw to a quick break. Still 400-metre action to come here in Perth.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
So the men's 400-metre heats are about to commence. We've seen great running in the hundreds tonight. Lachlan Kennedy at 10.00, Rowan Browning at 10.07, Seb Sultana at 10.12 and 10.13 for Caleb Law. See, women's hundreds, terrific. 800s for men and women now. Cooper Sherman takes centre stage. He's the fastest Australian so far this season. He's run a good 200 as well. He went to Nanjing and made the semi-finals there of the world indoors. And Mitchie's the one, I guess, to watch here. So this will be tight. They're going to have to go here because First 2 to go through and then 2. No semi-finals here for the 400s.
No, there's no margin for error at all, is there? You've really got to make sure you're on your A game. But to your point, Cooper Sherman, he's last year's champ. He had a good showing at the World Indoors. He's run the 2 fastest times of this year, so he'll go through with a lot of confidence. And then, geez, you could really just pick them from there. Cop or Sankey for mine, outside and inside.
Okay, so Cop WA, Sankey New South Wales. It's going to be tight, you'd think, behind Sherman here. Sherman in that orangey type. So he's 3 from the left. He's actually from lane 4. So Cop and then Peter, Sherman and Keisha Jr. outside of him. Gives him something to chase early. And then Blessed Elvie Morant and Sankey watch for him out wide. He's gone out well, though, Sherman. And Keisha's given him something. And there's Sherman in the back straight. He's a 20.66 200-metre runner this season. So the speed is there. He had a fantastic run in here in Perth earlier this year in the week that he turned 21. And he's gone past in Keisha. Sankey's had a good run in the white strip out wide. Watch for Cop to come home on the inside. But Sherman clearly in front into the straight from Keisha. Outside of him, Blessed has had a good run. This is where it gets oh so hard behind them. Sherman hasn't got right away from them. Time's going to be interesting here. It's going to be pretty quick. Now he switches off. It's low 46s and Keisha gets through for second. Bless gets through for third. He did it well. He set himself up. He put himself right where he needed to be and then had the opportunity in the last 10 metres to take some pressure off himself.
He really just showed his class there, didn't he, Cooper Sherman? He had no need to panic. I thought Nikisha Jr., to your point, Bruce, though, gave him a lot to work for in that opening 200 metres, and it's easy to fade from there, but he showed a lot, the youngster. He really just maintained and booked himself a spot in that final, so a lot to be proud of there. But Cooper Sherman, he's the best in the country for a reason, and he just put it on display there in the heats. He'll be looking to go quick come the final.
So that high jump continuing there. It's the under-20s. We're at 206 there. The bar, the men's high jump yesterday, the qualifiers. We took through at 10.04. So let's see. So no one over 206 at the moment. Okay, Jones has had 2 failures. Jonathan Waddingham a couple of failures at 206. And Mitch Hatfield as we go back now to the women's long jump. So that was Meg Whittington from Western Australia, and then back to the high jump with Jones. So this is at 206, no one's over at 206. Cadell Jones here. No, Holmes, I should say, is it?
No, it's McKay Jones.
Now I've got you. Yeah, so he said this will be third and final attempt.
Yeah, it certainly will be. So he leads the comp on countback at the moment as well, equal actually for that goal, but he'd love to clear it here, the youngster from New South Wales. So you can see he's through his process, a couple of step backs, and here we go. So can we finally get one over 206? Oh, he's just clipped it on his weight. He's frustrated. Fair enough. He's just clipped it with his calves on the way down. So getting up and over wasn't the problem. It was maybe a little bit too close to the pole. So now this is the agonising part. He has to sit back and wait and see if any of the other competition can clear, because he's got Waddingham, Hatfield and Shadbolt still with an opportunity to pass him for gold.
And you're right, he had the height. He certainly had the height. So here's the lineup for Heat 2. We saw Cooper Sherman there in Heat number 1. Fabiani, Atkins, Donaldson, one to watch, Hadaway, Reynolds certainly one to watch, Ash, Gilbert and Ford. Those results from the first heat, just checking those times again. So it was 46.17, 46.52 and 46.93, 47.41 as the 2 little Qs.
Okay. So they're quick. It's going to be hard to qualify. Like, those are quick times to be able to roll through with. Thomas Reynolds is the watch here. He's the third fastest, well, second fastest really, third fastest time of the year, second fastest athlete of the year we've had. He's going out of lane number 6, but Donaldson as well has really showed a strong hand this year. He's 46.19 at his best this year, but he's a 45.7 man if he can get it right. So he's going to be inside of Thomas Reynolds. He's third from the left of screen, so running out of lane number 4 technically, but these two for me are the 2 that should clear out from the field, but you just never know with these one-lap journeys. Somebody can pop out of nowhere.
And Jordan Gilbert's had a good season, the young Victorian, so he's got down to 46.79, so he's 2 from the right. Reynolds right in the middle. Sherman was impressive, as you would have expected. Reynolds, the second fastest in Australia this year, and 45.56 in Canberra early in the year on Australia Day. So let's see how Reynolds sets it up. You can see him in that yellowy strip. He's 4 from the right. So Ford, Gilbert, Ash, and then Reynolds. So he's giving them a bit of a start. There he is in the back straight. So he's relaxed. We know that he's strong at the back end. Had away Donaldson. So Donaldson's made some pretty good progress there on the inside. And then Fabiani's having a fair run as well. So now the strength of Reynolds. He's quickly got up. Gilbert's had a good run. And Reynolds now goes up and takes him as well. And Donaldson going strongly, isn't he, in that inside lane. But Reynolds leads Donaldson by a couple of metres into the straight. So the first two to go through automatically. We saw Sherman, the favourite, go through earlier today. Reynolds looking left, right and centre and comfortably over the line. I say comfortably, you're never comfortable really in a 400 metres, whatever you look like. And Donaldson's got through for second. And I think it was Gilbert out in third place. So not quick early, but comfortable, and then reeled them in from the 200 to the 100.
You can see why he was the class of that field, can't you, Thomas Reynolds? I mean, yeah, you're right. He didn't necessarily start the fastest, but he really just worked well over that third 100 metres. I'll be honest with you, I really thought that Nick Donaldson was impressive. He was pressing quite well over that bend. He didn't have to do much when he rolled into the straight. I would think that he has a few more gears left in him. Gilbert now will have to wait on that time, although it would be quick for him, I would imagine. He'd be probably around his lifetime best. In fact, he's run his lifetime best. He's dropped 46.7, so you can't ask for too much more than that. But Thomas Reynolds, yeah, he is a threat come that final time, and I think he's just been waiting for his moment to really launch himself on the scene. He set it up quite well here in the heats.
So basically the same time as Sherman in the M1 as well for him. So 46.35 and Donaldson 46.59. As Mitch said, Gilbert taking his personal best down by 9/100ths of a second to 46.70, and a personal best for Josh Fabiani. He had the good run inside at 46.99. I reckon you're pleased with that. If you get inside 47, that's the first step, isn't it? And for Fabiani, he's been able to do that. And then you work on being a 45 runner and so on and so on. Back to the women's long jump. Is this Carroll by the look of it on the runway?
Yep. Yeah, it's a clean jump there for Carroll as well. So
she's had a season's best so far at 5.65 on a second attempt tonight.
This is our decathlon javelin under 20, I would think. So that'd be just under 30 metres. To draw you back to that men's high jump, just if anybody was trailing along. So Mackay Jones missed, Mitch Hatfield missed, Liam Shadbolt missed, Jonathan Waddingham cleared.
Carroll 5.78, so she improves her season's best. So she improves her position by 1. So she's in 7th place at the moment there in the qualifying.
So this is our only man left here in the high jump, the Western Australian over 2.06. Okay. Only one to clear, Bruce, so he'll keep going.
So he's got the title Van Radingen to go here on the inside lane. He, along with Terrell Thorne, are the two big names in each other.
He is just such an impressive athlete to me, Terrell Thorne. I mean, at his age, doing what he's doing, and also the way in which he runs just consistently stands out to me, this young Queenslander. Luke Van Radingen, he is all grit. He's a very, very fast man. Obviously, he's a 45-point guy, but Terrell Thorne, he's a serious name of the future. So he'll be out in lane number 7. You can see him there. He's in the red colours. He's furthest on the right of screen for you. Smooth operator.
Van Radingen on the left there. He was the Australian champion in 23, I should say, in Brisbane. So the big watch. Thorne 3 from the right. Van Radingen has been running into really good form on the inside. So Clark's gone out hard from New South Wales. He gives the smooth Thorne something to have a look at. Stevens out pretty well. And Van Radingen is already passing 3 and 4 runners on the inside. So they're up to halfway here. Clark, Thorne, and you can see the other red strip of Luke Van Radingen, who's made great progress in lane number 2. And when they come off the stagger, he's going to be in front of Terrell into the stretch here. So Van Radigan leads into the straight with Thorne about a stride and a half behind him, and they're clearly in front of the rest. There's big gaps then to Hooper, but Van Radigan leads. Thorne about a half a stride behind him now, and they're at such a similar time to what we've seen so far. In fact, it's the quickest. It's 46.25. So what have we had? A 46.25, a 46.31, and a 46.35 from memory. So good running by Luke. He's a gutsy runner. He puts it all out there. We know that. He's a good competitor. Terrell is just somebody that's got so much to look forward to and so much talent. And he even looks great when he's running slowly, doesn't he?
Oh, he's just... If you could emulate anyone's running style over 400 metres, you're probably picking Terrell Thorne out of a lineup, that's for sure. He's so smooth. Waddingham, the Western Australian, his first attempt here. And he's the only man left in the competition as well in this under-20. So he'll love it at home. I feel like people always rise to the occasion when they're hosting in their home state. You'll go through his mechanics. He's the man in the arena at the moment, the young fella from WA. So can he keep on improving? Can he continue this competition? You'd love to know. I wish there was a lip reader here to hear this. He's pumped up. He just about slapped his hamstrings off. He's that ready to go. So can he keep this moving here, the youngster? And the under-20 high jump. No, he's clipped it on the way up. So didn't quite get the pogos he needed, but look, he's got a smile on his face, doesn't he? Because at least he's going home with a gold medal. Can he keep going, though? That's the question.
So it's a fair jump from 206 to 211, isn't it? He's had a lot of jumps so far tonight. So here's the qualifiers. Okay, so Sherman, Van Radigan. So Sherman was quicker. It was 46.17. Okay, so Van Radigan, Reynolds. So the three winners all were the fastest times. Kisha was good. Thorne was good. Donaldson showed a fair bit. Gilbert got the PB. Bless. Fabiani got the PB. And he misses out, unfortunately, for him. A break. It's time for the women, the 400 metres after this. Welcome back again. It's been a fantastic evening after a great afternoon of athletics, and we get to the women's 400 metres. 3 heats here. Got the semi-final lineups for the hundreds we might go through shortly. Here's Jasmine Guthrie. She's had a fantastic season, not far outside her personal best. So the favourite here is Ellie Beer. So she's 2 from the right. We'll see her in a moment. She only knows one way, Mitch, and that's to go out hard as we have a look at the start list. Turner, Guthrie, Peacock, Sivia, Dixon, Celadonakis, Damasi, Beer and Blackburn. So Ellie's got her best time now down to 51.35. It's 13th fastest Australian of all time. just feel, Mitch, that there's still so much more to come, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You forget that Ellie B, she's a two-time Olympian. She was in that team at a very young age, teenage years. I think she might have been 16. She's come back. She's been so strong over the last year, and you're right, she's got that time down. She's a 50-point runner in my eyes, but I think Salida Narcos as well as the other to look for that automatic spot here in this field. It's tight, but I think that will be the two.
And she's in 6, so she's right in the middle, really, and Beer 2 from the right. So the first of 3 heats for the women in the 400 metres, and Blackburn's gone out hard, and Beer normally is the leader. Celadonakis goes out hard, so she's got past Damasi early, and Dixon's on the inside of Celadonakis. So both those women have gone out hard, but this is the familiar side of Ellie Beer. She sets up her 400 metre running by running so hard in the first 200 metres. The last bit is oh so hard for her, but she's so determined and so fit that she's able to hang on. So she had the big 51.35 earlier this year, and there she looks up. So she looks pretty relaxed, to be truthful. She's got a big lead over Celadonakis, and then Dixon inside of her, and a great run here from Guthrie on the inside. She's come through well. So first 2 to go through automatically. So Guthrie's in a good spot here. Can she hang on? Beer certainly can. Oh, no, Celadonakis just gets there in second placing, and Guthrie third. Guthrie's had a big run, but Beer looks good. I mean, she is certainly the one to beat going through to the final, and that's what she's done tonight by setting it up as she does early. Inside 53 in the end it was, Mitch.
You could make the mistake that you think Ellie B is running the second heat. She looked that comfortable as she crossed the line, isn't she? You can see everyone else is gasping for air, and Ellie's just ready to step off the track and have a conversation. So 52.96, the easiest of that you've seen. Jasmine Guthrie gave them a good run for money there. Salida Narcos really had to put everything into this heat to get through. I agree with you. I think she's just got that dip on the line, but yeah, that's impressive from Jasmine Guthrie. She at least puts herself in a spot to qualify, as we see. Can he get up? He's just missed here, our under 20 man. So here you go. Michaela Salida Narcos, Bruce, you're right, 53.57. Jasmine Guthrie, 53.64. So she's only just been pipped at the post, but puts herself in a good spot probably to get through to that final.
It's not far outside her personal best. And Beer, Celadonakis are through to the final, and Guthrie and Dixon's probably going to struggle, I think, with that time, but Guthrie's in a pretty solid spot, you would think. The conditions remain pretty good, and we're going to see some quality going in the next 2 heats. One of your favourites here, Amelia Rowe. I remember you spotting her and telling us about her prospects at the big meet here, the Classic on March the 1st, and boy, did she run a great race on that night. So here's the lineup, Mitch, with Pollard inside and Rowe outside.
It's bookended by these two youngsters, isn't it? I shouldn't really call them youngsters anymore. They're making their way through the opening ranks. But yeah, Amelia Rowe, the Western Australian, I've seen her race here before. I've obviously followed her for a fair while in this junior career. To me, she's just such a strong 400-metre performer. Gemma Pollard as well, obviously. They have a very similar type of running style, actually, these two. So it'll be interesting to see how they battle. But, you know, they're amongst the fastest that we've seen this year. Gemma Pollard's the 3rd fastest that we've had this year. You know, Amelia Rowe is, I think, about the 7th or 6th fastest that we've seen this year. So they're going to bookend this field. But look, there's some talent inside of them. Sofia Grigorovich as well, the Victorian, is running that 53 sector. So is Carla Bull. So look, 53 now is not enough to get you through to these finals. These women are going to have to push hard. And you can see Amelia Rowe is here in the purple outside of the screen. Pollard on the inside. Grigorovich, Bull can really contest here and make this a hard effort to get through to that final, because it's only 2. It's a brutal condition.
They're going to have to run personal best a couple of these to get through, if they can get over the top of Pollard and Rowe. So Pollard inside, Rowe outside. Then Prendeville's in lane 3. That's 2 from the left. There's Pollard. 52.31. Just beat Pasquale home in Sydney. That was a great race when Beer won. And Rowe and Whittingham on the outside, the South Australian. She's well known in both the amateur, well, not the amateur anymore, is it? But in the pro ranks as well. Carla Bull's a good sprinter, isn't she? She's got speed, so watch for her early. Carroll and then Grigorovich, as you said, quality on the rise. Tobin inside of her. Prenderville and Pollard.
A lot of juniors now announcing themselves in these senior ranks. Don't forget, Amelia Rose 52.8 came in Melbourne, so it's recent. She's at home.
We saw a very good run by McAuliffe to win the under-20s, and 53 low, didn't we, earlier tonight.
It's an event for mine, Bruce, that probably doesn't get spoken about enough in terms of that depth of young talent that's coming through, but if we're ever going to see it, it's probably going to be in this heat.
We saw it in Lima, didn't we?
We did.
In both the mixed and the women's 4x4s.
A lot of medals.
It's an interesting lane, isn't it, out wide? It didn't stop Wade Van Niekerk from doing something pretty good in Rio. But that's another story, and that takes 43.03 seconds to tell. But let's see how Rowe goes. Whittingham, ball quickly up. So that's no surprise, because there she is. She's so quick over the 200 metres, and she gets up to Rowe, so puts some pressure on her. Pollard's having a good run. So she's 2 from the right at the moment, Pollard, and she's trying to chase them down from that inside running. We know that Rowe will be strong late, but Bull has gone out oh so hard. She's put it all on the line here, and Rowe has got a lot of ground to make up here, and where's Pollard as we're about to see her coming into the straight. So Bull's got a huge lead, but she's going to get oh so tired. She'll be climbing stairs. Pollard gets up alongside of her, and Rowe's going to come home at a rate of knots. It's going to be close for it's going to be close for first. What a great performance by Bull, and Rowe's got up and tipped out Pollard. And the time is really very fast. Oh, how did that all change? Carla Bull, you were gone, and she just lifted, and Gemma Pollard had run her heart out, and suddenly Rowe came from the clouds, and everything changed in the last 20 metres.
It's a good day to have a good day for Carla Bull. I'll tell you what, you're right. With 100 metres to go, you thought, this can't be sustainable.
She's running 1 second PB.
That's a remarkable time. 52.8 is just blister. I don't think she can quite believe it, Carla Bull. I reckon with 50 to go, she thought that this lead's getting mown down. You talked about she's got great 200 metre, speed, but that staying power is something we have never seen from Carla Bull. Look at this replay, and look where Amelia Rowe is coming from. She really senses that moment. She said, Carla Bull's not coming back to me here, and Pollard is throwing everything at it, and Rowe takes a look left and gets there. Impressive last 50, but Carla Bull.
She's run a stall gift, Carla Bull. So,
we're back at the stall gift.
And we're not going to mention you know who, because you mentioned him earlier, and I don't mention you know who, because you know who gets more mentions than you know who should get. How are you, Richo? What a fantastic race. That was extraordinary. So a massive personal best. Her personal best was 53.96. So that's remarkable. 52.85. Amelia Rowe not far outside her PB at 53.13. And Gemma Pollard at 53.25. Kogolovich, and then Bonnie Carroll gets a personal best. So Bull and Rowe go through, and Pollard with that 53.25.
I mean, that is just remarkable. Carla Bull, lucky we mentioned her before, just saying, well, she's got great speed. Let's see what happens. But I think that's the beauty. Sometimes you never really see a second, so I can't say that that's a common thing to happen. But in a race like this, if you can find a little bit of something, you can create a little bit of magic, and that's just remarkable from Carla Bull. So she leaves Gemma Pollard on the outer now. She's got to watch on and see how quick this can go, because we didn't expect it to be that quick. What can we see here?
So that light rain back here. So the third heat, Laura McShane, Bella Pasquale. Amongst the favourite, Bella's had, talking about still gift winners. What was she, 16?
16.
So Bella's been in red hot form. She's continued to run personal best all season, so she gets an outside draw here. So Niggledye in 2 Victoria, Angling 3 Queensland. McShane started the season brilliantly, Tasmania, personal best everywhere, and continues to run well. Pratchiak, Tasmania, Bonzo, New South Wales, Otway, Queensland, Pasquale of Victoria, and then Darzo of New South Wales. So Bella was part of those relays, wasn't she, in Lima? Both the gold medal mixed and the silver in the 4x4?
Yeah, well, and she was also part of the bronze medal winning team in the World Indoors. So,
yep,
look, she's a relay medal specialist, Bella Pasquale. If she's in a relay, you'd be pretty confident you're coming home with a medal. But, look, they're the 4th and 5th fastest Australians this year as well here in Laura McShane and Bella Pasquale. So, they're in some very good company. That look, they would have taken a lot from what they just saw there. Bella Pasquale, good staying power. She showed that in Sydney, didn't she, when she continued to fight on. So expect her to have a good showing here, and maybe we'll see somebody jump out of the track again, Anglin or maybe even Ranazzo on the outside.
So a few to watch here, but Pasquale and McShane are the two favourites. So away they go. So Randazzo is on the outside. She's had a good season, and Pasquale's inside of her. So the stagger's almost been kept. McShane's made up some ground on Prashiak in the back straight. So there's Pasquale, smooth mover that she is. So she gets up alongside Randazzo with about 250 metres to go. And McShane's made some really good ground there, hasn't she, on the inside with the long ponytail. So Pasquale leads. Otway's had a good run. McShane's coming through, and I think it's Anglin coming through as well on the inside of McShane. So the first two to qualify automatically, and Pasquale leads into the straight from McShane, and then Anglin, and out wider is Randazzo. But Bella Pasquale's had a very good season. She's quality, she really is, and she stretches away, and this has been impressive. It's fast. It's a really good run. It's 52.68. She's in sparkling form and beats Laura McShane. She really is one to watch. She came over and ran on the beat Sheffield, along with Jess Millett earlier this year, Charlotte McAuliffe, and she's continued to build Bella. Impressive, isn't she, Mitch?
That's a smooth 52.64. It's been adjusted down to there for Bella Pasquale. So she's been busy. She's sort of travelled everywhere. As I said, she's just come back from China. But look, to me, it was that race in Sydney where she came second. She didn't take the win, but she fought so hard over that final 50 metres that just showed that she's tough. She's a tough competitor. She's done that really easily. In fact, McShane is a quality athlete. She's gone 53.38, which is still quick. But look, Bella Pasquale will take so much from that. She was out wide. She really didn't have too much company rolling alongside of her out there in lane number 8. But really, really impressive. A smooth mover. Has that Terrell Thorne type of smoothness for me. So a great showing. She makes her way through to a final. So impressive for the 400 metres. We've got plenty more action here remaining. We've got a 3,000 metre steeplechase final. We've got some decathlon 1500s to come as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here in Perth.
We need to raise the bar.
Then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that.
We need to carry the weight of expectation.
Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
It's a good field this. This is a women's under 20 800 metre final. And Emma Freiger, who won both the 800 and 1500 earlier in the week in the under 17s, is amongst the favourites with Fleur Cooper. And Rose Ackland, who won the 400 metres in the under 18. So Delbridge, Meeker, Ebert, Cooper, Ackland, Lascelles was impressive in the heat. Freiger, O'Boyle and Simpson as well. So pick the eyes out of the Mitch, and there's a few to look at, I think.
Yeah, there certainly is. Emma Freiger, the Queenslander, she is your favourite. Look, she's the 7th fastest that we've seen over this distance for this age group ever. So at that 2:03, you'd think that she'd want to go a little bit quicker than that. This tempo will be set up well. Fleur Cooper, you know, it's been described that she's just a racer, and a lot of the times you can't teach that type of racing style. Rose Ackland has the speed. She obviously said she's a 400 metre national champion, but there's a few names here. Tessa Ebert as well from South Australia. She's got that good pedigree over a little bit of the longer journey, but I can imagine as well for her that she will back herself in to roll with the tempo and see whether or not she can go with the kick. So look, however many women get left in this field really is going to be set up by the opening 400 metres. If it's quick, it's a race of 2. If it's slow, it's about 5.
And Ackland holds a key in a way, because she's certainly the fastest 400 metre runner out there, isn't she?
Yeah,
she's the Australian under 18 champion. So how fast does she want to go in the early stages, knowing that the back end will be harder for her than some of the others?
Oh, absolutely. Look, if they leave Ackland to get to the front, she's going to be the type of athlete that pumps the brakes. She's going to back her kick. She's going to know that that's her racing style. They're under 20 now. They've all raced each other plenty of times. That is the danger of a slow race. It's fast. There's only a handful. It's slow. They're all in it.
So final of the women's under 20 800 metres. Simpson on the outside. O'Boyle, Freiger pushes up, as you'd expect. Lascelles, Ackland's pushing up, the diminutive figure. She's probably going to lead, though. Cooper's inside of her here. So Ackland and Cooper at the moment. So Ackland's just going to cross over in front. Freiger's in that about 5th at the moment, and Ebert at the back there. So Cooper just leads after 200 metres.
Yeah, Cooper gets down to that rail well, and now she can really set the race up for herself here, Fleur Cooper. She can dictate this pace. She can let the rest of this field know what it's going to be like. They went through that opening 200 metres pretty fast here, so Ackland got the 400 metre wheels just sitting on that shoulder. South Australia's Ebert, you can see, will move 4 wide to put herself in a position, because right now Emma Freiger is the danger. She sits just 2 out from the shoulder here from Fleur Cooper. Now you start to see it pack back up once again. I imagine this back straight is where they're going to really let it rip, if not here at the bell.
So they're going to go through in about 62 seconds. So it's a good solid pace. Cooper leading. Freiger, her strength will be important here. Cooper's in that good spot. Lascelles just in behind. Ackland outside of her. Ebert just dropped back a little there with 300 metres to go. So Ackland sitting on the shoulder of Cooper, and Freiger just in behind those as we go down the back straight. And Ackland now moving up into 3rd place, I should say.
So Fleur Cooper now really has that pressure on her outside shoulder. You can see them just start to move here now. So she's going to have to really respond here. Emma Freiger doing a good job to move away. Cooper now just under pressure, and this field starts to stack up behind her.
So Freiger's made a big run here, hasn't she? She's gone 2-3 metres in front. The under-17 champion. Cooper's in 2nd place. Ackland comes up for 3rd. Surely that's where the medals will lie here. But Freiger's away. What a week she's had. Under 17 800 metre champion and 1500 metre champion, and now under 20 800 metre champion. She's run it so perfectly well. She means a lot to her. You can see that. Ackland terrific. Cooper gets through for 3rd. And they dominated the race in the end, didn't they? 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, they certainly did. They're the ones that we highlighted really before the race. But well done to Emma Freiger. You know, she was under all sorts of pressure. She got around Fleur Cooper at just the right moment. You got that sense with 200 metres to go that she was away. You can see here, just grits the teeth and really just drives down to the line. Impressive from Ackland as well. We talked about that 400 metre speed, but to hold on for the 2-lap is very different from being quick over the 400 metres. And look, Fleur Cooper set it up. You have to respect that, the fact that she got to the front, she pushed that tempo. Congratulations to her, but just strong racing across the board here. A 2:04.97 is impressive to win.
It is, and Ackland's going to get a personal best out of this, so that was a terrific run. And Cooper, well, she made a lot of the running, and she certainly didn't do anything wrong there. So some personal best all the way through here. Simpson, O'Boyle, Lascelles. So it was a quality race. We thought it might be, well, we knew it would be, Mitch, but it was fast. It was competitive, and Freiger certainly was. too good.
So we'll throw down to Nana now with our champion. She looks a little bit puffed, but I imagine pretty stoked with a national title.
Emma Fraga, you're the under-17 800-metre champ and now the under-20 800-metre champ. How are you feeling? You've had a big couple of days.
Yes, it's been really big. I'm really happy with all my races, the under-17s, both 8 and 15, and then this race I've been looking forward for this whole year. Yeah, I'm so stoked with this race, yeah.
It was a very close race. We were all in a pack with 300 metres to go. What was going through your mind?
I was just going to take each of the last 400 metres, just 100 by 100, just start accelerating, and then that 200, I just went. So yeah.
You ran a 2:04 and your PB is 2:03 this season. How do you feel to get that close after a couple of races?
Yeah, I'm really happy. I got a 2:04 in the under-17s, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with the 2:04 after like 5 races. So yeah, I'm really happy, thanks.
I'll let you catch your breath. Congratulations on being the under-17 and the under-20 800-metre champ.
Thank you so much.
What a talent she is. It's a young voice. It's a young voice, and you realise how delightful these young people are in terms of the effort they put into it, the way they broke it down. So we get to the men's under-20 here, don't we, Nick?
We do, and this will be a good race, I think. The way they all ran through the heats, there's not much to actually separate them on time. You'll see the list here: Will Caddick, Dylan Egadawade, Josh O'Connell, Toby Chippendale, Bob Alderraman, Tom Forster, Joe Martin, Taylor Goodwin, Isaac Brooks. Now, you can see these times here. They range out from 148 just to the mid-151s. But look, Bob Alderraman looked really good, the Victorian. He's in some really red-hot form. But Tom Forster, he's not far away. It's a heavily infiltrated field by the Victorians. I expect them to be big role players with Egadawade as well. But I think look for Bob. He'll be the favourite for mine.
I agree. And Chippendale ran a personal best of 149.9 behind Abdurrahman in that heat. But I think the favourite is such a good mover. He's in the middle lane there and the one to watch. Again, even we saw, there's our favourite. He's a really smooth mover. Tactically, he looks good. He's confident. I've got a feeling he could run, if they set the first lap up, I feel like that 148.98 of his is in big danger. And if he does that, he'll win, I would say.
I completely agree. You know, Justin Rinaldi coaches him. He's got very high praise for Bob. He does a bit of his training with Peter Bowl. So if you're going to learn 800-metre tactics from anybody, not a bad guy to learn it from. So he's in the middle of the track. But watch for Tom Forster on his outside. When he makes a move, he makes it big.
They're big boys, aren't they? You look at them; they're really tall. They're getting on. They're not absolute juniors. They're under 20s, and this is the final.
So we'll come back. It's a delayed start final here. Hopefully that's just technical. Didn't look like anybody jumped, as we see maybe even a flash of lightning out in the sky there might have caught my eye. So sometimes that can lead to a little bit of a technical delay. But you're right here, Bruce. They are big boys. Look, I like to think I'm tall at 6'2", but some of these fellas were towering over me when I was on the track yesterday. So don't know quite what they're feeding them nowadays, but they're big, they're strong, they're ready to rip. Sometimes can just add to the theatre of it all, this delayed start. If the nerves weren't already there, they are now, but we'll get away here in a sec. Now that's a cleaner start here. Here it is. It's the final of the men's under-20 800 metres. They're rather close in times on paper, but they'll certainly duke this out through this opening 100 metres. So they'll just try and find their positioning here, just stay out of trouble. The Victorian Tom Forster now just puts the jets on and gets away from this field ever so slightly, but then slows it up. So this could lead to a little bit of carnage. Toby Chippendale, fresh off his lifetime best, though, now gets to the front. We see Abdurrahman now move through. So this is a big three.
And then a little push there from Abdurrahman against Chippendale. They were in the same heat yesterday, so they're in a good spot here. And it's a pretty solid gallop, as you can see. And Chippendale knows that, you know, he's got the personal best yesterday. He's a gritty runner. He wants this to be as hard as he can possibly make it. But the favourite's in a good spot, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is. Look at him just sit there on his outside shoulder. So Toby Chippendale it is now with 400 to go. Just hears the sound of the bell. It's racing time as Forster just slips his way through the cracks on the inside. So caught him napping there for a moment, Toby Chippendale, but quick to respond. He just sits right on his shoulder. So Forster, this is where he made his move in the heat up this back straight. He's going to do it again. Abdurrahman
Abderrahman now just under a little bit of pressure as he moves away from Dylan Negadawade, and now Chippendale just feels the full force of the Victorian, and here comes Bob Abderrahman. He just moves around them here. It's light work for Bob. So Chippendale now responds in second. Forster's out of it. He's dropped right out the back. Here comes Dylan Negadawade, but these three might battle it out for the Miners. How quick can Bob go? So into the final 100 metres. Abderrahman is cleared out from this field. The former Western Australian's got some good support here in the crowds. How fast will he roll here? 45, 46. Bob Abderrahman, stop it again. 148.43. Impressive. Oh, Joe Martin for second, and Taylor Goodwin, the Queenslander, comes flying late for the bronze medal. But Bob Abderrahman, he picked his moment up that back straight, and he crowned himself the national champion. Tom Forster will finish off his final here. But back here at home in WA, Bob Abderrahman, he's your national champion.
And on a championship record of 148.37, so we thought before that he was capable of running a personal best, and personal best he has. And so is Joe Martin at 149.59 and Taylor Goodwin at 149.93. Great call, Mitch. He's an impressive athlete. He's got a lovely style about him. He's tactically sound. It was a strange race in many ways, wasn't it? But from this point on, it was a one-horse race, so to speak.
Yeah, just look at him at that 200. I'm not sure what happened to Tom Forster there. He just really just slipped out the back of the pack. But once Bob made his move, it was devastating. You just could not get anywhere near him. Have a look where our bronze medalist has flown from. He's just about at the back here, the Queenslander. Watch his final 100 metres at that. But look, Bob Abderrahman, he does a lot of work there, obviously, with Peter Bowl. He'd be stoked to be out here in the grandstands watching on. You would think. I saw Justin Rinaldi down there, but championship record, PB, you cannot do much more than that. Nana, tell us, how is the young man feeling?
Babarani, you are the winner of the under-20 800 metres. Talk us through how you're feeling with a centre record and a new PB.
It feels good. I came here pretty fit, but sorry.
It's okay, take your time. If I ran 2 laps, I'd be puffed as well.
It was good. It was just all around a good race, yeah.
Now, you had the biggest cheer squad with Peter Bowl and Justin Rinaldi, your coach. How does it feel to have an Olympian train with them and get some inspiration and a role model like Peter?
It's actually good. Pete's done for me. He's done so much for me behind the scenes, and sorry. And I appreciate him taking me under his wing, or taking him under whatever, but yeah.
That's okay. You've run 2 laps very fast with a centre record and a new PB. Congratulations to the under-20 800 metre champ.
Terrific run, and don't you change a bit, Bob. That's perfect.
Bob's fighting for his life down there. He's done well.
And he's run a championship record and a personal best. So Joe Martin from New Zealand. Taylor Goodwin, as you said, has come from the clouds, hasn't he? And then Toby Chippendale, he was feisty. He was at his feisty best.
He was just gritty, wasn't he? He didn't give him any. He gets a bronze technically because Martin's New Zealander, but you're right, he was just a little bit of barbed wire in and amongst it all, wasn't he, Toby Chippendale? So they're our 800 metres. Our final competition here for this evening for you all at home will be the Decathlon 1500s. It's a brutal event. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back here.
can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? If it rains around, let your people become walking on a train.
So the decathlons, both under 20 and senior, reaching their conclusion with the 1500 metres. And we're going to start with the under 20s first, and Mitch have been going through the top 5. So it's come down really to a 2-horse race with a Frenchman involved as well, which makes it slightly complicated with the 3rd, 4th and 5th place getters. But set it up for us.
I will. I'll paint you a word picture if I can. So here, look at this. This is going to do one better. It's going to show it to you. So Lachlan Kennedy, the Queenslander, leads 6,300 big points, by the way. Now, he's only 43 points ahead of our visiting Frenchman. He's 43 back. Then we go to Asher Andrews. Now, he's on 6,048, so he won't be able to get up to where Lachlan Kennedy is. He's pretty well secured the gold medal in terms of Australia, but he's got to hold off Struger. Asher Andrews has a good gap then to Sharon Vanderham from New South Wales, 5.601. His danger lives with Benjamin Day, because technically they're 4th and 5th on paper, but they're 3rd and 4th in terms of the Australian standings. So that's a big watch for me. As I just look one further down as well, Indigo Bowen is only 4 points behind Day. So this battle for bronze is actually quite interesting. Sharon Vanderham currently has it, but there's probably 2 other gentlemen who can get it in Benjamin Day and Thaddeus Bowen. So that's all but decided, but leading it, he's had such a great competition, is Lachlan Kennedy. I mean, the furthest out he's been is 4th in any of these events thus far. He won the high jump. He was 3rd in the 100, 3rd in the long jump, 2nd in the 110 hurdles. You know, he's been good across the board, and he's chasing big points here. 6,385 is pretty impressive leading into the final round. So this is the watch here. Purdy's got the gold in terms of Australia, but Struger, he might be able to get up here, the Frenchman, and take it.
You've set it up well, so it looks like a field of, we had 21 on our list, but it looks like a field of 20. It's fantastic, isn't it, to see so many decathletes. Purdy, the big figure there, the Queenslander, number 6, as the rain continues to come down. So if you look at the personal best of the 2 that are up the top, they're basically the same. 5:01.52 for Purdy and 5:02.50 for Struger. Bertucci of Victoria's run 4:39, so he's probably the quickest, I think, but he's out of the medals. So, and then a 4:47 for Gilmore, another Victorian. So it really is it's a 2-man race, and the tactics are going to be fascinating. And there's not much wriggle room, so you would think they'll be just trying to do their best as that rain continues to fall a little. So watch for Purdy and watch for Struger, who's on the inside lane. There's been stride for stride, so to speak, for much of the competition, haven't they, Mitch?
They certainly have. This will be interesting. What's the tactic?
Well, get into some sort of rhythm. Think how you're feeling. I mean, Struger's got to make up a little bit of ground. It's not a lot, but he's got to make up a little bit of ground. So he's got to make up 40 points. So they're funny races. We know this, even at the highest level, because you do get, you know, athletes that are much better at 1500, but are not figuring in terms of the medals. So the medalists have got to work out exactly what they need to do, and that's what Purdy. So Purdy's back in the middle of the field at the moment, and Struger is up in front of him in about 5th place. So what's the gap again, Mitchell? It's 6.342. It's 43 points. 43 points.
Yes, 43
Now,
points.
I'm going to ask you a hard question. 43 points. Do we know, is that a couple of seconds? Is it?
I can try and find out
so
for you here.
I reckon that might be a key here. So, you know, is it 20 metres? Is it? We're going to get an expert onto it from Australian Athletics. Lockie Morehouse is going to help us out here. So we just need to know what that gap should be. Purdy's back at the moment, and Struger's up in front of him. So as they complete the first lap.
Yeah, first lap done and dusted here in 70 seconds. So they're moving around a pretty reasonable clip in terms of what you would expect at the end of a decathlon. Well, here we go. Here come the numbers.
So
Pens
we're
out. So
working probably on around about that 5 minutes, something like that. So
yeah.
Because they're probably not going to run a personal best, you would think, at the end of a decathlon. So Struger's in 5th place at the moment, and Purdy's not that far away. So how close does he need to be? Is it Is it 15 metres or 20? That feels like it might be.
Well, they've got a little bit of margin now. They're not too far away from each other, but to me, it's always the last lap of the decathlon, right? They all find a little bit of something. It's whether it's the adrenaline or trying to monitor whereabouts your fellow opponent is in terms of where you're trying to chase down. I'm also trying to watch for Sharon Vanderham, Benjamin Day, and Thaddeus Bowen, who are battling it out for that third place spot at the moment. But it's Gilmore, the Victorian, who leads, and his field now will start to move through the best they can. They're all sort of following one another here at the moment, just maintaining. But it does look like our Frenchman in Struger is doing a good job to push forward.
He's going to need to do a very good job, because if you look at if you run 450, and you run 5, so you're running 10 seconds slower, that's a gap of 59 points. So he needs 43 points. So it's going to have to be quite substantial. It's going to have to be about 50 or 60 metres. 50 metres you would think, and at the moment it's not that, is it?
No, not at the moment. He's doing
He's
it actually
talking
a good
about
job
lightning, yeah.
to maintain. You can see the lightning strikes, so they'll be keen to get everybody finished up here, you would think. Struger, he's doing a good job here now, though, as we talk about it, Bruce. He's continuing to move away. He's there in that third spot, and we can actually just see here, Purdy looks like he's just starting to slip back a little bit.
He's about 30 metres behind his Struger. So, Barham Struger, the young, everyone's young in this, under 20, a Frenchman. So, he's in second place with 6.342, and Purdy in first place with 6.385. And Struger looks pretty good, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks really comfortable, in fact. You know what? He's done a good job to pick up this leading duo, because for a while it looked like they weren't going to be caught. Look, this is a watch. Let's see. He went through in 3:34. What we're looking for is what does Purdy go through in. Right now, he is about 7 seconds back. So he's right probably around it. He's just inside the lead at the moment.
I reckon if they stopped the clock now, there wouldn't be more than 5 points behind.
Couldn't be.
But you would think that Struger has got a bit more. But you talked about something really interesting and factual. The last lap is a different world in the decathlon. You see this here. I mean, you see Fairclough away here at the front. But Struger in third place looks very, very good. And Purdy now, he just has to find something over the last 300 metres for him, and he is moving up a little bit at the moment. But that gap, now Struger's starting to climb himself, so he's put in a big burst. So we're thinking around 50 metres, around that mark. So that's half the length of the straight. So Struger looked back there. He was looking for Purdy. Purdy's a pretty tall guy. Let's see if he can find him. So Fairclough, a clear leader. What are you thinking, Mitch, at the moment?
Look, he's about to finish here, Struger, and look, Purdy needs his Cedric de Bleur moment. He needs one of his Queensland teammates to push him on, because there's Struger, he's done. And now Purdy's just in the home straight. So he's about 80 metres back there from Struger. I think actually that the Frenchman's done enough. We can see, look, he's got a kick here. He's had his moment here. He's had his Cedric de Bleur moment.
Squeezed everything out of it, Purdy. So
it's a watch.
And look, they've both run inside their personal best, by the look. Fantastic running. Fairclough was in the 4:30s, and Struger wasn't far behind. This is going to be within 10 points of one another, I would have thought. It's oh so close.
Are you willing to make a call? What do you think?
I think Struger.
Yeah, I think the Frenchman might. If we're off that math, off those points, I think he's just got it. It was 80 metres.
And Purdy will kick himself if we're right, because he absolutely flew the last 10 metres. He probably had to fly the last 40 metres, but it is going to be so close. It was a fantastic finale to what's been a great competition. The standard's been very high, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been phenomenal. Even in the we saw in the heptathlons just how many points they were accumulating. So, yeah, it was remarkable. Look, Purdy's going to have the Australian title. That's undisputed, but you want that overall win. You want to know that you've come out of the competition with the most points. This will pan up pretty quickly here. You can see the camaraderie. Look at the Frenchman. He's around to everybody, which we absolutely love from Struger. It is one of the beautiful parts of the decathlon and the heptathlon. They all stand around the podium together. Usually at global events, they're doing a lap together. You can see Struger here picking up his fellow competitors, which is just amazing to see. They've gone through a shared experience, haven't they?
So, Mitch, I'm going to ask you a difficult question, because I certainly don't know that. You don't often see an international here in under 20. So do we know much about Struger, why he's in Australia at the moment?
No, I don't, honestly. I have no idea why he's here. I'm unsure whether he's got family here, whether he's, got some form of connection. It's a long way to come from France to compete. We saw it actually in the juniors. We had another international who came away with a big win, but that was a New Zealander. Here we go. Hey, Bruce.
He's got the point.
They've come through here.
6:58. So I haven't seen the result for Purdy, but I'd say he's got it, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've got it here. So he's gone 7,000 points, the Frenchman. On the nose, Purdy's gone 6,963.
Yeah,
so he
big
got him
turnaround
in the end there, wasn't he?
And look at the times though, the individual personal bests here for 50. Have a look at this, Mitch. So here, PB's PB. So Struger 443. I mean, Fekko at 436, and then Gilmore. Purdy runs a personal best at 456 and gets that first spot. You're right. He gets the gold medal because the international was first with 7,000 points. So 7,000 points to 6,963.
Oh, I talked to you about the bronze medal battle as well. So I was saying Sharon Vanderham was in that third spot. He's now gone down to fifth. Thaddeus Indigo Bowen was in fourth. He's dropped down one as well. Ryland Scott, the Western Australian, has launched himself in that last event to get himself a bronze medal with 6,183. So from 7th up to 4th, you can see how close all of that is. But congratulations to Ryland Scott. He ran a personal best in the 1,500 to get up there, but a great competition at the top end. Fun to do the math up here. I've never really had to work out too many decathlon points before, but big shout out to Lockie here for sorting that out for us.
Well, he was close to spot on, Lockie, so we're going to give him a big tick.
Yeah, that's a big tick.
That's why he's up here. Fantastic competition there. High quality and lots of changes towards the end. So we get to the men's open here. So Benjamin Goose leads with 6,906. Christian Painter, who's got the best performance so far this season, he's on 6,824. So let's have a look and see what their personal bests are over the 1,500 metres. So Goose has run 447. He's run 453 this year. And Painter's run 455 this year, but has got a 433. So we've just seen some remarkable stuff. So what's the gap again between these two? I'm asking a lot of you tonight, Mitch.
No.
But you're coming forth. So
I've got you here, Bruce.
What's the gap?
Goose is 6,906.
Yep.
That goes back to Painter in 6,824. So he's about, what was that, 88 points,
80,
I think?
80. Yeah, it's 76, 82 points.
82 points, there you go. So, and then he's 123 points ahead of Sebastian Reinecke, who is about 300 odd points ahead of fourth. So the gold, silver and bronze, nobody will jump into those medals. And it'll take a bit of separation between Goose and Painter, I think. You can see Painter here, he's in the green, so he's got the big Geelong Guild colours on.
Goose
there.
is right
Goose
on his
is
shoulder.
right on his hammer, isn't he? So we won't give him an inch, I don't think.
No. So here on for what, about 7,400, 7,500, something like that?
Yeah, around in there. Goose is 6,906. So yeah, he's about 7,500 watts. So's Christian, but I would say probably high 7.4s, I would think.
So just looking at the leading performance so far this season, I reckon it was Painter quite early. I mean, we are early. You talked about this last night, how, you know, for the multi-eventers and with September for the World Championship. So 7,274 I've got Painter and 7,205 Goose, which was a PB. So I reckon they're the leading performances so far in Australia this season. So 7,274 and 7,205. So let's see. They'll be there, won't they?
Yeah, they'll be over that, which is a huge plus. We can see now that Ben Goose just moves around the outside shoulder of Christian Painter. So they're sitting currently back in 6th and 7th. So this group ahead of them is clear. Sebastian Reinecke is sitting in the bronze medal position, but it won't probably do enough to improve upon that. So the watch here is these two. Look, they're going to come away with season's best, which is awesome. Christian Painter's been competing in this decathlon for a long time. He's been a medalist multiple times, and you can now see Benjamin Goose. Why not test the waters? Just see how quick you can go. The other thing outside of winning medals is accumulating points. So let's see how many he can get, Benjamin Goose. He's making a good move around this bend.
Think of Ash Maloney when you think of the decathlon and just the breakthrough. That incredible December meet where he and And Cedric, this is prior to the Olympics when they had the big breakthrough, and then of course Ash was extraordinary at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, and then at the World Indoor Heptathlon in Glasgow just after that. And then obviously it's such a demanding event to prepare for, and you know, he's struggled with injuries, hasn't he, since then, and we're just hoping that you know, he can get back to somewhere where he was in Tokyo in 2021.
Yeah, you hope so. I mean, look, the hopes were high as well. I remember in Budapest, and unfortunate there as well to walk away with injuries. So, look, he was so young when he did that in Tokyo as well. Yeah, it's just mind-boggling. And I remember, look, what caught the world the most was obviously the Cedric Dubleur cheering him on in the 1500. I think it almost got forgotten just how incredible it was for him to do it that young. He'd done it at the World Juniors as well, so it was a natural progression step. But it's a lot on your body at a young age. You're still growing. You're still building there. As we see Goose, look, he's at the bell here, Goose. So Painter, he's got a good 20-odd metres on him, and he's trying to put his foot down. But how much can you find in the back end of a decathlon?
And this is George Gardner. Now, George Gardner has run 4:21, so he's a you know, a decent runner. That's all. He's not going to win the 1500-metre final with 4:21, is he? With Cam Myers and Spencer and Ollie, etc. But with Adam and Ollie, but this is a big run, so he's going to break 4:21, isn't he?
Oh,
he's going to run about 4:18.
I reckon 4:18 is a good marker here. Look, he might not win the 1500-metre final, but he's certainly going to leave a statement on the 1500-metre final in the decathlon.
Let's see if he can get inside 4:20. We're thinking around about 4:18, 4:19.
You've got it.
Inside that 4:20. There you go. 4:18.70. So that's a heck of a run. That is some 1500-metre decathlon performance there by George Gardner. He's going to make his way through the field, Mitch, isn't he?
I'm a bit scared for George Gardner.
Going to move up a spot or two.
Yeah. Well, he's Big Goose. He's going to come through for fourth. So this is quick. He's gone 4:41, 4:42. Christian Painter is going to finish things off. He's happy. He's stoked, and so he should be, Goose. He's got his arms up. He would have got some good points there.
Yeah.
He'd be right around that 7.5. Christian Painter will get the silver medal, and we're going to continue here. We've got a few more to finish things off, but yeah, it's hard to put in context, I think, how difficult. I've never done it, so I'm not even going to pretend I can step in their shoes, but yes, how difficult. Look at it looks like a war scene down there. How difficult it is to run a 1500. At the end of 9 long events, 2 grueling days, the conversation is always, would you rather do it at the start or the end? And I think you'd rather do it at the end. So these guys have done an incredible job. Ben Goose is going to be the national champion. It's just a matter of points here for him now as the rest of the field finishes things off.
This is Joel Temple.
Great hair.
From Queensland. There's a lot of camaraderie. We always see it, don't we, at the end of the decathlon or heptathlon, and they know they've been through a lot, and it's not quite the hell and back. It's better than that, but it's pretty tough stuff.
Halfway there, yeah.
It's pretty tough stuff. So fantastic running by Gardner. I mean, 4:18.65, so he gets 821 points there. Oof. Taligi gets a personal best at 4:39, and then Cullen at 4:41. I think the Goose had a personal best, I think, didn't he, for the 1500?
No, I think he did. He was right on that 4:40, so he would have run a lifetime best, I think, if not close.
Well, his PB was 4:47, so I reckon he's just inside that. So we'll get that coming up shortly, and then that final score of around about, what are you thinking, 7,500, something like that?
I reckon he's gone. Here we go. I've got it here. So 7.575 for Ben Goose. So he's absolutely stormed home. Big result. 441.82 there for Ben Goose. So he picks up 669 points. 7.575. That's a big performance there from Ben Goose. Christian Painter, it says equal PB, so I don't know whether he's got that down to the point, but 7.416 for Christian Painter, and Reinecke comes through with 7,354 points of his own. So, geez, good way to finish there.
So the first 7 have either equalled, one of them Painter, or set personal best. The first 7 competitors. So, you know, if you're getting up towards that 8,000 point mark, you're getting into a conversation. So Goose is young. He's 21, 22 years of age. He's a good stamp of a lad. He's got something to really work at here. Painter's a little bit older. He's been around the ship a bit more, but he equals his personal best. And Reinecke He's 23, 24, so he gets a PB. But that's a big breakthrough for Ben Goose. So somebody to watch now.
Absolutely.
And here we have those official results again. So it's fantastic. We saw in the heptathlon some breakthrough performances, and we're seeing it here.
Look, obviously, the depth of Australian athletics is, we could talk about it till we're blue in the face, but 7.575 is, you're right, starting to trend towards putting yourself in a strong conversation. Christian Painter, 7.416 for the Victorian to come home with that silver, and 7,354 points. Look, Ben Goose is good across a plethora of events. He was a 10.95 man in that 107.5 in the long jump. He's got good range, 50 point in that 400 metres. He nearly threw at 40 metres in the discus, so he's got good range there for a youngster. He'll be really happy with that.
Let's go down and find out what's happening in the women's pole vault, Nana.
Beside me is the under-20 women's final for the pole vault. We have 2 competitors left, as Gibson has just fouled her 3rd attempt. The rain has slowly eased off, but we do have some thunder behind us, so hopefully the girls will have a clear runway and get to that lucrative 4-metre mark.
Good stuff, Nana. Great work again today as we're almost at the end. Just very, very quickly, the men's 100-metre semi-finals. In the first of the, this is at 5 o'clock tomorrow, 5:20. In the first of the semi-finals, Despard Azapati Kennedy in the semi-final. First 2 only, and then 2. Second semi-final, Browning and Hale and Jordis. And in the third of the semi-finals, Law, Sultana and Doran and Jackson. So that's the men. The women, Dodds in the first with Taylor Inkster, Rizzo and Harrison Lane. That's the first of the women's. The second, Mannix Power, Geddes and Lewis and Summerfield. And then in the third of the semis, Hastings, Gross and O'Brien, to name just a few. All of that around about 5 o'clock Western Australian time tomorrow. So, Mitch, you've been a fantastic day, hasn't it? An incredible day with lots of highlights, but singularly, Lachlan Kennedy in the heat tonight ran the 2nd fastest time legally by any Australian at 10 seconds flat. It was thrilling, and Rowan Browning wasn't that far behind him. Mitch, great job. Travis, great job. Nana, a fantastic job as well, as we conclude what's been a fantastic day of sport here. High-class athletics at the Australian Championship. See you tomorrow from noon, Perth time.